Chapter 1064. Haha. 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones? What an exorbitant demand. Brat, I think you've gone crazy thinking about immortal meta stones. How dare you ask for 100,000 for a carriage full of herbs? Humph. Reckless fool, I really don't know where your courage comes from. How dare you behave atrociously in the prefecture? Take him down. I'd like to see if he still dares to fight back. Steward Wu burst into laughter all of a sudden, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A puny villager had asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Did he really think that immortal meta stones were stones that could be picked up from the streets? Jiang Chen's words had completely infuriated Steward Wu. Steward Wu immediately ordered his men to take down Jiang Chen. Voila! Those experts who came out with Steward Wu moved at the same time. Every one of them moved swiftly, besieging Jiang Chen in an instant. Get up. You think you can deal with me with these rotten potatoes and bird eggs? Get lost. Jiang Chen didn't put these people in his eyes at all. His chi shook abruptly. An invisible force gushed out of his body like a tidal wave, attacking in all directions. Bang bang bang. Arg. Without any surprise, all the guards were sent flying away by Jiang Chen's force. They fell a dozen meters away, lying on the ground and wailing. This scene shocked Steward Wu and Huang Lu. One should know that there were 2 half-step Earth Immortal experts among those who attacked Jiang Chen just now. Such experts couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. This absolutely wasn't an accident, nor was it because the guards of the prefecture weren't good enough. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Steward Wu couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen carefully. Given his eyesight, he had already identified Jiang Chen's cultivation base through Jiang Chen's attack. Because of this, he was even more shocked. To think that a late human immortal young man would possess such powerful combat strength. He defeated a half-step Earth Immortal so easily. This is unbelievable. Chief Steward Wu muttered in a low voice, his face still filled with disbelief. As the city lord's chief steward, he could be considered a knowledgeable person. A genius like Jiang Chen was truly rare. But even though it was rare, he couldn't swallow this insult. This involved the dignity of the prefecture. If the dignified prefecture of Yen City was disgraced by a puny late human immortal, then he wouldn't be able to continue as the steward anymore. Jiang Chen stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He had no intention of talking to Steward Wu at all. Today he wanted to do something big. Firstly, he wanted to help Han Village get justice and give them some benefits. Secondly, he wanted to build a foundation for himself in the immortal world. Thus, the city lord mansion had to send out someone with a high position today. This chief butler Wu was clearly not qualified, and he was far from it. Cousin, this brat doesn't look easy to deal with. Should we inform eldest miss? Huang Lu whispered. Humph. He's just a late human immortal brat. If eldest miss is alarmed by such a small matter, where am I going to put my face? Chief Steward Wu harumphed coldly. Although Jiang Chen's performance was miraculous, he was an Earth Immortal expert after all. He was still very confident that he could kill Jiang Chen. You don't have to do anything because you're no match for me. Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and shook it at Chief Steward Wu. Even if Chief Steward Wu reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm, he still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen, let alone an early Earth Immortal expert. What an arrogant brat. Since you're courting death, then I'll let you die. If you die, Han Village will be finished with you. Chief Steward Wu was infuriated. Given his status and identity in the city lord mansion, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, especially an outsider. A strong wave of qi suddenly surged out from Chief Steward Wu's body. His movement was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His divine sense had already locked onto Jiang Chen. The wave of qi that he unleashed was like a tidal wave, completely encircling and enveloping Jiang Chen. In an instant he struck out a few palms. In an instant, more than 10 palms were flying towards Jiang Chen. The power of a true Earth Immortal's attack was not to be underestimated. All the people in Han Village became nervous. Today's disaster had already happened, and they knew very well that Han Village was now tied together with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen died, the Han Village wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore they still hoped that Jiang Chen would have more trump cards up his sleeves. Although they knew that the chances of Jiang Chen defeating Chief Steward Wu was very small. After all, Chief Steward Wu was a true Earth Immortal expert, which was far from being comparable to a half-step Earth Immortal like Han Chongling. Facing the attacks of Chief Steward Wu's palms, Jiang Chen's movement was very simple. He gently lifted his palm and casually slapped forward. With a cracking sound, all of Chief Steward Wu's palms were shattered in an instant. It didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. But Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. After shattering Chief Steward Wu's palms, he slapped Chief Steward Wu's face at lightning speed. An incomparably crisp sound of a slap was heard. Chief Steward Wu felt that it wasn't a slap on his face, but a mountain, suffocating him and making him lose the strength to resist. Chief Steward Wu let out a wail. Just like the other guards, he was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen and then kicked away by Jiang Chen. Although he was an early Earth Immortal expert, his condition was exactly the same as those human Immortal guards. In other words, in front of Jiang Chen, there was no difference between an early Earth Immortal expert and an early human Immortal expert. What? This time, the villagers of Han Village were completely shocked. Each of them widened their eyes at what happened in front of them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They wouldn't even dream of such a scene. It seemed like Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond their estimation. How formidable! How could an ascender that has just arrived in the immortal dimension possess such terrifying combat strength? Big Brother Jiang is too ferocious, but if this goes on, it won't be good for us. I can see that Jiang Brother is full of confidence from head to toe. He might really have some trump card. Just now he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. I believe that he wasn't just talking nonsense. Have you all noticed that what Jiang Brother is doing now is to lure the real master of the prefecture out? That's right. I don't think Jiang Brother is a madman. How could a brainless person ascend from a place like the lower world? He must have his own reasons and motives for doing this. Let's just watch and see. Anyway, the fate of Han Village has already fallen into the hands of Jiang Brother. There's no point in us worrying blindly. The people of Han Village were shocked, but they weren't fools. They had a certain level of confidence in Jiang Chen's strength and miraculousness. The entire prefecture was filled with wails. Guards were lying on the ground in disorder. This was the first time such a scene had happened in Yan City. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. If this matter was spread out, it would certainly set off a great uproar in Yan City. Huang Lu was still standing there, but his expression had changed completely. His arrogance had vanished and his eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen, you just wait. After Huang Lu finished speaking, he once again returned to the City Lord Mansion. After a while, another group of people came out of the prefecture. This time there were 20 to 30 of them. Every one of them was exceedingly strong. From their qi, one could tell that many of them had a distinguished status in the prefecture. Some of them looked like guest elders, but their cultivation base had already reached the late Earth Immortal realm. Such a terrifying cultivation base could be considered as one of the best in the entire Yan City. From this, it could be seen how big the commotion caused by Jiang Chen was. It could be said that the real higher-ups of the prefecture had been drawn out. This time, the true leader of this group of people wasn't those late earthly immortal old men, but a young woman. The woman looked to be around 20 years old. She wore a light blue dress, and her jet-black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her appearance was exquisite and flawless. Her fine black hair fluttered casually in front of her face. Her lips were red even if they weren't lipstick, and her eyes were bright like a pair of black gems. Every move of the lady was filled with noble qi. Beneath her beautiful appearance was a proud heart. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that she was a true beauty. She was almost comparable to Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the lady's cultivation base. She was so young, but her cultivation base had already reached the horrifying late Earth Immortal realm. Seemed like there were still some geniuses in Yan City. So beautiful. Han Tsong's eyes were staring at the lady, almost lost in thought. Don't look at her. She's the eldest daughter of the prefecture, Yan Qingqing. You can't blaspheme her, not even with your eyes. Han Chongling hastily pinched Hong Kong. They couldn't afford to offend the prettiest lady in Yan City. Brother Jiang, her name is Yan Qingqing, the only daughter of the prefecture. She has a unique position in the prefecture. I never thought that she would be drawn out this time. Seems like things are going to be difficult. Han Chongling hastily sent a message to Jiang Chen. Village chief, don't worry. I'm going to draw out the higher-ups of the prefecture. The higher the position the better. Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Eldest miss, that's him. Huang Lu pointed at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the elders had already seen the scene outside. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger. It seemed like they were about to rush forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in the prefecture. How audacious was he to injure the people of the prefecture? Chapter 1065. Jiang Chen took a quick glance at Yan Qingqing and turned his gaze away without saying a word. His face was brimming with confidence and vigor. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but tremble. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She was very confident in her looks. In the entire Yan city, there wasn't a single man who looked at her as indifferent as Jiang Chen. She could feel that Jiang Chen was really calm and wasn't putting up a facade. There were only two explanations for this situation. One was that her charm wasn't enough. The other was that Jiang Chen's willpower was just too good. Yan Qingqing had never doubted her charm. Therefore it was really rare to see a young man with such willpower. Plus, Jiang Chen was able to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert easily with his late human Immortal cultivation base. This surprised Yan Qingqing even more. She could be considered as a rare genius. Back then she was already able to fight against a half-step Earth Immortal expert when she was still a late human Immortal, but she wouldn't be a match for a true early Earth Immortal expert, let alone defeating an early Earth Immortal expert in a single strike. From this aspect, Yan Qingqing felt that her talent was no match for this young man. Apart from that, Jiang Chen's courage had also shocked and impressed Yan Qingqing. A late human Immortal dared to cause trouble in the prefecture and injure so many people. If such a figure wasn't out of his mind, he must have a trump card in confidence. Judging from Jiang Chen's appearance, he didn't look like a person with a problem in his mind. Plus, it was impossible for a person with a problem in his mind to defeat an early Earth Immortal expert. In this case, Yan Qingqing was very interested in this young man. She would like to see what trump card Jiang Chen had. How could he be so confident to injure so many people here? Eldest miss, there has never been such a daring person in our city lord's mansion. Let this old man kill him. The dignity of our city lord's mansion is not to be challenged. A mid-earth Immortal elder spoke. His body was surrounded by Immortal Qi. It seemed like he would immediately kill Jiang Chen as long as Yan Qingqing gave the order. No need, I'll handle it. Yan Qingqing opened her mouth and said. Her gentle voice carried a hint of resoluteness, giving off the feeling of a heroine. Your name is Jiang Chen? Yan Qingqing took a step forward and asked Jiang Chen. That's right. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. I think you'll give me a good reason for injuring someone from the city lord's mansion. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. This smile was just like her name, it could even charm a city. Because they provoked me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. What? Even Yan Qingqing was stupefied for a short period of time. This was a far-fetched yet reasonable reason. As a matter of fact, she already knew everything that had happened here. Huang Lu wouldn't dare to lie in front of her. Huang Lu wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing if he lost his life because of the 50 low-grade Immortal metastones. Huang Lu wasn't a fool. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yan Qingqing initially thought that Jiang Chen would tell her the reason, but she didn't expect that Jiang Chen's reason would be so powerful. Plus, Jiang Chen's qi that could make people submit to him, this made Yan Qingqing's interest in Jiang Chen even greater. What an arrogant brat. He's really audacious. It seems like he's really here to look for trouble. Big miss, I think this man has gone mad. Let's not talk nonsense with him. Let's just kill him. Let's see how many lives he has after injuring someone in the prefecture. Kill him. He's too arrogant. He's just a puny late human Immortal. Does he really think that he's a powerful figure? All of a sudden, the people of the prefecture were stirred up. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Humans could be arrogant, but this guy in front of them was incomparably arrogant. Jiang Chen, I heard that you want 100,000 low-grade Immortal metastones? With just this carriage of herbs? Yan Qingqing ignored the anger of the people behind her and continued to ask. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. It seemed like Yan Qingqing was not a reckless person. In addition to her identity and status in the prefecture, Jiang Qin felt that this person was more than enough for him to deal with Yan Qingqing. Of course, this carriage of herbs isn't worth 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones, but I can turn these herbs into high-grade pills in an instant. Jiang Qin said calmly. This was his real purpose. He had always been meticulous in his work. He would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. From the fact that these villagers of Han Village had come all the way here to deliver these herbs, it showed that the status of an alchemist was incomparably respectable in the immortal world, especially in a small place like One Line Sky. Since he couldn't make use of his identity as an ascender, he had to make good use of his identity as an alchemist. With his alchemy skills, it would be easy for him to refine these herbs into pills in the shortest time possible. If the people of the City Lord Mansion knew that he was an alchemist and saw his alchemy skills with their own eyes, one could imagine how they would treat him. If the City Lord Mansion didn't know how to handle an alchemist like him, it could only mean that the City Lord Mansion was an idiot. And obviously, an idiot wouldn't be able to rule Yen City for so long. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yan Qingqing's expression changed. You are an alchemist? Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes brightened. Of course. Jiang Chen's tone was still as calm as before. He was paying close attention to all the people in the prefecture. After hearing that he was an alchemist, the way they looked at him had changed. The anger and killing intent they had before had lessened, and a hint of respect had appeared in their eyes. Jiang Qin instantly understood that he had underestimated the status of an alchemist in the immortal world, especially in One Line Sky. If that was the case, he had bet on the right person. A high-grade alchemist wasn't someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. It was pointless to injure these blind people. The one who was in the wrong wasn't Jiang Qin but them. They could only blame themselves for offending a respectable alchemist. Words are no proof. Yan Qingqing said. With a smile on his face, Jiang Qin gently grabbed the carriage with his big hand. Immediately, all the herbs on the carriage flew towards Jiang Qin. Under the control of Jiang Chen's soul power, these herbs were automatically divided into several pieces. The whole process was completed in an instant. Seeing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened even more. As the eldest daughter of the prefecture, although she wasn't an alchemist, she had a lot of experience and had some understanding of alchemy. She could see that the classification of these herbs by Jiang Qin was incomparably precise. The combination of each herb was the composition of a pill. This point alone was enough to prove that Jiang Qin was an alchemist. By God! Han Chongling, who was standing at the side, was astonished as well. He had delivered a lot of herbs to the prefecture, so he naturally had some knowledge about it. However, he had never thought that the ascender he saved was actually an alchemist. He knew all too well how important an alchemist was in this generation. Even the prefecture lord would have to treat a good alchemist with respect. If Jiang Qin was really a powerful alchemist, he wouldn't mind injuring so many people of the prefecture. Even if he killed a few of them, it wouldn't be a big deal. Who would miss a good alchemist just because of a few guards? It can't be. Jiang brother is actually an alchemist? No wonder he's so stubborn. He even asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. I really didn't expect Brother Jiang to be an alchemist. If he can really refine these medicinal herbs into pills, he will definitely be warmly received by the City Lord's mansion. When that time comes, not only will our Han village not be in any danger, we will also benefit from it. Big Brother Jiang is truly amazing. I knew that he must have a trump card to be so confident. The villagers of Han village were excited. Just a moment ago they were so nervous that they thought that not only would Jiang Qin be doomed, but the Han village would also be doomed after offending the prefecture. They never thought that Jiang Qin would have such a powerful trump card. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and a sea of fire rushed out. The entrance of the prefecture was instantly turned into a sea of fire. All the herbs were engulfed by the sea of fire. Crackling sounds could be heard from the inside as the herbs began to be smelted. What? How can there be such a concoction method? That's right. It's impossible to smelt so many herbs at the same time. Plus, these herbs can be used to concoct different kinds of pills. Could it be that he is going to concoct different kinds of pills at the same time? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the most powerful alchemist can't concoct so many kinds of pills at the same time. The elders of the prefecture were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They weren't alchemists, but they had seen alchemists concoct pills before. The reason why alchemists were so rare was because the concoction process was too complicated and troublesome. Ordinary people couldn't control it at all. Therefore, even the alchemists of the city governor's mansion would have to smelt the medicinal ingredients one by one and then fuse them together. Even so, there was a certain chance of failure, not to mention refining many different kinds of pills at the same time. Yan Qingqing's eyes became brighter and brighter. She was shocked to find out that Jiang Qin was casually concocting pills. Every single herb was smelted quickly and then started to fuse. Different herbs were fused into different kinds of pills, and there was no change in the middle. This was simply shocking. Chapter 1066. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Jiang Qin continued to concoct the pills calmly. The quality of the herbs determined the grade of the pills. The herbs that Han village gathered were basically all high-grade herbs. Because they were going to be sent to the city lord's mansion, they couldn't afford to take out any ordinary herbs. However, most of these herbs were the most common ones. Therefore, they could only be used to concoct ordinary immortal pills. However, the more common a pill was, the more popular it would be. The same pill concocted by different alchemists would have different grades. With Jiang Chen's skill, the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Thunderfire and True Dragon Flame, the pills he concocted would definitely be the best of the best. Pop pop pop. Popping sounds could be heard from the sea of fire. The herbs were being melted rapidly. Looking at Jiang Chen's concoction technique, it was really easy and casual. It seemed like there was no possibility of failure. No one spoke a word. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. All of their attention was focused on Jiang Chen. In their opinion, being able to witness such a concoction technique was simply a miracle. It was a kind of enjoyment in itself. Steward Wu had already crawled up from the ground. Many guards had also crawled up. They were also attracted by Jiang Chen's movements. They seemed to have forgotten the pain in their bodies. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with infatuation. She didn't know if Jiang Chen would succeed in concocting the pills in the end. However, this kind of method really made her infatuated. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen suddenly withdrew the sea of fire and absorbed all the flames into his body. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the air, making everyone present feel refreshed. In front of Jiang Chen there were dozens of pills floating in the air. They were constantly emitting light and the medicinal fragrance was incomparably strong. These dozens of pills were divided into several types. They were colorful and extremely beautiful. Each of the pills was the size of a thumb. The surface of the pills was smooth and flawless. It was extremely exquisite. It's done. My God. In such a short period of time he managed to concoct dozens of pills. Not only that, there are quite a few of them. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. I didn't expect there to be such an amazing alchemy technique in this world. Big Brother Jiang is really amazing. Did you see that? Each of these pills is as shiny as jade and their quality is the best of the best. The people of Han village widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Not only them, the people from the city lord's mansion also had the same expression. Every one of them had their mouths wide open. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on those floating pellets. She couldn't move her eyes away anymore. Yan Qingqing made a grabbing motion and a pill landed on her jade-like hand. She inspected the quality of the pill carefully and praised, "This profound yang pill doesn't have any impurities. All the medicinal essence of the herbs have been extracted, creating a peak-grade profound yang pill. This pill alone is worth 2,000 low-grade immortal meta stones." That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal meta stones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. That's right. I have never seen a profound yang pill with such high quality. 2,000 low-grade immortal meta stones is just a conservative estimate. There are a total of 10 profound yang pills here, and the total value is above 20,000. The elders and guests of the city lord's mansion were shocked. The pills that Jiang Chen concocted were all familiar pills. With their eyesight they could naturally tell how precious these pills were. There were a total of 6 types of pills here and each of them had a high value. The total value of dozens of pills was more than 100,000 pills. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia wasn't bluffing when he asked for 100,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Elder Lu, go get 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones now. Yan Qingqing said to an elder beside her. Yes, Big Mississippi. Elder Lu didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and immediately disappeared from the city lord's manor. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Xianxia one more time. The anger in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced with respect. No one felt that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's action. Although these pills were valuable, they weren't worth 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. However, Yan Qingqing didn't hesitate to take out 200,000 of them. In Yan Qingqing's heart, Xianxia's existence was a huge treasure that couldn't be measured by any amount of immortal metastones. What they needed to do now was to rope in Xianxia. Such a terrifying alchemist must be roped into the prefecture. If such a figure was roped in by other major powers in Yan City, it wouldn't just be a simple loss to the prefecture. Although Yan City looked calm on the surface, it was actually filled with undercurrents, similar to Fragrant Sky City. However, it was more chaotic than Fragrant Sky City. Although Yan City was ruled by the prefecture, there were some powers that weren't any weaker than the prefecture. Even the prefecture didn't have the right to control them. Every major power was fighting openly and covertly in Yan City. After a while, Elder Lu returned with a gray storage pouch in his hand. He then handed it to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing walked to Xianxia generously and said, Young Master Jiang, the servants at the prefecture didn't know that young Master Jiang is a respectable alchemist. They were disrespectful to you just now. Qingqing will apologize on their behalf. Here are 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones. These pills that young Master Jiang has concocted will be accepted by the prefecture. Xianxia couldn't help nodding his head after hearing this. This Yan Qingqing was truly a figure. Not only did she know how to win the hearts of the people, she was also responsible to her subordinates. After seeing Xianxia's alchemy skills, she didn't reprimand those guards or even scolded them. Instead, she apologized on their behalf using her noble identity as a Big Mississippi. Such a figure and a peerless beauty would naturally be loved and respected by her subordinates, making them loyal to the prefecture. Oh my God, 200,000. Han Chong felt as though he was about to faint. Not only him but everyone in Han village felt the same way. Even the experienced and knowledgeable village chief Han Chongling felt the same way. To a small village like Han village, 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a concept that made them feel like they had no idea what it was. 200,000. If our Han village has these immortal metastones, our strength will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. It won't take long for us to rise above the surrounding villages. What are you thinking? These immortal metastones belong to Brother Xianxia. Without him, I'm afraid that we would have lost our lives. Atsong, you have done a great deed by saving Jiang Brother this time. Jiang Brother possesses such a terrifying alchemist and combat strength. His future achievements will be limitless. Today Big Miss Yan Qingqing has personally won him over. From now on, Jiang Brother's position in Yan City will be irreplaceable. Atsong, Jiang Brother will be your role model in the future. Do you understand? The people of Han village were extremely excited. Although 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a frightening number, they knew that these pills had nothing to do with them. The reason why Yan Qingqing generously took out 200,000 low-grade immortal metastones was to win over Xianxia. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Xianxia smiled faintly and accepted the storage pouch. He had just arrived in the immortal world and immortal metastones were what he needed the most. Now that 200,000 high-grade immortal metastones were delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, he had a good impression of Yan Qingqing. If he could befriend a major power like the City Lord Prefecture, it would be a good choice. Seeing that Xianxia had accepted the storage pouch, a smile appeared on Yan Qingqing's face. She was most afraid that Xianxia wouldn't accept it. After all, an alchemist like Xianxia had his own pride. Previously, those guards of the prefecture had offended him, so it would be normal if Xianxia didn't accept her sincerity. At this moment, Steward Wu and Huang Lu were completely frightened. They stood there trembling with fear, not even daring to let out a fart. They knew in their hearts that today, they had provoked an existence that they should not have and could not afford to provoke. With their status, to provoke an alchemist with such superb means, they must be sick in the head. In an instant, all the hatred they had towards Zhou Xian vanished. They even felt deeply grateful to Zhou Xian because even if Zhou Xian had killed them, they would have died in vain. The prefecture wouldn't make an enemy out of a powerful alchemist just because of their death. With a thought, Zhou Xian opened the storage pouch, which was filled with low-grade immortal meta stones. Zhou Xian immediately divided the pouch into two and sent 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones into the Zulong Tower. Due to the influence of the spatial law of the immortal world, only powerful divine immortal experts could initially control the spatial force and connect it to their Qi to store things in their Qi. Below the divine immortal realm, treasures were stored in a storage pouch or a spatial ring. This was the same as in Saint Origin World. However, Zhou Xian was different. His Zulong Tower had already condensed 12 floors and had been fully restored. There was a large amount of storage space in it, which was enough to store any amount of immortal meta stones. Subsequently, Zhou Xian came to Han Chongling with the storage pouch and handed it to him. Chief, here are 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. This is what your Han village deserves. Upon seeing this, Han Chongling was filled with fear and trepidation. He stared at the storage pouch in horror, not daring to reach out to receive it. Brother Zhang Ti, this is too much. This is all yours. It has nothing to do with our Han village. Chapter 1067. Naturally, Han Chongling didn't dare to accept it. Even though he knew that the overall strength of Han village would rise to a new level with these 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones, and that it wasn't impossible for them to walk out of their remote village in the future, the wealth given by Zhou Xian was just too precious. Chief, there's no need to stand on ceremony. These pills were concocted using the herbs you provided, so these low-grade immortal meta stones are naturally yours. After speaking, Zhou Xian handed the storage pouch to Han Chongling, not giving him a chance to refuse. Zhou Qian's style of doing things was swift and decisive. He had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He would never be stingy to his friends and benefactors. Besides, the people of Han village also needed his help. Without help, these villagers would never be able to walk out of their remote village. Even the genius Han Chong would find it incomparably difficult to walk out of their remote village. It was good for Han village to have a genius like Han Chong, but no matter how great a genius was, he would still need cultivation resources as a foundation. Without the supply of cultivation resources, it would be useless even if Han Chong was blessed by the heavens. Thank you very much, Zhang brother. Han Chongling gave a deep bow to Zhou Xian. He felt that the storage pouch in his hand was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Although he had only known Zhou Xian for a few days, he had a certain understanding of Zhou Xian's character. He knew that Zhou Xian wouldn't take back what he had given out. By God! 100,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Our village has never seen so many immortal meta stones. I never thought that Zhang brother would be so generous. Atsong, you've made a great contribution to our Han village this time. If you hadn't saved brother Zhang, we wouldn't have been able to get so much wealth. Brother Zhang is really generous. He can be considered the biggest benefactor of our Han village now. The fate of our Han village will be completely changed in the future. The villagers of Han village were so excited that they couldn't even speak properly. Han Chong was smiling foolishly. When he saved Zhou Xian, it was out of kindness that he didn't think too much about it. Now it seemed like his kindness had brought a huge turning point to the Han village. Young Master Zhang, Qingqing would like to invite young master to be a guest of the prefecture. I hope that young master can agree. Yan Qingqing spoke again. She wasn't a bashful person, nor would she beat around the bush. A young and promising alchemist like Zhou Xian was exactly what the prefecture needed the most. A guest was equivalent to an elder, but not under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. It was equivalent to letting Zhou Xian be a guest here without any restrictions. In Yan City, whether it was the prefecture or other major powers, those who could become a guest were at least late Earth immortal experts. It was simply a pipe dream for a late human immortal to be a guest. But now Yan Qingqing had offered Zhou Xian a guest position. Perhaps only Zhou Xian could have such an honorable honor. The others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yan Qingqing's decision. After witnessing Zhou Qian's concoction technique, they knew very well that Zhou Qian's value in the future would be much greater than them, Late Earth Immortal experts. Alright, but I have a condition. Jiang Chen said. Young Master Jiang, please say it. As long as it's within the prefecture's capability, I will make the decision myself. Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Jiang Chen turned to Han Chong and said, Song, come here. Han Chong let out a cry of surprise. This was his first time coming to Yen City and he had experienced so many things today. There were too many experts in front of him and the other party was the young lady of the prefecture. How could he dare to stand in front of her? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Second brother Han kicked Han Tsong's butt. Everyone in Han village, including Han Chongling, revealed a look of excitement on their faces. Han Chong was a fool but they weren't. It must be a good thing that Jiang Chen asked Han Chong to go to the prefecture at this time. Han Chong was the hope of Han village. If he could walk out of Han village because of this, it would be a great fortune. Han Chong stood beside Jiang Chen nervously. Miss Qingqing, my condition is to let this little brother cultivate in the prefecture in the future. Jiang Chen said. Han Tsong's eyes widened when he heard that. His face was filled with excitement. Cultivating in the city lord's manor was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. This was the best place in Yen City. It was not something that the Han village could compare to. With Han Tsong's talent, if he could cultivate in Yen City, his future would be much better than in the Han village. No problem. Since young Master Jiang has recommended him, it must be him. I can see that this little brother is very talented. If he cultivates in the prefecture in the future, he will definitely become a pillar of our prefecture. Yan Qingqing agreed without hesitation. She thought that Jiang Chen would ask for something big. She didn't expect that it was just for the cultivation of a young man. This was out of her expectation, but it was also because of this that her impression of Jiang Chen had improved a lot. Song, hurry up and thank the young lady. Han Chongling became anxious when he saw Han Chong standing there in a daze. Thank you, young lady. Han Chong quickly expressed his gratitude. He was extremely excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to overcome this hurdle so quickly. To him, being able to cultivate in Yen City from Han village was like a real carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Chief Steward Wu, please take good care of the Han villagers and apologize to them. From now on, the Han villagers can visit the City Lord Manor at any time. They are all guests of the City Lord Manor. Yan Qingqing said to Steward Wu. Hearing this, the people of Han village were so excited that they couldn't speak. This good thing came too suddenly. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It made them feel like they were in a dream. Becoming a guest of the City Lord's mansion was like a fantasy story. They knew very well that from now on, they would be relying on the big tree that was the City Lord's mansion. In the future, there wouldn't be many villages that would dare to provoke the Han village. Yes, young lady. Chief Steward Wu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Today they had nearly caused a huge disaster. Fortunately, the eldest miss was magnanimous and did not bother to haggle with them. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences of offending a high-ranked alchemist. Steward Wu glared at Huang Lu. At this moment, Huang Lu's face was pale as he walked towards Steward Wu shakily. His legs were trembling. He knew very well that he was the cause of today's events. Steward Wu pulled Huang Lu to the front of Jiang Chen and said respectfully, Young Master Jiang, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We hope that young master will be magnanimous and forgive us for offending you. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When it's time to lower one's head, one should lower one's head. This wasn't a shameful thing. Steward Wu and Huang Lu were very clear that from now on, their status would be completely different from Jiang Chen. With their identity and status, it was impossible for them to provoke a guest. If they wanted to continue living in the prefecture, they must eliminate the hatred between them and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored Steward Wu and looked at Huang Lu. Don't be too excessive in the future. These villagers are not easy to deal with. Yes. Young master's right. Huang Lu bowed to Jiang Chen again and again. He almost knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. The reason why he could have such a good position in the prefecture wasn't because of his ability, but because of his cousin, Steward Wu. Today he had almost caused a disaster. How would he dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Chen? Later the group entered the prefecture. Under Yan Qingqing's arrangement, an exquisite courtyard was prepared for Jiang Chen. It would be his residence in the future. In the entire Yen city, Xianxia was the first late human immortal who was qualified to live in such a courtyard. Steward Wu and Huang Lu brought the people of Han village to another place. They wanted to entertain these villagers well. If it was before, they wouldn't even look at these villagers, but it was different now. With Jiang Chen's relationship, they wouldn't dare to neglect them. In the courtyard, there were only Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen. I wonder if young master is satisfied with this place? Yan Qingqing asked. Young miss has really troubled you. Jiang Chen was a man who knew how to differentiate good from bad. Although the main reason why Yan Qingqing treated him this way was because of his alchemy, Jiang Chen was still very satisfied. Plus, he had a good impression of Yan Qingqing. There's a new guest in the prefecture and he's an alchemist. My father was supposed to welcome him personally, but he was fighting a demonic beast not long ago. Although he managed to kill it in the end, his body was also invaded by the cold poison. He's currently in seclusion to heal himself. I hope young master won't take it to heart. Yan Qingqing said. I do have some ways to deal with the cold poison. Jiang Chen said. He would be too humble to say that he only had some ways to deal with it. Jiang Chen was now immune to all kinds of poison. Not even the poison of the poisonous nether toad could affect him. As for the cold qi, it was a piece of cake for him. Not to mention that his flame could refine any kind of cold qi. The water element alone was enough to absorb any kind of cold qi. In this world, what could be colder than the heavenly and earth pure water? Really? Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing's eyes sparkled. As a matter of fact, the cold poison that the city lord was suffering from was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, a mighty heaven immortal expert wouldn't be sent into seclusion. This cold poison had a great impact on the city lord. It would be great if Jiang Chen could solve it. Chapter 1068. Yen City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Apart from the prefecture, there were two other major powers that could compete with the prefecture for the resources of Yen City. The fact that the city lord was infected by the cold poison was still a secret. If it was made public, the other two major powers would inevitably make a move and do something unfavorable to the prefecture. However, the truth couldn't be concealed forever. Sooner or later, the city lord's injury would be known. So the most urgent task now was to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Yan Qingqing had been worrying about this matter for the past few days. She had seen Jiang Chen's means. Perhaps Jiang Chen really had a solution. Bang! Right at this moment, the door of the courtyard was opened with a bang. Judging from the sound alone, it was obvious that the door was kicked open by someone. In the mansion, if someone dared to kick open the door of a guest room, then that person was either an idiot or someone with a high status. At least his status wouldn't be lower than Jiang Chen's. There were 5 people in total, all of them seemed to be in their 50s. Their cultivation base was incomparably strong. 4 of them had reached the late Earth Immortal realm. The leader was the most powerful one, a half-step heaven immortal expert. Their faces were filled with arrogance that ordinary people couldn't have. It was a kind of nobility, or maybe it was just a self-assumed nobility. But apparently they didn't expect that Yan Qingqing would be here. Their expressions froze for a second. Their arrogance was extinguished instantly. In the prefecture, Yan Qingqing had an absolute position. Even a half-step heaven immortal supreme expert wouldn't dare to disrespect her. They knew very well that the prefecture was rarely managed by the city lord. Everything in the prefecture was managed by this young lady. In other words, the reason why the prefecture was able to stand tall in Yen City was because of Yan Qingqing's contribution. Uncle Dong, why are you guys here? Yan Qingqing's tone was filled with dissatisfaction when she saw these people. She was dissatisfied with their behavior. Putting aside the fact that they had kicked the door, it was mainly because they interrupted Yan Qingqing's question. All her attention was currently focused on her father's cold poison. She was just talking about the cold poison with Jiang Chen and was interrupted by these people. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry. However, the status of the newcomer was obviously not ordinary, so even Yan Qingqing had to show some respect to him. I didn't expect Big Miss to be here as well. I heard that a young alchemist has come to the City Lord Mansion and his alchemy skills are superb. He's only in the late human immortal stage, but Big Miss has made an exception to invite him as a guest. That's why I'm here to have a look. The old man spoke. His eyes had already landed on Jiang Chen. When he realized that Jiang Chen was only a late human immortal expert, His eyes were filled with disdain. In his point of view, a puny late human immortal junior couldn't possibly be that powerful. He had spent his entire life studying alchemy and had made great contributions to the prefecture to achieve his current status. But now a mere thief was treated as a guest. How could he feel good about this? Xianxia was well aware of this point. He didn't even need to think to know that the others behind him were thinking the same thing. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Xianxia. After Yan Qingqing finished her introduction, she looked at Xianxia with a smile. Young Master Jiang, this is Elder Dong Linfu, one of the best alchemists in Yan City and also the chief alchemist of the prefecture. He is highly respected by everyone. His cultivation base has already reached the half-step Heaven Immortal realm, just one step away from the true Heaven Immortal realm. The rest of them are also highly respected alchemists. They are my father's friends. They have contributed a lot to the prefecture's development in Yan City. Very fortunate. Xianxia held his fists at Dong Linfu and the others as a form of greeting. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Yan Qingqing's introduction. Xianxia had already guessed the identity of these people. As an alchemist himself, he could identify an alchemist with just a glance. Initially, I thought that the person chosen by young Miss would be extraordinary. But now it seems like he's just as. That's right. Young Miss, aren't you taking this man too seriously? He's only a late human immortal at such a young age. If it's only because of his alchemy skills, how can we, the old men, put our faces to the next level? Young Miss isn't an alchemist. Naturally, you don't know much about the Tao of alchemy. The Tao of alchemy is actually the same as cultivation. The art of alchemy is greatly affected by one's cultivation base. A mere late human immortal can only be considered as the lowest level alchemist. No matter how brilliant his skills are, he can't be that great. The moment they arrived, they were extremely dissatisfied with Xianxia's existence, the way he entered the prefecture and his current status. They even thought that Yan Qingqing might have taken a fancy to this pretty boy in front of them. However, they also understood Yan Qingqing's pride. An ordinary man wouldn't be able to enter her eyes, let alone a late human immortal brat. None of you have seen young Master Jiang concoct pills with your own eyes. Naturally, you don't know how brilliant young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are. I believe that if you had seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't be so hostile towards young Master Jiang. It can be said that young Master Jiang's alchemy skills are the best I have ever seen in my life. It can only be described as miraculous. Yan Qingqing said. What she said was the truth, but she said it on purpose. A smart woman always knew how to make use of the opportunity. It was within her expectation that Xianxia wouldn't be accepted by the alchemists here. She was going to make use of this kind of antagonistic relationship. Never seen in my life. Does young Miss mean that this brat's alchemy skills are even higher than mine? Dong Linfu's facial expression turned ugly instantly. If it wasn't Yan Qingqing who said this, he would have already lost his temper by comparing him to a late human immortal brat. Qingqing doesn't mean that. But young Master Zhang's alchemy skills can indeed be described as earth-shattering. Yan Qingqing continued. All right. Since young Miss thinks highly of this brat, this old man will compete with him. If this brat's alchemy skills are better than mine, this old man will give up the position of chief alchemist to him. Dong Linfu said. As a matter of fact, in his heart, a figure like Xianxia wasn't qualified to compete with him. It was an insult to him to compete with a puny late human immortal, but Yan Qingqing's words had completely provoked his dignity. He had no choice but to compete with Xianxia. Xianxia, you're right. Uncle Dong, this isn't very good. You are all from the prefecture. Now you are all working for the prefecture. Don't hurt the harmony between you two. Yan Qingqing said. It's precisely because we are all working for the prefecture that we have to compete with each other. There are many alchemists in the prefecture. We must have a chief alchemist. Plus, I also want to see if this brat is qualified to work for the prefecture. Dong Linfu had already made up his mind. He was going to compete with Xianxia and humiliate him. Since Elder Dong is so interested in it, I will play with you. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He knew very well that he had to accept the challenge. Only by doing so could he establish his position in the prefecture. Moreover, Xianxia had never been provoked like this before. If he didn't accept the challenge, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Alright, since you two want to compete, let's do it. You all know that my father is suffering from the cold poison. His condition is very bad. I have already obtained the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Why don't we use it as a competition? I will ask my father to come out of seclusion tomorrow and let him be the judge. What do you think? Yan Qingqing said solemnly. She had already prepared the ingredients to concoct the ardent yang pill. Originally she wanted Dong Linfu to concoct it. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would appear today. It was a good opportunity for them to compete. If they could really concoct the ardent yang pill, her father's cold poison wouldn't be a problem anymore. All right, let's compete tomorrow. Let's concoct the ardent yang pill together. Jiang Chen, I think you know how difficult it is to concoct the ardent yang pill. It's not something that can be compared to ordinary pills. If you think you can't do it, you should admit defeat now. Don't waste the eldest miss ingredients. You should know that every ingredient used to concoct the ardent yang pill is extremely precious. Dong Linfu looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled gently. His face was full of confidence. The concoction process of the ardent yang pill is indeed very complicated. This pill needs 49 ingredients that are extremely masculine and masculine. The key is to extract the masculine and masculine elements from the ingredients perfectly. It can be used to eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Unfortunately, I happen to have experience in concocting the ardent yang pill. After hearing this, Dong Linfu and the others were stunned. The way they looked at Jiang Chen changed slightly. The ardent yang pill was a superior pill. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't dare to try it. Although they didn't know whether Jiang Chen could concoct the ardent yang pill, they were shocked that Jiang Chen could smoothly explain the concoction method and the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill. If that's the case, I'll see you tomorrow. Dong Linfu snorted coldly. Then he turned around and left with a few alchemists. Although Jiang Chen could explain the concoction method of the ardent yang pill, it wasn't enough to make Dong Linfu think highly of Jiang Chen. From the beginning to the end, he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Young Master Jiang, are you confident in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a serious tone. She didn't dare to treat her father's injury lightly. Don't worry, eldest Mississippi. I'll definitely successfully concoct the ardent yang pill and eliminate the cold poison in the city lord's body. Chapter 1069. The next day, within the city lord's residence's meeting hall, many people had gathered early in the morning. Today was a very important day. A young alchemist had come yesterday, and today he would compete with the city lord's residence's alchemist Dong Linfu for the position of chief alchemist. To be able to enter this place even in the prefecture, one must possess two qualities. First, cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base here was a late earth immortal expert. There were even a few half-step heaven immortal experts. Second, loyalty. The people here were absolutely loyal to the prefecture. At least they could guarantee that the secret of the cold poison in the prefecture wouldn't be leaked. On both sides of the hall, experts were sitting side by side. The one sitting at the head was the alchemist Dong Linfu. Whether it was his cultivation base or his identity, he was the most qualified to sit at the head of the hall. The prefecture lord hadn't arrived yet. Young Miss and Jiang Chen hadn't appeared yet, but the people in the hall were already talking about it. A mere late human immortal dared to challenge a true alchemist, Dong Linfu? This was something worth discussing. Who the hell is that Jiang Chen? Isn't he overestimating himself? A puny human immortal dares to challenge Grandmaster Dong? I really don't know what gives him such confidence. That's right. Young mistress has always been calm and steady. Why is she acting so unreliable this time? The City Lord Mansion is one of the top powers in Yen City. Not everyone can come here and be a guest. Moreover, it's unheard of for an immortal to be a guest. Don't look down on that Jiang Chen. Yesterday I saw Jiang Chen concoct pills outside the prefecture with my own eyes. His concoction technique can only be described as shocking. At least I have never seen such a terrifying technique in my life. That's right. This Jiang Chen is a genius that shouldn't be underestimated. His combat strength is also extremely terrifying. Although he's only a late human immortal, an early earth immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He can defeat an opponent who's 2 levels higher than him. We can never do such a thing, but there's still a huge gap between Jiang Chen and Grandmaster Dong. It seems like Jiang Qin isn't strong enough to challenge Grandmaster Dong. Humph. I would like to see this man named Jiang Qin later. Let's see if he's really that powerful. A lot of people were filled with curiosity towards this Jiang Qin. At the same time, they also felt that the eldest miss was giving preferential treatment to Jiang Qin. This made them very dissatisfied in their hearts and they were quite resentful. However, there were also a few who followed Yan Qingqing and witnessed Jiang Qin concocting pellets with their own eyes yesterday. They felt that it was well-deserved for Jiang Qin to obtain the guest chat position. The scene of Jiang Qin concocting pellets yesterday could be described as shocking. It had already left an unerasable impression in their hearts. At this time, two silhouettes walked in from the outside. It was a man and a woman. At first glance they looked like a perfect match. They were none other than Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing. The fact that Yan Qingqing was accompanying Jiang Qin showed how much importance she attached to Jiang Qin. In an instant many people's gazes fell on Jiang Qin. Many of their gazes were as sharp as knives, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become tense. It was the first time for many of them to see Jiang Qin's appearance. Of course they had to observe him carefully. Everyone present was an expert. An invisible pressure was exerted on Jiang Qin. Facing this pressure, Jiang Qin still looked relaxed as if he couldn't feel it at all. His every movement was full of confidence and calmness. Many people were surprised that a young man could have such a temperament. Some people's impression of Jiang Qin had changed a lot just from the first impression. Dear elders, this is Jiang Qin. Today he is going to compete with Uncle Dong in concocting the ardent yang pill for my father. I believe this scene is worth watching. Yan Qingqing said with a smile. Since the eldest miss thinks so highly of him, we also want to see how capable he is to challenge Great Master Dong. Someone said. Everyone just wait and see. My father has already come out of seclusion. He and Uncle Yuan will be here soon. Yan Qingqing said. Almost as soon as her voice faded, two strong winds suddenly blew in from outside the hall. After that they turned into two silhouettes. Two middle-aged men had already entered the front of the hall. Such a terrifying speed made people exclaim in admiration. Everyone, including Dong Linfu, immediately stood up from their seats. They didn't dare to show any neglect towards these two newcomers. One of them was wearing a light yellow robe. He was tall and slender. His face was resolute and handsome. His eyes were sparkling. His every movement carried a noble qi. There was a faint fluctuation of air around him. That was the special sign of a heaven immortal expert. In the immortal world, the heaven immortal realm was a threshold, a very big threshold. Those who could become a heaven immortal would have a certain status in many places. Only after reaching the heaven immortal realm could one truly control the surrounding air and fly. This resolute man was none other than the tyrant of Yen City, the prefecture lord of the prefecture Yen Donglu. His cultivation base had already reached the early heaven immortal realm. The other man had a similarly powerful qi. His cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Yen Donglio's. His name was Yuan Hong, Yen Donglio's sworn brother. He held a very important position in the prefecture. There were a total of 2 heaven immortal experts in the prefecture. Prefecture Lord, Elder Yuan. Everyone greeted them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. And let's have a seat. Yen Donglu waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Then he and Yuan Hong turned around at the same time and their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. Young master, this is my father and this is Elder Yuan Hong. They are both heaven immortal experts, the most powerful existences in the prefecture. Yan Qingqing introduced. Jiang Qin greets Prefecture Lord and Elder Yuan. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at the two in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in their eyes. One should know that given their status, any ordinary late human immortal expert would be trembling in front of them. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, had such a temperament at such a young age. It was really rare for someone like him to have such temperament. Jiang Qin, I heard that your alchemy skill is superb. You are able to concoct the complicated ardent yang pill with just a late human immortal cultivation base. Yen Donglu said, his tone full of doubt. If this young man wasn't recommended by his daughter, he was afraid that he wouldn't waste his time on a human immortal. If I'm not wrong, the cold poison in Prefecture Lord's body has already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If it's not removed as soon as possible, Even 100 ardent yang pills won't be able to solve the root of the problem. Jiang Qin didn't answer Yan Dongliu's question but changed the topic. Chapter 1070. Yan Donglu now had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. At least he no longer looked down on Jiang Qin like before. Regardless of Jiang Qin's cultivation, the fact that Jiang Qin was able to see through him with a single glance was enough to attract his attention. Not a bad kid. I don't think Qingqing will be that bad. However, Jiang Qin Grandmaster Dong is a true master among alchemists. No matter what kind of pill he concocts, he will rarely fail. You have the guts to compete with him, which shows that the younger generation will surpass the older. However, how confident are you in concocting the ardent yang pill? Yan Donglu asked. His tone was much softer than before. I have never failed in concocting pills, Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. His casual words and actions were filled with great confidence. This kind of confidence would infect the others, making them feel that Jiang Qin's confidence was real. A confidence that came from his bones. What he said proved that he had the ability and wasn't just boasting. That's right. That's right. Young man shouldn't boast. You should know that even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say that he has never failed. Yuan Hong chuckled. Jiang Qin didn't respond to Yuan Hong's words. He never liked to talk, he preferred to use his actions. City Lord, this kid seems to be very arrogant. In that case, I will let him know what true alchemy is. Dong Linfu once again stood up from his seat. In order to defend his dignity and status as the chief alchemist, he felt that it was necessary for him to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Otherwise, he would become a joke in front of everyone. Very well. In that case, you two can have a competition. I will be the judge for you. This ardent yang pill is very useful to me. I hope you two will be more attentive. If you can completely remove the cold poison in my body, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yan Donglu said. He was at his wits' end regarding the cold poison in his body. Given his cultivation, he could only suppress the cold poison but couldn't remove it completely. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Just like what Jiang Qin said, the cold poison had already penetrated deep into his bone marrow. If he couldn't find a way to remove it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong sat at the highest position in the center of the hall. The others also moved to the back to make room for Jiang Qin and Dong Linfu. To them, it was an incomparably rare thing to be able to witness Dong Linfu's alchemy. Normally, no one would disturb an alchemist when he was concocting pills. Dong Linfu was the chief alchemist of the prefecture. It was a pleasure and an eye-opener for them to be able to watch him concoct pills. As for Jiang Qin, most of them didn't put him in their eyes. First of all, they had profound cultivation base. They wouldn't put a late human immortal in their eyes. Secondly, Jiang Qin's opponent was the mighty Dong Linfu. They had no confidence in Jiang Qin at all. After all, Dong Linfu's prestige in the prefecture was just too high. Yan Qingqing turned her palm and two light gray storage pouches appeared. She then handed them to Jiang Qin and Dong Linfu respectively and said, "Both of you, these are the ingredients for concocting the ardent yang pill. Because the ingredients of the ardent yang pill are very precious, I have spent a lot of effort but only managed to find 2 sets of ingredients." Everyone could hear the hidden meaning in Yan Qingqing's words. She was reminding them that they only had one chance. Once they failed, they would truly fail. In other words, this was a competition where there was no chance of failure. This was extremely harsh for an alchemist. At the same time, it was also a great test for an alchemist's alchemy level. Only 1 set of ingredients for each person. This is really a test of one's alchemy level. I heard that the ardent yang pill is concocted with 49 different kinds of ingredients. It's very easy to fail. For an alchemist like Grandmaster Dong, there should be very little chance of failure. To me, it's a pleasure to be able to witness such a scene with my own eyes. How can a puny human immortal concoct such a complicated pill? I think that Jiang Qin is just seeking his own humiliation. Eldest Miss is taking him too seriously. Let's wait and see. I think this guy has some skills. As long as he's not an idiot, he won't embarrass himself in front of the prefecture lord. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. The concoction of only 1 set of ingredients had caused the atmosphere to become somewhat heavy. Jiang Qin, it's not too late for you to regret it now. The ingredients for the ardent yang pill are extremely precious. I hope you won't waste it, Dong Linfu said to Jiang Qin with a cold and arrogant face. Grandmaster, don't waste it, Jiang Qin said indifferently. He was extremely confident in his alchemy level. He didn't put a person like Dong Linfu in his eyes at all. Boasting shamelessly. Let's begin. Dong Linfu let out a cold snort. Then he mobilized his spiritual strength and began to prepare for the refinement of the pill. One could see that a trace of seriousness had appeared on his face. After all, the ardent sun pill was not easy to refine. Moreover, there was only one set of precious medicinal ingredients. This was a test in itself. Moreover, he was refining the pill in front of all the higher-ups of the city governor's mansion. Moreover, it concerned the recovery of the city governor's mansion's cold poison. If anything went wrong, his reputation would be ruined. Voila! While Dong Linfu was preparing for the concoction, Jiang Qin had already taken out all the ingredients from his storage pouch. 49 different kinds of ingredients were floating in front of Jiang Qin. They emitted a strong medicinal fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, most of the ingredients used to concoct the ardent yang pill were extremely hot. Breathing in this kind of medicinal fragrance would bring great benefits to a cultivator. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then a large flame was released by Jiang Qin. In an instant, all the 49 ingredients were enveloped by the flame. What? Seeing this, many people exclaimed. This scene immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Apart from Yan Qingqing and those experts who had seen Jiang Qin concoct pills yesterday, everyone else had their eyes wide open. Even Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were staring at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Even Dong Linfu was shocked. He was still preparing to adjust his qi, but Jiang Qin had already started concocting the pill. What was even more unbelievable was that Jiang Qin's concoction method was simply unheard of. What kind of joke is this? How can there be such a way to concoct pills? Everyone knows that the most important step in concoction is purification. The first step is to extract all the essences of each ingredient. This step is done one by one because different herbs have different melting points. This brat is actually refining 49 kinds of ingredients at the same time. Isn't this a joke? Bastard. This is simply a bastard concoction method. He is destroying the ingredients and wasting them. Even a senior alchemist wouldn't dare to do this. I have seen Master Dong refining 3 kinds of ingredients at the same time, and that was already shocking enough. 49. This is simply nonsense. Doesn't he need to prepare before concocting the pill? Concocting a pill is a very mentally exhausting process. The more difficult the pill is, the more mentally exhausting it is. Even Master Dong needs to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he dares to start. Is this guy really an alchemist? Everyone was shocked, especially those alchemists who were sitting there. They had an impulse to spurt out blood. Some of them couldn't control their emotions and stood up from their seats. In their opinion, Jiang Qin's concoction method was simply a joke. As an alchemist, they knew very well how difficult and complicated the process of concocting a pill was. Everyone, don't be restless, Yan Donglu said in a low voice. He was afraid that such restlessness would affect Jiang Qin's concoction. Although he was also shocked, Yan Qingqing had told him about Jiang Qin's concoction method. Therefore, he believed that Jiang Qin still had some tricks up his sleeve. Pa-pa. Popping sounds kept ringing out from the sea of flames. That was the sound of herbs being smelted. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the sea of flames in front of Jiang Qin, as well as his relaxed expression. It was as if concocting pills was as easy as eating a meal for him. As time passed, the scene became incomparably quiet. No one dared to blink their eyes. Even Dong Linfu, who was the closest to Jiang Qin, was immersed in the process of Jiang Qin's concoction. He even forgot to adjust his state of mind. Everyone present was an expert. Even if they weren't alchemists, their eyesight was incomparably unique. In addition, Jiang Qin didn't conceal his concoction process at all. Everyone could see it clearly. Because of this, they were even more shocked. In their eyes, 49 different herbs were being melted bit by bit in the sea of fire. All of their essences were being extracted at an incredible speed, and not a single bit of waste was left in the process. This was too terrifying. Jiang Qin's control of the flame and the melting point of the herbs was so precise that it was terrifying. My God! How could this be possible? This is too shocking. I have never seen such a terrifying concoction method. All the herbs are being smelted at the same time without affecting each other. All the essences are being extracted at the same time. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. I have never heard of this before. This is too shocking. If he can really concoct the ardent yang pill in such a way, it will be a miracle. But I still don't believe that he can do it. He's only a late human immortal. Everyone don't talk. Just watch. I hope to see the birth of a miracle. Such a terrifying concoction method. Once it succeeds, it will greatly reduce the concoction time. Chapter 1071. Taking Dong Linfu as an example, if he wanted to concoct an ardent yang pill, he would first have to prepare for more than 10 minutes before he started to smelt the medicinal herbs. This process was the most complicated. Even if he smelted 3 medicinal herbs at the same time, it would still take him 2 hours to finish smelting all 49 medicinal herbs. In addition, it would consume a lot of soul power and he might need to recover for a short period of time. The step of fusion was also very important. If there was any mistake, it would become a useless pill. Therefore, it would take at least one morning to concoct an ardent yang pill. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. His great soul derivation technique had been cultivated to the pinnacle. He could do whatever he wanted. Even during the process of concocting pills, it wouldn't stop him from paying attention to other things. This kind of unique advantage made countless alchemists go crazy with jealousy. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with infatuation. A man was the most charming when he was serious. A man with outstanding ability was even more charming. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen was the most charming kind. Jiang Chen completely ignored the exclamations of the people around him. He continued to concoct pills. His hands were dancing in the air, making all kinds of complicated seals and sending them into the sea of fire. In just 10 minutes, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs had been completely extracted by Jiang Chen. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't slack off at all. More importantly, the essence of the 49 medicinal herbs was not wasted at all. This was the rarest thing. Could be said to be perfect. How could there be such a technique? Dong Linfu was completely stunned. He had been concocting pills for so many years, but he had never seen such a smelting technique. Just from this aspect, even he couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He had no idea how Jiang Chen did it. In other words, what he needed 2 hours to do was done by Jiang Chen in 10 minutes. Moreover, it was done so perfectly. He believed that even if he spent 2 hours, he wouldn't be able to do it as perfectly as Jiang Chen. Amazing, First Miss Eyes are really amazing. Today we've really broadened our horizons. Damn it. What kind of monstrous genius is this kid? He's such a terrifying alchemist. Even those major powers in One-Line Sky would want to rope him in. Why did he come to our Yen city? Master Dong hasn't even started and he has already extracted the essence of 49 medicinal herbs perfectly. This is a miracle. Let's see if he can complete the final fusion process. If he can really refine the scorching yang elixir perfectly, he will be an unparalleled genius in the alchemy world. He will break the myth of countless alchemists. No one wasn't shocked. Even Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong couldn't remain calm. Although they weren't alchemists themselves, they had met plenty of alchemists. Jiang Chen's appearance had completely subverted their understanding of alchemists. It turned out that alchemy could be so simple, so casual. But the sound of crackling could still be heard from the sea of fire. Jiang Chen's hand seals became more frequent and faster. His hands kept pressing inwards. The essence of 49 medicinal herbs began to fuse with each other at the same time. Seeing this scene, Master Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The fusion point of each medicinal herb is different. He must find a similar fusion point first and then gradually fuse them together. Otherwise, the pill will explode easily. Master Dong's eyes were about to spurt out fire. His body was trembling with excitement. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was a madman. Why are you so excited, Master Dong? What you can't do, can't others do it? Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Master Dong and said with a smile. What? He could still talk to others in the process of alchemy? Damn, is he still human? The most important thing in alchemy was to concentrate. Fusing the essence of 49 medicinal herbs at the same time was already a crazy action, but he could still talk to others. Many of them felt like they were about to faint, especially those alchemists. They had already started wiping their sweat. If Jiang Qin could successfully concoct the pill under such circumstances, it would be a miracle among miracles. Master Dong didn't seem to hear Jiang Chen's words at all. His whole mind had been attracted by Jiang Chen's alchemy process. He was completely immersed in it. Not only him but everyone in the hall was breathing heavily and their eyes were blazing. Many of them felt that Jiang Qin would definitely succeed. He wasn't bragging, he really had the ability. Today they would witness the birth of an unprecedented miracle. Miracles would always happen. No one knew how many miracles Jiang Qin had created in his life, but this kind of alchemy wasn't a miracle to Jiang Qin. It might be impossible in the eyes of others, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it was just a piece of cake. Compared to the battle against Saint Origin Palace, concocting the ardent yang pill was simply a piece of cake. Not to mention the battle against Saint Origin Palace, the process of concocting the ardent yang pill was just child's play compared to the 9 yang less rond pill. They weren't on the same level. It didn't take long. If one were to calculate it carefully, it should be around 10 minutes before the fusion process was completed. Withdraw. Jiang Qin gave a light shout. The flame in front of him vanished with a swoosh. It was absorbed into Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. At the same time, a golden pill was fluttering in front of Jiang Chen's face, making buzzing sounds from time to time. An extremely strong medicinal fragrance spread out like a tidal wave, filling the entire hall in an instant. The pill carried a strong yang qi. After absorbing it, one would feel that the qi and blood and immortal qi in one's body would be mobilized. That feeling could only be described as comfortable. The pill was golden in color with a wriggling fluid inside, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Lines of patterns could be seen on its surface. This was the supreme grade ardent yang pill, the highest grade of ardent yang pill. Jiang Qin waved his hand. The ardent yang pill began to flutter in the hall. It flew around everyone's face so that they could see it clearly. Finally, it stopped in front of Yan Donglio's face. By God! The surface of this pill is smooth and glossy. It's transparent and there is fluid flowing inside. How could an ardent yang pill reach such a level? Amazing. He actually succeeded. I've never seen a pill of such grade before. It's completely different from the ardent yang pill that I have imagined. The scariest thing is not only the grade of the pill but also the process of concocting it. The whole process took him more than 20 minutes. An ardent yang pill that was refined using 49 kinds of herbs was completed in such a short period of time. This can no longer be described as appalling. For a moment the entire hall was in an uproar. Those who looked down on, ridiculed and even showed hostility towards Jiang Qin before had completely changed their attitude towards Jiang Qin. Even those alchemists were now looking at Jiang Qin with respect and passion. Yan Donglu looked at the pill in front of him. The radiance in his eyes became more intense. He reached out his hand to hold the ardent yang pill. Immediately he felt a surge of warmth. Traces of qi flowed into his body through his palm, making him feel incomparably comfortable. What a strong medicinal effect. Even in the entire one-line sky, no one can concoct such an ardent yang pill. There's only one of them. Yan Donglu was incomparably excited. He couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing such a pill, he felt that there was hope for his injuries to be cured. Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't leave Jiang Qin anymore. Her beautiful face was flushed. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? No, that's impossible. Yan Qingqing sensed the change in her mentality, which made her even more shocked. She had always been cold and arrogant. She was talented and devoted to cultivation. There were too many young men pursuing her, but she had never given them a second glance. This was the first time she had experienced such a change. However, this was normal. Which young lady didn't yearn for love? A man like Jiang Qin had a fatal attraction to women. Only then did Dong Linfu recover from his shock. His face turned incomparably pale. He knew that he had been utterly defeated. Before he could even prepare himself, his opponent had already completed the entire alchemy process and created an unprecedented ardent yang pill. City Lord, can I have a look at this ardent yang pill? Dong Linfu bowed to Yan Donglu. Please have a look, Master Dong. Yan Donglu was in a good mood at the moment. He threw the ardent yang pill to Dong Linfu. Dong Linfu took the pill. With his eyesight he could naturally tell that the pill in his hand was of a terrifying grade. He looked it over carefully, then sighed heavily. It's really of the highest grade. Even if I could concoct the ardent yang pill, it wouldn't even be half as good as this. Dong Linfu was thoroughly convinced. He respectfully handed the pill to Yen Donglu again, then sat in front of Jiang Qin and cupped his fists at Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, your alchemy skill is unprecedented. This old man admires you from the bottom of my heart. Please forgive me for offending Brother Jiang Qin. Chapter 1072. Dong Linfu lowered his head. He didn't think that it was a shameful thing to lower his head to Jiang Qin. The others also had the same thought. In the eyes of Yen Donglu and the others, Dong Linfu was a man who could afford to lose. Not only would he not be looked down upon by others, he would also be admired by others. Jiang Qin's astounding alchemy skill had gained everyone's recognition. A single ardent yang pill was enough to establish Jiang Qin's unique position in the prefecture. At this time, not to mention the guest elders, even Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong didn't treat Jiang Qin as an ordinary late human immortal anymore. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was an alchemy master, an extremely awesome alchemy master. They were afraid that the position of the chief alchemist of the prefecture would change hands from now on. Master Dong, you don't have to be so courteous. We will be working for the prefecture in the future and there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate. If Master has any questions in alchemy, you can ask me anytime. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What he said was incomparably arrogant, telling Dong Linfu to come and ask him if he had any questions in the future. That meant that Jiang Qin had already understood everything. Even the most powerful alchemist wouldn't dare to say something like that. However, Jiang Qin dared to say it and no one thought that he was boasting because his performance just now had shocked everyone and made them look at him in a new light. If it was before, Dong Linfu would definitely scoff at such arrogant words, but now he felt incomparably happy. Jiang Qin didn't get angry because of his disrespect towards him, and instead wanted to teach him how to concoct pills. This was a great thing. One should know that Dong Linfu had been studying alchemy for so many years. Naturally, he had encountered a lot of problems. If Jiang Qin could help him solve these problems, it would be immeasurable to him. His alchemy skill would definitely reach a higher level and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the heaven immortal realm. Haha. Brother Jiang is right. We are all working for the prefecture. There will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Dong Linfu laughed heartily, and the awkward atmosphere was completely alleviated with this laugh. Dong Linfu's performance also changed Jiang Qin's impression of him. A person who could afford to lose was always worthy of respect. Daddy, the person I recommended is not bad, right? Yen Qingqing came to Yen Donglio's side and said proudly. My daughter has a discerning eye. He's quite amazing. Yen Donglu wasn't stingy in praising his daughter. Yen Qingqing was able to rope in a person like Jiang Qin to the city lord's mansion. It was a great benefit for the city lord's mansion. Putting aside the fact that the ardent yang pill could cure his cold poison, if an alchemist like Jiang Qin was roped in by the other two major powers of Yen City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, hurry up and consume the ardent yang pill. Let's see if it can completely eliminate the cold poison in your body. Yen Qingqing urged her father. It's impossible to completely eliminate the cold poison in your body with the ardent yang pill made from the 49 herbs. However, I have added the 9 solar holy water into the ardent yang pill, which can restrain the cold poison. In addition to the medicinal properties of the ardent yang pill, the cold poison will be completely eliminated in an instant. City Lord will also gain a lot of benefits from it. Jiang Qin said. Is that so? Yen Donglu was stunned. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had changed. No wonder he felt that the ardent yang pill in his hand was different. It turned out that the ingredients weren't as simple as it seemed. The 9 solar saint water was the most important ingredient. It seemed like he had found the right person today. Without Jiang Qin, he had no idea how to deal with the cold poison in his body. Even if he had enough ingredients, even if Dong Linfu could successfully concoct the ardent yang pill, according to Jiang Qin, he still wouldn't be able to get rid of the cold poison. Yen Donglu didn't waste any more time. The cold poison in his body was constantly eroding his body. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. In front of everyone, he swallowed the ardent yang pill. the medicinal energy of the pill instantly turned into a clear stream and rushed into his limbs and bones, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. At the same time, Yan Donglu removed the suppression on the cold poison. Immediately, the cold poison in his body was stimulated and collided with the efficacy of the ardent yang pill. In just a few minutes, all the cold poison in his body had been completely eliminated. Not only that, because of the medicinal energy of the ardent yang pill, the immortal qi in Yan Dongliu's qi had become even more vigorous. His cultivation base had advanced once again, reaching the peak of early heaven immortal realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This was an unexpected surprise that Yan Donglu had never thought of before. It was already a happy thing for everyone that the cold poison had been eliminated. Now he had gained an unexpected benefit and his cultivation base had advanced further. To Yan Donglu, the current situation was like a dream. Yan Donglu suddenly stood up from his seat and looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the center of the hall with blazing eyes. Awesome. Awesome. Brother Zhang's means are simply extraordinary. I've been suffering from the cold poison for the past few days and couldn't do anything about it. Never had I thought that the ardent yang pill refined by Brother Jiang could remove the cold poison in just a few minutes and improve my cultivation base to the peak of early heaven immortal realm. Upon hearing this, the others hastily stood up from their seats and congratulated Jiang Chen. Congratulations, City Lord. 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 Our prefecture will certainly become stronger and stronger in the future. It's only a matter of time before we suppress the other two major powers. Master Jiang is truly an extraordinary man. It's a great fortune for the prefecture to have such a talent. Although these words were filled with flattery, they came from their true feelings towards the prefecture. As the people of the prefecture, they naturally hoped that the prefecture would become more and more powerful. If the prefecture could gain complete control of Yan City, then all the cultivation resources would belong to the prefecture and they would be able to obtain more resources. Naturally, this was what they wanted to see. Jiang Chen, tell me, what do you want? I'll reward you handsomely. Yan Donglu said in a heroic manner. I do need some immortal meta stones. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Yan Donglu. What he needed the most right now was immortal meta stones. He was going to break through to the half-step Earth immortal realm very soon. Without a large amount of immortal meta stones, it wouldn't be possible. Plus, he wouldn't dare to make a losing deal. Yes, you have made a great contribution this time. I'll reward you with 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Yan Donglu didn't even think about it and gave out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. In his point of view, spending 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones on Jiang Chen was absolutely worth it. Chapter 1073. 1,000,000 low-grade immortal meta stones. Such a terrifying amount made many of them feel a heartache. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious at all. In the immortal plane, immortal essence stones were the most important thing. Every cultivator needed them and they could not be lacking. However, they knew very well that apart from thanking Jiang Chen for helping Yan Donglu solve the problem of the cold poison, Yan Donglu also wanted to rope in Jiang Chen. Plus, they understood that as long as Jiang Chen worked for the prefecture wholeheartedly, the value that he would bring to the prefecture in the future wouldn't be less than 1,000,000. Yan City was the overlord of this generation and the City Lord Mansion was a giant among giants. It was not something that a small place like the Han Village could compare to. 1,000,000 was an astronomical figure to the Han Village, but it was nothing to the City Lord Mansion, who had a lot of assets. Thank you, prefecture. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yan Donglu. From now on, Jiang Chen was considered a rich man. At least he wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in a short period of time. Qingqing, I have obtained great benefits this time and I need some time to digest them. Take good care of Jiang Chen. Everyone is dismissed. Yan Donglu said to Yan Qingqing. Don't worry, Daddy. Yan Qingqing smiled. As a matter of fact, all the matters in the prefecture were basically handled by Yan Qingqing. She was the only daughter of Yan Donglu, but she was much more useful than any other man. Yan Donglu was in a good mood. He laughed heartily as he left the main hall with Yuan Hong. The cold poison that had troubled him for days had finally been resolved. Besides, he had also obtained great benefits from it. It was impossible for him to not be happy about it. There was no reason for him to be unhappy about the fact that the prefecture had recruited a genius like Jiang Chen. Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong left the hall. Both of them were mighty heaven immortal experts and had the highest status in the prefecture. They rarely appeared in the hall. If it wasn't for the special circumstances, they wouldn't have come today. After the two of them left, the hall started to get lively. Those elders and guests started to chat and stood up. In an instant they surrounded Jiang Chen. Given their arrogance, they would never have dreamed that they would be able to treat a young human immortal with such importance. Grandmaster Jiang, I didn't expect your alchemy skills to be so exquisite. I hope Grandmaster Jiang won't take our words to heart. That's right, Master Jiang. If I need anything in the future, I'll have to trouble Master Jiang to help me. Grandmaster Jiang has become an alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. You are indeed a rare genius in the world of alchemy. We will be working for the City Lord's mansion in the future, so we will certainly be disturbing you. Please forgive us. Everyone was talking at the same time. This was a typical case of trying to curry favor with Jiang Chen. This was normal, no one wanted to offend a powerful alchemist. In the future, if they needed any pills, they would have to ask Jiang Chen for help. Therefore, it was very important for them to have a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Such a scene made Jiang Chen extremely uncomfortable and gave him a headache. After casually saying a few words, he left the main hall and returned to his courtyard. Now that his position in the prefecture had been established and he had obtained 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones, he would put all his attention on cultivation. As for whether he could improve his cultivation base in a short period of time, Jiang Chen didn't really care. Anyway, he didn't have any enemies, so he didn't feel any sense of urgency. However, the imprint in his body was constantly threatening him. He knew very well that this imprint was cast by an incomparably powerful expert. If he didn't have the immortal mark to block it, the expert would immediately detect it. Jiang Chen didn't like to be in a passive position, especially this kind of passive position. It made him feel that his life would be threatened at any time. Therefore, he must refine this imprint as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Not long after Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard, Yan Qingqing arrived as well. She was holding a storage pouch in her hand and her face was filled with a spring breeze smile. Jiang Chen didn't know that it was a miracle to see the eldest miss smiling so much in the prefecture. Every noble woman had a cold and arrogant heart, especially those beauties who could cause the downfall of cities and kingdoms. They rarely smiled at others. To Yan Qingqing, seeing Jiang Chen made her happy. It was a kind of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't control it and couldn't control it. Eldest Mississippi, Jiang Chen greeted. You don't have to be so polite, young master. Just call me Qingqing in the future. I can see that young master is a few years older than Qingqing. If you don't mind, I will call you Big Brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing smiled sweetly. When she called Big Brother Jiang, her face couldn't help but blush. All right. Jiang Chen smiled. He was a free and easy person, so he didn't really care about the way he was addressed. Big Brother Jiang, here's 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones. This is what you deserve. This time, by concocting the Ardent Yang pill, you have eliminated Father's cold poison and hidden danger. You have done a great service for the City Lord Mansion, said Yan Qingqing. Eldest Miss, you don't have to worry about it. Plus, I didn't help you for nothing. Isn't this 1,000,000? Jiang Chen waved the storage pouch in his hand. Now that our prefecture has a talent like Big Brother Jiang, I believe that it won't take long for our overall strength to surpass the other two major powers in Yen City. My father's biggest wish is to unify Yen City. Big Brother Jiang's appearance has given my father hope, said Yan Qingqing. Could it be that there are other major powers in Yen City that can go against the prefecture? Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't think of this. One should know that a city like this was usually ruled by the prefecture. The prefecture basically represented everything. Very few major powers could go against the prefecture. Listening to Yan Qingqing's words, it seemed like there were two other major powers in Yen City that could go against the prefecture. However, this was also possible. Back in Fragrant Sky City, the Murong family had the power to go against the prefecture and they had been fighting each other constantly. That's right. That's right. In addition to the prefecture, there's also the Huang family and Yi Yuan Association. Both of them are very influential major powers. Yuan Association is slightly better as it mainly deals in business and won't have any conflicts with us. My father has a good relationship with the president of Yuan Association. They are friendly and maintain a neutral stance. As for the Huang family, they have been constantly fighting with us for various resources. They have 2 early heaven immortal experts and their subordinates are almost the same as our prefecture. If there's a chance, they will never let go of the chance to destroy our prefecture. That's why we didn't dare to spread the news of my father being afflicted by the cold poison. But now the cold poison has been removed by Big Brother Jiang, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Chapter 1074. I see. Jiang Qin nodded. The situation in Yen City was similar to Fragrant Sky City. Apart from Yuan Association, the competition between the Huang family and the City Lord's Mansion was the same as that between the Jiang family and the Murong family. Of course, Fragrant Sky City and Yen City couldn't do anything about it. The Jiang family and the Murong family couldn't be compared to the major powers here. This was the immortal world, a completely different level. Jiang Qin also understood why Yan Qingqing tried her best to rope him in yesterday. If an alchemist like him was roped in by the Huang family, it would be a great blow to the City Lord's Mansion. This kind of blow might not be obvious in a short period of time, but after a long time the gap between the two sides would be revealed. At that time, it would be a fatal blow to the City Lord's Mansion. By the way, where did Brother Jiang come from? Given your talent and alchemy skills, even if you go to a major sect in One Line Sky, you will definitely be valued and have a certain status. Why did you come to our City Lord's Mansion and walk together with the villagers of Han Family Village? Yan Qingqing asked. She was very interested in the origin of Jiang Qin. There was no way she wouldn't be interested. An outstanding figure like Jiang Qin appearing in Yen City was a bit unusual. Miss Qingqing, this is a secret of mine. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. I can only say that my appearance won't bring any harm to the City Lord's Mansion. Jiang Qin said with a smile. There was nothing that he couldn't reveal about his identity as an ascendant, but because of the appearance of the soul imprint, his identity had become a little sensitive. Now, the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world must be looking for his traces everywhere. Now that the soul imprint had disappeared, the only clue for the northern and southern dynasties to find him was the ascendant. If they could locate the ascendant in a certain area and time, it would be very easy for them to find him. Therefore, the ascendant had become the biggest secret of Jiang Qin after he arrived in the immortal world. No matter what, he couldn't reveal it. If it wasn't done well, his life would be in danger. At that time it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since Brother Jiang isn't willing to reveal it, Qingqing naturally won't force you. Yan Qingqing said. Miss Qingqing, when I concocted the ardent yang pill earlier, I exhausted quite a bit of my soul energy. I need some time to recover. Jiang Qin said in an extremely euphemistic manner. And Big Brother Jiang can rest here. I won't disturb you any longer. If there's anything you need, Big Brother Jiang can summon Qingqing anytime. Yan Qingqing promptly said. After that she turned around and left. She didn't know why, but the moment she stepped out of the gate of the courtyard, Yan Qingqing actually felt a bit reluctant. She understood in her heart that she might have taken a fancy to this talented and good-looking young man. However, it was a pity that he didn't seem to have any feelings for her. Sigh. Yan Qingqing heaved a heavy sigh. Love was not something that could be forced. Everything was up to fate. Looking at Yan Qingqing's disappearing figure, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. How could he not feel Yan Qingqing's affection towards him? However, he could only keep a respectful distance from her. There were some feelings that he couldn't bear. He already had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. He wasn't willing to provoke other women. Moreover, Jiang Qin had just arrived in the immortal world. There were many places that he didn't know about. Now all he wanted to do was to increase his cultivation base and establish a foothold in the immortal world. His target was definitely not just a small Yen city or One Line Sky, but the entire immortal domain. After Yan Qingqing left, Jiang Qin chose to go into seclusion. Currently, there were 200,000 dragon marks in his body. The 12-story Zulong Tower had been restored to its perfect state. The Heavenly Saint Sword was equivalent to a peak human-grade immortal tool. An ordinary Earth-grade immortal tool couldn't even be compared to it. These were all Zhou Xian's trump cards. Right now, the most important thing for Zhou Xian was to get rid of the brand in his body. That brand was like a thorn in his flesh, and Zhou Xian wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of it. Buzz. The dragon transformation skill revolved to the extreme. The evolved dragon transformation skill was much more terrifying than before. This was also the reason why Zhou Xian had the confidence to refine the imprint. However, the owner of the imprint was too powerful. With Zhou Xian's current cultivation base, he was afraid that it would take some time for him to completely refine the imprint. In the next 2 days, Zhou Xian was completely immersed in the process of refining the imprint. This kind of single-minded refinement had indeed achieved great results. In just 2 days, about 1/3 of the imprint had been refined. Creak. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. Although Zhou Xian was in the room, his perception was very sharp. He immediately sensed it and withdrew his qi. At this time, the door of his room was also pushed open. A silhouette entered Zhou Xian's sight. This kind of situation annoyed Zhou Xian very much. What he hated the most in his life was people disturbing him when he was in seclusion. He wanted to see who it was before he went crazy. The one standing at the entrance was a young man in clean blue clothes. He had a head full of thick black hair. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He seemed to be quite talented. He had already reached the late Earth Immortal realm at such a young age, which was on par with Xianxia. Such a cultivation base could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire Yan city. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian didn't know this person. He had never seen him before. "You are Zhou Xian?" The incomer's tone was unfriendly. His eyes were constantly sizing up Zhou Xian with hostility. "Do I owe you money?" asked Zhou Xian impatiently. They didn't know each other, but the incomer spoke in such a tone and attitude. "I don't owe you money, so why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous?" Zhou Xian hated people who were born with a sense of superiority and considered themselves geniuses. "I'm Yuan Qingjun. Yuan Hong is my father." Yuan Qingjun announced his name and even mentioned his father to show how noble his status in the city lord mansion was. Yuan Hong's son was a late Earth Immortal genius. Such a young talent was indeed rare. With a heaven immortal father, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. "I'm not interested in who you are, but it's rude of you to barge into my room. Didn't your father teach you manners?" Zhou Qian's tone was unfriendly. Not to mention Yuan Hong's son, even if it was Yan Donglio's son, he wouldn't give a damn about it. Zhou Qian's words stunned Yuan Qingjun. He never thought that Zhou Qian would dare to speak to him in such a tone, especially after knowing his identity. One should know that there weren't many young men in the entire Yan city who dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone in the prefecture. Furthermore, Zhou Qian didn't put him in his eyes at all. That kind of contempt had undoubtedly stimulated Yuan Qingjun's strong self-esteem. "Zhou Qian, you're just a puny human immortal. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death with a palm?" Yuan Qingjun was infuriated. Not knowing why, he couldn't control his anger whenever he saw Zhou Qian. "I advise you not to keep the word death in your mouth, because you don't know how scary it is," Zhou Qian said plainly. "Humph. Zhou Qian, what else can you do besides alchemy? I won't argue with you for the sake that you concocted pills for the prefecture lord, but I have to remind you to stay away from Sister Qingqing in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yuan Qingjun harumphed coldly and gave a warning to Zhou Qian. He had gone out for training and had only returned yesterday. Immediately, he heard about Zhou Qian's deeds. What he couldn't stand was Yan Qingqing's friendliness towards Zhou Qian. How could he stand it? Everyone in the prefecture knew that he, Yuan Qingjun, had been pursuing Yan Qingqing for a long time. In everyone's eyes, he and Yan Qingqing were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. But in fact, Yan Qingqing had always been lukewarm to him. Even so, Yuan Qingjun didn't give up on pursuing Yan Qingqing. In his opinion, a peerless woman was supposed to be cold and arrogant, but Yan Qingqing had never treated him the same way as she did to Zhou Qian. He came to see Zhou Qian today mainly for 2 purposes. One was to threaten Zhou Qian, and the other was to see how outstanding the man that Yan Qingqing fancied was. Now it seemed that he was very disappointed. Apart from alchemy, this Zhou Qian was inferior to him in terms of looks, cultivation, strength and charm. Compared to him, Zhou Qian was simply incomparable. It would be better if he was defeated by a genius who was more outstanding than him. But now he was defeated by a worldly immortal. This was simply a humiliation to him. He couldn't imagine that the arrogant Yan Qingqing would have such an eyesight. But no matter what, Yan Qingqing belonged to him. If Jiang Chen wanted to snatch her away, he would never be polite to Jiang Chen. It's none of your business. Whoever Yan Qingqing likes, it's her own business. I can't control it. If there's nothing else, please get lost at once. Don't delay my cultivation. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said impatiently. He understood the purpose of Yuan Qingjuan's visit, but this had nothing to do with him. In this aspect, he really didn't have time to play with Yuan Qingjun. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to offend Yuan Hong, he was afraid that he would have attacked him without hesitation. Even if the opponent was a late Earth Immortal expert, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. What a good Jiang Chen. How can a puny human immortal be so arrogant? Remember my words clearly. I hope that you won't provoke me in the future. You should know better than anyone else the consequences of provoking me, Yuan Qingjun, in the prefecture. Chapter 1075. Yuan Qingjuan's faint killing intent couldn't escape Jiang Chen's perception. Looking at Yuan Qingjuan's disappearing back, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. I hope you won't provoke me, Jiang Chen said faintly. He didn't want to make trouble with the people of the City Lord Mansion, but if this Yuan Qingjun really didn't have the foresight to provoke him, then he wouldn't be polite. All along, those who provoked Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. A breeze blew out from Jiang Chen's body and the door closed automatically. Jiang Chen continued his seclusion, working hard to refine the imprint in his body. This process lasted until night. The moonlight shone through the window into the room and sprinkled on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly he felt a little restless. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of Yuan Qingjun during the day, but his heart couldn't completely calm down for a while. This kind of situation was extremely rare in the history of Jiang Chen's cultivation. Since he couldn't calm down, there was no need to continue his seclusion. Jiang Chen stretched his body and stood up from the praying mat. He gently pushed the door open and a cool breeze blew past, making people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. The night tonight was not bad with a full moon and bright stars, but he had a feeling of loneliness. It was the loneliness that came from the heart. In his previous life, he was obsessed with cultivation all his life. Although he was lonely, he never knew what loneliness was. When he advanced, he had relatives, lovers, brothers, and friends. Now these people were not around and he was all alone, so the feeling of loneliness arose spontaneously. I don't know where De Huang has gone, and whether he's in this one-line sky region. Jiang Chen shook his head. With De Huang Dog around, he would never be lonely. Unfortunately, he was separated from De Huang Dog at the last moment of his ascension to the immortal world. Now there was no news of De Huang Dog. In this vast immortal world, it was really uncertain when they would meet again. Moreover, his cultivation base was too weak. With his late human immortal cultivation base, even if he had wings, it was impossible for him to fly freely in the immortal world. Without the ability to control spatial energy, it would be difficult for him to even get out of one-line sky, let alone travel around the immortal world. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, Jiang Chen walked out of the City Lord Mansion without disturbing anyone. He had been in Yen City for a few days, but he hadn't had the chance to go out and see the scenery of the immortal world. Since he was bored to death, he might be able to gain some insights. Outside the City Lord Mansion there was an alley. Because the alley was relatively narrow, it still looked a little dark even under the bright moonlight. At this time a black shadow flashed and entered the alley. As a late human immortal expert, Jiang Chen's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked over and saw a figure in black standing at the side of the alley. His shoulder was leaning against the wall. It wasn't hard to tell from the figure's build that it was a middle-aged man. Although Jiang Chen couldn't see the man's eyes clearly, he was sure that the man was staring at him without blinking. "Grandmaster Jiang, can I see you?" The voice came from the alley. It was the voice of the black-clothed man. Jiang Chen was stunned. It seemed like this man had been planning this for a long time to hide outside the mansion. Now it seemed like this man had a target. What was certain was that Jiang Chen didn't know this man. The chi of this man was very unfamiliar to him. He had never seen this man before. However, this man was merely a late Earth Immortal expert. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. Even if he was a half-step heaven immortal, as long as he wasn't a true heaven immortal, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid of him. Given his current strength, he naturally wasn't a match for a half-step heaven immortal, but a half-step heaven immortal couldn't fly. So it was very easy for him to escape. With the speed of the flaming wings, not even an ordinary heaven immortal could catch up with him. Without the slightest fear, Jiang Chen strode into the alley and came to the black-clothed man in no time. With the help of the moonlight, Jiang Chen could see the man's face clearly. The man wasn't muscular, but he wasn't thin either. His face was full of sideburns and he looked like he was in his 40s. As a matter of fact, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of Earth Immortal Realm, only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. "Who are you? I don't know you," Jiang Chen said. "I'm Huang Xiong, a member of the Huang family in Yan City. They call me Sixth Master." Huang Xiong stated his name. Among the 6 brothers of the Huang family, Huang Xiong had the lowest cultivation base. Although he was only a late Earth Immortal expert, his status in the Huang family wasn't comparable to ordinary people. Huang Xiong had kept his name. He believed that no one in the entire Yan City didn't know his name, Sixth Master. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was the only one who didn't know his name. "A member of the Huang family? Why are you looking for me?" asked Jiang Chen. He had chatted with Yan Qingqing before. There were 3 major powers in Yan City, and this Huang family was the one that was hostile to the prefecture. "I heard that a young alchemy grandmaster came to the city lord's mansion. I didn't expect him to be so young. I, Huang Xiong, don't like to beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I came to find Grandmaster Jiang today, hoping that Grandmaster Jiang can leave the city lord's mansion and join our Huang family," Huang Xiong said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change, as if Huang Xiong's words were within his expectations. Unfortunately, the Huang family had miscalculated and was destined to be disappointed. He, Jiang Chen, wasn't a two-faced fence-sitter. More importantly, the strength of a small city like Yan City wasn't worthy for him to join. "I'm not interested in the Huang family," Jiang Chen said straightforwardly, not leaving any face for Huang Xiong. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiong was obviously stunned. He never thought that Jiang Chen would reject him so straightforwardly. One should know that the Huang family had a high status in Yan City. No one had ever dared to reject him when he, the 6th master, personally invited them. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to reject him, he shouldn't have done it so straightforwardly. This wasn't just disrespecting him but the entire Huang family. "Master Jiang, our Huang family is very sincere in inviting you. I hope that Master Jiang will consider it. I think you should know that in Yan City, our Huang family is not weaker than the prefecture. Master Jiang, feel free to state your conditions. We will try our best to fulfill them." Huang Xiong didn't give up. "Alright, if that's why you came to me, then don't say any more. I've said it before, I'm not interested in your Huang family." Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. "Jiang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Huang Xiong's expression changed. Obviously he was angry. "What? Do you want to kill me?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Even the darkness couldn't block the light from his eyes. "Jiang Chen, you should know that our Huang family and the prefecture are irreconcilable enemies. Sooner or later there will be a showdown between us. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Since you've helped the prefecture, you've become our enemy. A high-grade alchemist is enough to affect the overall situation. If you pledge allegiance to our Huang family, the only thing I can do is to kill you. If you can't be used by me, then I'll eliminate you completely. I think you know this very well." Huang Xiong's killing intent was revealed. He had thought it through before coming here. If he couldn't rope in Jiang Chen, he would kill him to get rid of future troubles for his Huang family. "I know, but I also know that you can't kill me." Jiang Chen finished his words and turned to leave. Courting death. Huang Xiong was completely enraged. This was the first time that a late human immortal brat didn't give him any face. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was very bold. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, there was nothing else to say. The only thing he could do was to kill Jiang Chen. He couldn't let such a genius alchemist work for the prefecture. "Who?" A gust of cold wind came from his back. Jiang Chen didn't need to turn his head to know that Huang Xiong had made a move. The chi of a late Earth immortal expert was indeed terrifying. But Jiang Chen was already prepared for this. Just as Huang Xiong moved, Jiang Chen moved as well. With the help of the space shift skill and the 9 phantom wolves, a series of afterimages appeared in the alley. Huang Xiong shattered the 2 phantoms of Jiang Chen. When he looked again, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. He could only see a silhouette entering the prefecture. Such speed. Impossible. How could a late human immortal have such terrifying speed? Although I was careless, a late human immortal brat definitely couldn't escape from my palm. Huang Xiong's face turned pale with fright. Jiang Chen's speed was something he had never seen before. One should know that he was a mighty late Earth immortal expert, but Jiang Chen was able to dodge his attack so easily despite the huge gap between them. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't believe it even if someone killed him. This man is definitely a huge threat. I have no idea where this peerless genius came from. Not only is his alchemy skill superb, it seems like his cultivation talent is also very high. In the entire Yen city, he is the first one who could escape from my hands. Seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, with his help, the overall strength of the prefecture will rise very quickly. At that time it will be the doomsday of our Huang family. Huang Xiong's facial expression was incomparably solemn. Before he met Jiang Chen, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Now that he had seen Jiang Chen, he felt a great threat. It was a threat to the entire Huang family. Since the patriarch had assigned this task to him, he had to eliminate this man for the sake of the Huang family. Because of Huang Xiong, Jiang Chen no longer had the mood to stroll around. He returned to his courtyard. It seems like there's a spy in the prefecture. Otherwise, Huang Xiong wouldn't have come so quickly. Chapter 1076. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. Between people and between forces, cultivation was always a law of the jungle. This was an unchanging law. It was the same in Saint Origin world and the Immortal world. No matter where one went, it would be the same. Yen City wasn't as peaceful as it looked on the surface. The undercurrent was surging. Once there was a chance, the city lord mansion and Huang family would kill each other. Jiang Chen knew that he would be involved in the battle between the 2 major powers. However, Jiang Chen had experienced too many things in his life. He had seen all kinds of battles. The small Yen city wasn't on the same level as the battle between the 8 families of Pure Land and the battle in Saint Origin Palace. Yen Qingqing's residence. These 2 days she had been feeling restless while cultivating. This was something that had never happened before. Yen Qingqing knew that her mentality had changed. When she was cultivating, a silhouette would always appear in her mind, affecting her condition. AI. Yen Qingqing shook her head helplessly. She knew that she had fallen in love with Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to be interested in her at all. This feeling made Yen Qingqing very irritated, but there was also a kind of restlessness deep in her heart. Yen Qingqing was slender and elegant. She was standing on top of a big blue stone in the courtyard. It must be said that Yen Qingqing was really beautiful. Even the word peerless was not enough to describe her. She raised her head and looked at the full moon in the sky. Dong. A knocking sound was heard outside the door, followed by a voice. Sister Qingqing. Come in. Yen Qingqing said faintly. She could already tell who the owner of the voice was. Creak. The door of the courtyard was pushed open. A handsome youth in blue walked in. He was handsome and had a high cultivation base. He was an extremely rare young talent. Seems like Big Brother Yuan has gained a lot from your adventure. Yen Qingqing smiled at Yuan Qingjun. She and Yuan Qingjun could be said to be childhood sweethearts. They grew up together. She was very clear about Yuan Qingjun's feelings for her. Unfortunately, she didn't have any feelings for Yuan Qingjun. Qingqing, you look so beautiful when you smile. Looking at Yen Qingqing's smile, Yuan Qingjun felt intoxicated. Every time he saw Yen Qingqing, his eyes would shine with radiance. He swore countless times in his heart that this was his woman. No one could take her away from him. Big Brother Yuan, why did you come to me so late at night? Yen Qingqing retracted her smile in a flash and returned to her ice-cold state. The way Yuan Qingjun looked at her made her very uncomfortable. Especially now that she already had Jiang Chen in her heart, she actually felt a trace of disgust towards Yuan Qingjun. Yan Qingqing's sudden change stunned Yuan Qingjun. One must know that although Yan Qingqing had always been indifferent to him, they had grown up together. She had never been so cold to him before. Yuan Qingjun was not a fool. The change in Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him was most likely because of that damned Jiang Chen. Sister Qingqing, I heard that a genius alchemist named Jiang Chen has arrived in the manor. He is highly regarded by Sister Qingqing and the city lord. Yuan Qingjun said. That's right. Big brother Jiang's alchemy skills are amazing. Without him, who knows how to deal with my father's cold poison? Yan Qingqing said. At the mention of Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face. This change in attitude made Yuan Qingjun's heart twitch fiercely. An invisible killing intent overflowed from his body. Sister Qingqing, don't be fooled by this man's appearance. I think he has a close relationship with the Huang family. If he's a spy sent by the Huang family, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to the city lord's mansion. Yuan Qingjun said with a sneer. Impossible. Don't slander me, big brother Yuan. How could big brother Jiang have any relationship with the Huang family? He came with the people of Han village. He has never appeared in the city lord's mansion before. Yan Qingqing's words were filled with anger. Some things can't be said for sure. What you saw might not be true. I saw with my own eyes that Jiang Chen went out of the mansion late at night and met with sixth brother Huang in the alley. If he's normal, why would he go out alone in the middle of the night and meet with sixth brother Huang? Yuan Qingjun continued. What? This is impossible. How could big brother Jiang meet with sixth brother Huang late at night? Yan Qingqing's expression slightly changed. She would never believe Yuan Qingjun's words. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can go and question Jiang Chen now. He has already returned to the mansion. Yuan Qingjun said. Hearing this, Yan Qingqing's expression turned extremely unsightly. She could tell from Yuan Qingjun's tone that he was not lying. In other words, Jiang Chen really went to meet with sixth brother Huang. Even so, it doesn't mean that big brother Jiang has any relationship with the Huang family. Think about it, if big brother Jiang is really a member of the Huang family, why would he save my father? My father is suffering from the cold poison, which is incomparably beneficial to the Huang family. The Huang family would be more than happy to save my father. Moreover, if the Huang family has a talent like big brother Jiang, I'm afraid that their overall strength would surpass our prefecture. Yan Qingqing once again denied the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Huang family. What she said was reasonable. If Jiang Chen was really a member of the Huang family, he definitely wouldn't save Yan Donglu, because that would bring trouble to the Huang family. One should know that if the prefecture lost Yan Donglu, the Huang family would soon dominate Yan City. Sister Qingqing, why do you trust an outsider so much? You and I are childhood sweethearts. Could it be that I'm less important than an outsider in your heart? What's so good about that brat? He's merely a late human immortal. Apart from alchemy, he can't be compared to me. There was a hint of anger in Yuan Qingjun's words, but more of it was unwillingness. He was the son of a dignified heaven immortal, a late earth immortal genius expert, and a childhood sweetheart of Yan Qingqing. Despite his status, he was still inferior to a brat who had just arrived a few days ago. How could he feel good about this? Yan Qingqing's reaction made Yuan Qingjun feel extremely uncomfortable, which made him even more determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. Big brother Yuan, if there's nothing else, please leave. I'm tired. Yan Qingqing turned her face away and ordered Yuan Qingjun to leave. She was already in a bad mood. Her mind was filled with Jiang Chen's figure. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family, she couldn't help but have a different thought when he went out to meet the higher-ups of the Huang family in the middle of the night. Yuan Qingjun's face darkened. His eyes looked like they were about to spurt out fire. Without saying another word, he turned and left. Outside the courtyard, Yuan Qingjun's face was gloomy. Qingqing, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. You'd rather fall in love with a late human immortal brat than fall in love with me. I'll let you know what regret is. In the courtyard, Yan Qingqing's eyes couldn't help looking at the direction of Jiang Chen's residence. Her eyes were a little sad. Big brother Jiang, I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing wanted to find Jiang Chen and ask him about it, but she still trusted Jiang Chen very much. Although she had only known Jiang Chen for a few days and knew nothing about Jiang Chen's past, She still felt that Jiang Chen was a trustworthy person. Early in the morning the next day, Han Chong ran to Jiang Chen's residence in a fluster. "Atsong, what happened? Why are you so flustered?" Jiang Chen frowned. "Big brother Jiang, something bad happened in Han village." Han Tsong's face was full of nervousness. "What happened? Tell me slowly." Jiang Chen asked. A man who had been through great storms would always be able to maintain the most basic calmness at all times. He wouldn't change his expression even if the sky collapsed in front of him. "I don't know how Huang village offended the Huang family in Yen City. The Huang family went to Han village overnight and imprisoned everyone in the village," said Han Kong. "What?" Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. "According to the news from Han village, the leader is Huang Xiong, the sixth master of the Huang family. He specifically asked you to go to Han village. If you don't show up, he will kill everyone in Han village," Han Chong said while wiping his sweat. He grew up in Han village. His feelings for Han village couldn't be compared to others. Now that the Han village was in such a big crisis, he had already lost his mind. "Who knows about this?" asked Jiang Chen. "The person who sent the message specifically came to me. I'm the only one who knows," said Han Kong. "It seems like I'm their target. Huang Xiong, you want to deal with me, but you used the method that I hate the most. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Chen's face darkened. A surge of killing intent overflowed from his body like a tide. The temperature of the courtyard dropped abruptly. Han Chong couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the young man in front of him, he felt that when Jiang Chen was angry, the heaven and earth would burn. "Big brother Jiang, what should we do now?" asked Han Chong anxiously. "Atsong, don't worry. I'll go to Han village now. I guarantee that no one will be in danger." Jiang Chen patted Han Tsong's shoulder. "Big brother Jiang, the Huang family is very powerful. I think we should inform the eldest Mississippi. It's too dangerous for you to go alone," said Han Kong. Although he was confident in Jiang Chen's strength, the opponent was too strong. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he deal with a late Earth immortal expert? "No need. I have my own way." After saying that, Jiang Chen walked out of the courtyard with big steps. "Big brother Jiang, I'll go with you." Han Chong followed. "Let's go." Jiang Chen grabbed Han Tsong's shoulder. Very quickly they arrived at the gate of the prefecture. So fast. Han Chong was shocked. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. It was several times faster than the cheetah that sent Han Chongling back to the prefecture a few days ago. At this speed, it would take them at most 2 hours to reach Han village. Chapter 1077. Big brother Zhang's behavior is a bit strange. Why did he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing knitted her brows, feeling uneasy. What Yuan Qingjun said last night was still lingering in her ears. Although she didn't believe that Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family, she still felt uncomfortable. Jiang Chen had left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, which made Yan Qingqing even more suspicious. If Jiang Chen was normal, why would he leave with Han Chong? Yan Qingqing chased after them at full speed. Whether Jiang Chen had anything to do with the Huang family or why Jiang Chen left the prefecture with Han Chong early in the morning, she had to find out the truth. Jiang Chen was the first man she had fallen in love with. She didn't want her judgment to be wrong. If Jiang Chen really did something wrong to the prefecture, she absolutely wouldn't be polite to him. Jiang Chen grabbed Han Tsong's shoulder. Along the way he was moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind countless afterimages. Being dragged by Jiang Chen, Han Chong could only feel the strong wind whistling in his ears, which made his face hurt. His body was in the air and he didn't need to exert any strength at all. How can Big Brother Zhang's speed be so fast? Even a late Earth immortal expert can't be this fast. He's really abnormal. Han Chong was shocked like a raging sea. He was born in the small Han village and his knowledge was shallow. He had never seen such a miraculous person like Jiang Chen. From dealing with the venomous nether toad to defeating an early Earth immortal expert with a single strike, to his shocking alchemy skills, he had never seen anyone like Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing had exerted all her strength, but she could only see Jiang Chen's afterimage from afar. She couldn't catch up to him at all. This situation shocked her so much that she had the urge to cough up blood. She was a late Earth immortal expert with incredible speed. Plus, a genius like her was already strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step heaven immortal expert. But even so, she still couldn't catch up to Zhang Chen. How can he be so fast? Isn't Big Brother Zhang's movement technique a little too abnormal? Is he really only a late human immortal? Yan Qingqing couldn't maintain her composure. This was a huge blow to her. In this world, geniuses all had a common problem, and that was arrogance. Yan Qingqing was no exception. But now, all her arrogance had been crushed into pieces in front of Zhang Chen. Yan Qingqing couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the late human immortal realm. Compared to Zhang Chen now, they weren't on the same level. Yan Qingqing was also a person who refused to admit defeat. She continued to raise her speed to the limit. She no longer wished to catch up to Zhang Chen. She only hoped that Zhang Chen wouldn't shake her off. In the front, Zhang Chen revealed a trace of a smile. With his keen senses, how could he not sense that someone was following him? He could guess why Yan Qingqing was following him. It must have something to do with sixth brother Huang. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. If there was a traitor in the prefecture, he would definitely stir up trouble. To Zhang Chen, his current speed was nothing. If he used the flaming wings, he could reach Han Village from Yen City in just a few minutes. However, he still needed to keep some trump cards in reserve. A powerful trump card could be used to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at the most crucial moment. 2 hours later, under the lead of Han Chong, Zhang Chen arrived at Han Village. This place was surrounded by mountains. It could be described as a remote and desolate place. Looking into the distance, there were 4 to 5 villages around this mountain range. This was the lowest existence in the immortal world. The biggest dream of the villagers here was to live and work in peace and contentment. They never asked for too much. To Han Village, provoking the Huang family of Yen City was akin to the arrival of doomsday. The Han Village was not big. There were only a few dozen families and about 100 people, old and young. Outside the Han Village, there was a spacious open space. At this moment, more than 100 people of the Han Village were trapped in a pile. There were more than a dozen black-clothed experts standing guard around them. Standing at the front was the village chief Han Chongling and the Han Village's higher-ups. Those black-clothed guards were the people of the Huang family. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Any one of them was much stronger than Han Chongling, who was a half-step Earth Immortal expert. Under the watchful eyes of so many experts, the people of Han Village didn't even dare to move. Han Chongling's face was full of sorrow. The Han Village had existed for a long time, but it had never encountered such a disaster. There was a large rattan chair next to him on which sat a man leisurely. He was sixth brother Huang, who had met Zhang Chen last night. Beside him were 2 tall and strong experts who were both late Earth Immortal experts. Sixth brother, we have never offended your Huang family. Your Huang family is a tyrant in Yen City. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small village like ours? Han Chongling said. Don't worry, village chief. As long as Zhang Chen agrees to join our Huang family, I can guarantee that your people will be safe and sound. Plus, you will be given great benefits, said Huang Xiong. I don't think Zhang brother is a fickle person. I'm afraid that he will disappoint sixth brother. Han Chongling's tone was filled with anger. All the villagers of Han Village had been imprisoned for so long. It was impossible for him not to be angry. He had already figured out that Huang Xiong must have rejected Zhang Chen's invitation, so he was going to make his move on Han Village. But this was destined to disappoint Huang Xiong. Although Han Chongling hadn't known Zhang Chen for long, he knew very well what kind of person Zhang Chen was. Now that Zhang Chen had joined the prefecture, he would no longer help the Huang family. Humph. If that's the case, everyone in the Han Village will die with him. Huang Xiong harumphed coldly. His attitude changed faster than flipping a page. Zhang Chen and Han Chong, who had just arrived, saw everything clearly. Even Yan Qingqing, who was behind them, could see everything clearly. Given Yan Qingqing's intelligence, how could she not know what was going on? I see. Yan Qingqing finally felt relieved. It was like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. It seemed like Zhang Chen had bumped into Huang Xiong last night. Huang Xiong's invitation to Zhang Chen was rejected, so he had resorted to despicable means to blackmail Zhang Chen with the people of Han Village. What the Huang family did was really despicable and shameless. However, Zhang Chen did not ask for her help after knowing about the situation. Instead he came here alone, showing his manly nature. Yan Qingqing admired him even more. They are just 3 late Earth immortals. They are no match for me, but I will not make a move now. I want to see how Big Brother Jiang will deal with this. Yan Qingqing felt much better now that she knew that Jiang Chen didn't betray the prefecture and wasn't a member of the Huang family. She also wanted to see how Jiang Chen would deal with this situation. She had witnessed Jiang Chen's alchemy skill and speed. Now she wanted to see Jiang Chen's strength with her own eyes. Therefore Yan Qingqing chose a good place to hide and wait and see. If Jiang Chen couldn't deal with it, she would definitely take action. Big Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Han Chong asked. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Seeing his own villagers being imprisoned, he felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. However, Han Chong also knew his own strength. With his cultivation base, if he went up, he would be crushed by the other party's finger. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiang Chen patted Han Song's shoulder with a smile and strode forward. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen as soon as he appeared. Jiang brother. Han Chongling and the others called out. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here alone. Huang Xiong crossed his legs and said leisurely. Let them go. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Huang Xiong. Humph. A puny human immortal dares to be so arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson first. An Earth immortal expert harumphed coldly and was about to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Stop. Don't be reckless in front of Grandmaster Jiang. Huang Xiong stood up from the rattan chair and said to Jiang Chen, I was forced to do what I did today. The Patriarch had ordered me to recruit you. If I failed, I would kill you. You didn't give me any face last night, so I had no choice but to do this. It seems like you don't have a choice now. If you leave the prefecture and help our Huang family, we won't mistreat you and these villagers will be safe and sound. Huang Xiong said with a smile. Jiang Chen, I have no choice but to do this. Huang Xiong said. He believed that as long as Jiang Chen wasn't a fool, he wouldn't refuse him again. The situation was obvious. The gap between them was too big. Even if Jiang Chen didn't want his life, he wouldn't ignore the hundreds of villagers in Han Village. Huang Xiong, you really shouldn't have provoked me. Jiang Chen's tone instantly turned incomparably cold. His eyes shot out 2 substantial flames. He slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword, which had turned into a dragon, suddenly emitted a buzzing sound as if it wanted to drink blood. Old friend, I'll let you have a good time today. Jiang Chen smiled. Those who were familiar with him knew that when he smiled like this, someone would certainly be unlucky. He had been in the immortal world for so long, but he had yet to kill anyone. After the Heavenly Saint Sword advanced to the immortal weapon realm, it had yet to taste the blood of an immortal. Not killing didn't mean that it wouldn't kill. Even Jiang Chen himself couldn't remember the number of people he had killed. Jiang Chen, I hope you know what you're doing. You're just a puny human immortal, how can you fight with us? Huang Xiong said fiercely. Yan Qingqing was also nervous. Jiang Chen's performance made her feel very comfortable and warm, but if Jiang Chen chose to fight with Huang Xiong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who will come first? If someone from your Huang family defeats me today, I'll go help them. Let me remind you, my sword can take your life. Chapter 1078. Domineering and overbearing. A man with a sword in his hand. Although his body wasn't very muscular, but in the eyes of the crowd he was like an iron tower that no one could shake. This was Jiang Chen, this was his charisma, this was his unique charm. Big Brother Jiang. Han Chong was incomparably worried. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would make such a decision. The opponents were too strong. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was only a late human immortal. How could he be a match for so many experts of the Huang family? He was afraid that he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning if he was alone. However, Jiang Chen's calmness and confidence made him feel at ease. Although he hadn't been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, whether it was dealing with the poisonous nether toad or concocting pills in the prefecture, Jiang Chen had created several miracles. Han Chongling and the others believed that Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless man, otherwise he wouldn't have come alone. At this point they could only hope that Jiang Chen could create another miracle, although they had no idea how Jiang Chen would deal with these experts of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing restrained herself from making a move. She really wanted to see Jiang Chen's means, but she had already prepared herself. She would never let the experts of the Huang family hurt Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen couldn't resist, she would take action immediately. What? No one dares to make a move? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose. Haha, what a joke. A puny human immortal dares to challenge so many of us? I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Sixth Master, let me teach him a lesson first. I will let him know how big the gap between us is. A burly man burst into laughter. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's consent, he had already walked out and strode towards Jiang Chen. This man was tall and strong and had a ferocious look on his face. Unfortunately, such a man couldn't scare Jiang Chen. An early Earth Immortal expert was like an ant in front of Jiang Chen. Brat, I'll let you know what's called power today. I'll let you know that young people should know their own limits. Immortal Qi began to roll around the muscular man's body. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. It seemed like he wanted to take down Jiang Chen in a single move. His face was filled with a sneer and his eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. In fact, this was the truth. With his early Earth Immortal cultivation base, why would he put a puny human immortal in his eyes? Pucci. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen moved. Many people did not see how Jiang Chen moved. The long sword in his hand had already pierced through the chest of the strong man opposite him. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chen smiled at the burly man. The burly man was sure that this was the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in the world. He could feel his life force constantly flowing out of his body, and an unprecedented sense of fear welled up in his heart. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The burly man shook his head continuously, unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation base was obviously 2 levels higher than his opponent. How could he end up like this? He couldn't accept it, but the truth was the truth. Han Chongling and the others opened their mouths wide. They weren't shocked that Jiang Chen could kill an early Earth Immortal expert in a single move. They had already witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities. Back in the prefecture, even Steward Wu, who was also an early Earth Immortal expert, couldn't withstand a single move from Jiang Chen. What shocked them the most was the ruthlessness of Jiang Chen's attack. He actually dared to kill the people of the Huang family without any hesitation. This act of killing the people of the Huang family and Jiang Chen had completely formed a grudge between the Han family and the Huang family. The hatred would never be resolved. Yan Qingqing, who was at the back, was also incomparably shocked. She only knew that Jiang Chen had defeated Steward Wu, but she still couldn't believe it when she saw Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's attack was just too fast. It was so fast that an early Earth Immortal expert didn't even have the chance to react. Such means could no longer be described as merely terrifying. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen's ruthlessness. She never thought that Jiang Chen would be such a decisive killer. He didn't care who the opponent was, he just killed them without hesitation. Jiang Chen slowly drew out his long sword. The burly man's body fell to the ground, motionless. Blood kept flowing out of his wound. The scene was getting more and more horrifying. Can't even withstand a single blow. Next. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes and looked at the Huang family. This time many people of the Huang family couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. They had never seen a late human immortal killing an early Earth immortal in a single strike. Let me do it. I would like to see how strong a late human immortal can be. Another man stood out. His cultivation base was much stronger than the burly man. He had already reached the intermediate Earth immortal realm. The qi that he exuded was incomparably shocking. Jiang Chen looked at this man without any change in his eyes. Given the power of his dragon transformation skill, he could easily kill an expert who was 2 levels higher than him. His current combat strength was actually equivalent to an ordinary intermediate Earth Immortal expert. But coupled with his unparalleled combat experience and powerful means, an ordinary early Earth Immortal expert was no match for him. You are no match for me, Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Presumptuous. Watch my sword. The man harumphed coldly. A dazzling long sword appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Jiang Chen with a sharp gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast. Both he and his sword were like a gust of cold wind. His qi had already locked onto Jiang Chen, leaving no chance for Zhou Xian to escape. Of course, Zhou Xian had no intention of running away. His principle of doing things was very simple. Either he didn't do it or he would do it to the extreme. Since he had broken off his relationship with the Huang family, they were now his mortal enemies. Zhou Xian only had one principle when dealing with his enemies, and that was to kill them. The opponent's sword was very fast, but Zhou Qian's sword had never been slow. To Zhou Xian it had always been a very simple matter. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword let out an ear-piercing howl and slashed at the opponent. Clang. The two swords collided, producing a harsh buzzing sound and sparks. The black-clothed man couldn't withstand the great force of Zhou Xian and was sent flying 3 steps back. What? This time the onlookers were truly shocked. Even Yan Qingqing, who was watching secretly, was shocked. One should know that killing an early Earth Immortal expert and defeating a mid-Earth Immortal expert were two completely different concepts. A late human immortal had defeated a mid-Earth Immortal expert. This was too shocking. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What a powerful lad. The black-clothed man's face turned incomparably solemn. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Xian. Lad, you are indeed a rare genius. It's a pity that you shouldn't have gone against the Huang family. Now I won't be polite anymore. The man Lung said. Just now he had underestimated Zhou Xian. Now he was ready to go all out. He believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill a late human immortal expert with his cultivation base. Chapter 1079. 9 Phantom Wolves. Zhou Xian was determined to end the battle as soon as possible. He didn't want to give his opponent any chance. He immediately used the 9 Phantom Wolves. For a moment, Zhou Qian's shadows were everywhere. These shadows looked exactly the same as Zhou Qian's, trapping his opponent in the center. What? The black-robed man was fully prepared to have a good fight with Zhou Qian, but he didn't expect that Zhou Qian would suddenly use such a horrifying movement skill. For a moment he was dazzled. It was impossible for him to tell which one was the real Zhou Qian. Naturally, Zhou Qian wouldn't give him the chance to tell which one was the real one. All the shadows attacked at the same time. The sword light was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. The black-clothed man roared. With no other choice, he could only randomly choose one of them to attack. He hoped that he could use his luck to fight against Zhou Qian's real body. As for the other clones, they were just bluffing and they didn't have any attack power. Unfortunately, this black-robed man's luck wasn't that good. The moment his sword pierced through Zhou Qian's shadow, he knew that he was finished. Because what he pierced through was just one of Zhou Qian's shadows. At the same time, Zhou Qian's attack arrived. The long sword pierced through his body from the back. The black-robed man spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked down mechanically at the sharp long sword that pierced through his body. In an instant he was shrouded by the chi of death. By God! Even an intermediate Earth Immortal expert was killed so easily. Zhang brother is actually this terrifying. Did you guys see the movement skill just now? What a horrifying movement skill. He could cast so many shadows at once. Anyone would be dazzled by it. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is a peerless genius. He could kill an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with just a late human immortal cultivation base. What kind of monster did we save in the past? The people of Han village widened their eyes in shock. Han Chongling and the others kept swallowing their saliva. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. At the back, Yan Qingqing also couldn't restrain her emotions. She had expected that Zhou Qian would be very strong, but now it seemed that she had still underestimated and looked down on Zhou Qian. Putting everything else aside, Yan Qingqing had never seen that terrifying movement skill before. Where did Big Brother Zhang come from? How can he be so powerful? A small place like Yan City shouldn't have such a genius. Yan Qingqing's gaze towards Zhou Qian became more and more infatuated. It was always easy to be convinced when facing an omnipotent man. There were already 2 corpses lying on the ground. The faces of the people of Huang family were extremely unsightly. Other than anger, there was more shock on their faces. They looked at Zhou Qian as though they were looking at a ghost. They wanted to see through Zhou Qian with their eyes and see if he was really a late human immortal. Who else? I think all of you should come at me together. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled unceasingly as he continued to provoke the people of Huang family. He had already started a massacre today. He wouldn't let a single person of Huang family go. He had just arrived in the immortal world and it was time for him to establish his prestige. Otherwise, no one would dare to bully him in the future. What a good Jiang Chen. You have really exceeded my expectations. Huang Xiong couldn't keep his composure anymore. His eyes even revealed a trace of pity. It was a pity that such a genius was taken away by the prefecture. If Jiang Chen chose to rely on the Huang family, it would be the Huang family's luck and it would be the same for the prefecture as well. However, Huang Xiong still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Based on his eyesight, he could tell that Jiang Chen's strength was indeed powerful, but it was only equivalent to an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. Even though Jiang Chen had killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert with his powerful movement skill, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for a true late Earth Immortal expert. One should know that the difference between intermediate and late Earth Immortal experts was only one stage, but the gap between them was incomparable. Lu Chang, you deal with him. Kill him directly. This man has killed our people. We can no longer use him. In that case, we have to kill him. Huang Xiong said to an old man beside him. Yes, sixth master. Lu Chang nodded and strode towards Jiang Chen. This was a powerful late Earth Immortal expert. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He was so powerful that no one dared to look at him directly. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a great figure, but it's a pity that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Huang family isn't someone you can afford to offend. I will give you a chance now. If you kneel down and apologize to sixth master, I will consider giving you a quick death. Lu Chang said to Jiang Chen confidently, because he really couldn't think of any powerful means that Jiang Chen could use to deal with him. It was already a miracle that a late human immortal expert could kill an intermediate Earth Immortal expert. It was absolutely impossible for a late human immortal expert to fight a late Earth Immortal expert. However, all the impossibilities in this world would fall on Jiang Chen. He was a master who was good at creating miracles. You people of Huang family love to talk nonsense. Jiang Chen said impatiently. Humph. Jiang Chen, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chang harumphed coldly and began to release his qi. The powerful qi of a late Earth Immortal expert was fully displayed. He had already locked Jiang Chen with his qi, determined not to give him any chance. Chief, do you think Jiang brother can deal with Lu Chang? I don't think so. The gap between them is just too huge. If Jiang brother can cross the gap between late human immortal and late Earth Immortal realms, it would be a miracle of the heavens and earth. Let's see. I think Jiang brother still has a trump card, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Those who had dealt with Jiang Chen before were worried. There was no way they wouldn't be worried, because Jiang Chen's victory or defeat would directly determine the fate of over 100 people in the Han village. It could be said that the fate of the Han village was in the hands of Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen died, they would be finished and would never have a good ending. At the back, Yan Qingqing had already begun to mobilize the immortal qi in her body. She was ready to fight at any time. As long as Jiang Chen's life was in danger, she would rush out without hesitation. Brat, give me your life. Chapter 1080. The combat strength of a late Earth Immortal expert couldn't be underestimated. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, he was no match for a late Earth Immortal expert. However, due to his desire for battle, Jiang Chen didn't flinch. He kept the heavenly saint sword and struck out the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw was formed and collided heavily with the opponent's attack. Hong long. The violent collision shook the earth and set off layers of huge waves in the sky. It was imaginable how much energy was generated from the collision. Deng deng deng. Jiang Chen retreated a dozen steps in a row. He felt a tightness in his chest and a little discomfort in his qi and blood, but with the help of the dragon transformation skill and the wood element, he recovered completely in a blink of an eye. Big brother Jiang, are you all right? Han Chong was shocked. He hastily came to Jiang Chen's side. His heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw Jiang Chen retreating. If Jiang Chen was defeated, the fate of their Han village would be imaginable. What a good kid. A late human immortal expert is actually able to resist my attack without getting injured. The elder was astonished. In his opinion, even if his attack couldn't kill Zhou Xian, it should at least injure Zhou Xian. He didn't expect that Zhou Xian would still look fine after being pushed back. How could he not be surprised? Despite being surprised, the people of Huang family heaved a sigh of relief. At least the battle just now proved that Zhou Xian wasn't a match for a late Earth Immortal expert. One should know that Zhou Xian had already killed an early and intermediate Earth Immortal expert. If a late Earth Immortal expert couldn't take him down, that would be unacceptable. At the back, although Yan Qingqing was worried about Zhou Xian, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, if Zhou Xian's performance was too heaven-defying, even she, a genius of the prefecture, wouldn't be able to accept it. It seems like Big Brother Zhang isn't a match for a late Earth Immortal expert. Now that there are 3 late Earth Immortal experts on the other side, it's time for me to strike. There's no hurry. I'll wait until Big Brother Zhang can't hold on any longer before I strike. I'll let Big Brother Zhang feel touched. Yan Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. She was ready to take action at any time. With her strength, it would be hard for her to find a worthy opponent in Yan City. Even Huang Xiong was no match for her. This was the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Hehe, Zhou Xian, what do you think? Just now, you said that as long as someone from our Huang family defeated you, you would pledge allegiance to our Huang family. Now that you've lost, I, the 6th master, am a magnanimous person. If you pledge allegiance to the Huang family now, then we can let bygones be bygones. But if you continue to be obsessed, then you will completely lose your chance to live. Huang Xiong chuckled and said to Zhou Xian. From an outsider's point of view, this condition was already quite good. After all, Zhou Xian had already killed the people of the Huang family. It's a pity that I'm still standing here unscathed. Your Huang family hasn't defeated me yet. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders with a face full of confidence. 6th master, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, this old man will personally take his life today. The elder's face was filled with murderous intent. It seemed like he was determined to kill Zhou Xian. Big Brother Zhang, what should we do? Han Tsong's face was filled with worry. Ah Tsong, step back a little and watch the show. Zhou Xian shook his body casually. The bones in his body made a cracking sound. The exchange of blows just now had given him a clear understanding of his own strength. Given his current cultivation base, he had to transform into his dragon form in order to deal with a late Earth Immortal expert. In that case, there was no need to be polite. Brat, what other tricks do you have? The elder Lung Lung said. I don't need to use too many tricks to deal with you. While Zhou Xian was speaking, an incomparably powerful force gushed out of his body like a tide. At the same time, his body underwent a great transformation, turning into a half-dragon, half-human state. His current dragon transformation could turn him into a true dragon, but Zhou Xian didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he maintained his half-dragon, half-human state. After all, it wouldn't affect his combat strength by tenfold. Furthermore, Zhou Xian had kept his dragon wings. It would be better for him to use as few of his trump cards as possible. In any case, his current state was more than enough to deal with the Huang family. What? The sudden transformation of Zhou Xian had once again caused an uproar. Whether it was the people of Huang family, Han village, or Yan Qingqing who was watching the battle from the back, all of them were astounded. This was an unprecedented shock, even greater than the shock when Zhou Xian killed a mid-Earth Immortal expert. What kind of skill is this? To be able to instantly increase his combat strength to such a degree, it seemed to have increased his combat strength by at least 10 times. How many trump cards did Big Brother Zhang have? Who is he? How could there be such a monstrous genius in Yan City? Even those major powers in one-line sky couldn't produce such a genius. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with unusual brilliance. Zhou Qian's endless trump cards had truly frightened her. This is a powerful transformation skill that can increase one's combat strength in an instant. The elder on the other side couldn't remain calm anymore. How could there be such a terrifying transformation skill in the heavens and earth? I have seen some powerful taboo arts that could increase one's combat strength by 2 or even 3 times. This bastard's combat strength has increased by at least 10-fold. This is ridiculous. This brat is only a late human immortal. I never thought that he would have such a powerful trump card. Could it be that he can deal with a late Earth immortal expert in his current state? Don't be afraid. Such a terrifying taboo art will definitely cause a great backlash to him. He won't be able to maintain this state for too long. Once it's over, he will be like a dead arrow. The experts of Huang family gritted their teeth, no longer daring to show any neglect to Zhou Xian. However, they all agreed that Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to maintain this taboo art for long and he would have to pay a heavy price for it. If they knew that this was just a normal state after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, they would definitely be shocked. Make your move. Zhou Xian looked at the elder in front of him. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand once again. Humph. This old man would like to see how powerful you can be with this half-human, half-ghost appearance. The elder harumphed coldly. This was not the time for him to back down. He was a dignified late Earth immortal expert. Even if Zhou Xian used the taboo art, he didn't believe that he would be defeated by a late human immortal. However, the elder didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately he took out his combat weapon. It was a huge golden hammer. It was a terrifying Earth-grade immortal weapon, but in terms of grade, it wasn't necessarily stronger than the Heavenly Saint sword. Meteor hammer. The old man roared and the sledgehammer immediately shot out like a meteor. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the sledgehammer's shadows. However, it was impossible to tell which one was the real sledgehammer from the surface. Even if it was just an illusion, its lethality was still extremely shocking and hard to defend against. This was an attack that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was no difference in the direction of the attack and its speed was extremely fast. It had locked onto all the opportunities around Zhou Xian, not giving Zhou Xian the slightest chance. Child's play. The corner of Zhou Xian's mouth curved into a faint smile. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. In his point of view, this meteor hammer was too easy to break. Although this attack seemed extraordinary, as long as he could find the real hammer, he would be able to break it in an instant. It might be hard for others to find the real hammer among the shadows, but for Zhou Xian, who had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, it was just too easy. The Heavenly Saint sword rippled out at an extremely fast speed. The sharp tip of the sword carried an indestructible chi as it pierced towards one of the huge hammers. Bang! The Heavenly Saint sword pierced the golden hammer, creating a large amount of sparks. However, the strength of Zhou Xian's dragon transformation was too strong. The golden hammer couldn't withstand it and was immediately sent flying. Following that, the Heavenly Saint sword burst out layers of sword waves, completely destroying the remaining golden hammer shadows. Ding! Ding! The elder suffered from the powerful counterforce and took 2 steps back. His face was slightly pale. Before he could recover from his shock, Zhou Xian moved again. In his half-dragon form, his speed was already incomparably fast. Coupled with the terrifying spatial shift, he was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of the elder in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed down with a mountain-uprooting force. The elder was helpless. He could only raise the golden hammer in his hand to block. Clang. However, the shock he had received earlier had yet to subside. Now he had to block Zhou Qian's even more ferocious attack. How could he block it? Under Zhou Qian's sword attack, he was once again forced to take a few steps back. The golden hammer in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Barf! The elder was continuously shaken. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Zhou Qian laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent was aroused. This was the first time he killed someone since he came to the immortal world. He must kill to his heart's content. Before the elder could react, Zhou Qian's sword arrived once again. It was like a bolt of lightning, sharp and swift. This time the elder couldn't resist it anymore. His glabella was pierced by Zhou Qian and he died on the spot. Zhou Qian pulled out the sword mercilessly. The elder fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Could be said that he died with everlasting regret. As a late Earth immortal expert and a high-ranking figure of the Huang family, he probably never dreamed that he would die in the hands of a late human immortal brat. This was simply a great irony. Many people gasped. For a moment the scene became incomparably quiet. Even a late Earth Immortal expert had died. Zhou Xian had once again subverted their cognition, making them feel that their worldview had collapsed. The existence of Zhou Xian was destined to leave an unerasable shadow in their hearts. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 1081. Defeating the enemy in one move. Who would have thought that Zhou Xian could really kill a late Earth Immortal expert? Almost no one would believe that a late human Immortal expert could do such a thing. However, the corpse in front of them told them that such a ridiculous thing really happened. Zhou Xian shook the Heavenly Saint sword and looked at Huang Xiong calmly. As I said, you two can come at me together. Zhou Qian's calm voice was filled with ruthlessness and killing intent. No one knew how much energy was hidden in Zhou Qian's body. Zhou Qian's face was filled with confidence. If he wasn't so confident before, then his confidence had swelled to the point of inflating. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, it had become more terrifying than before. The increase in strength that it could bring to Zhou Qian was also much more terrifying. After killing the late Earth Immortal Elder, Zhou Qian no longer put late Earth Immortal experts in his eyes. Even Huang Xiong, who had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal realm, wouldn't put him in his eyes. Only a late Earth Immortal genius like Yan Qingqing could suppress him. Zhou Qian, you are indeed the scariest genius I have ever seen, but don't be too confident. We still have 2 late Earth Immortal experts. You have already used the forbidden art and won't be able to hold on for long. Even if the 2 of us join forces, you will still die. Huang Xiong said coldly. He was sure that Zhou Qian had used the forbidden art and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the time was up, Zhou Qian would be finished. After witnessing Zhou Qian's current combat strength, Huang Xiong wasn't sure that he could defeat Zhou Qian, but in his point of view, the 2 of them were late Earth Immortal experts. It wouldn't be a problem for them to drag the battle until Zhou Qian's forbidden art ended. At that time, Zhou Qian would fall into a period of extreme weakness, and that would be the time of Zhou Qian's death. You talk too much. Let's do it. Zhou Qian shook his head. He knew what Huang Xiong was planning, but today Huang Xiong was destined to be disappointed. If he wanted to fight a war of attrition with Zhou Qian would be able to exhaust a large group of late Earth Immortals. In the face of Zhou Qian's undisguised provocation, Huang Xiong unleashed his powerful qi. Before coming here, he had never thought that Zhou Qian would be so difficult to deal with. He didn't even bring a half-step Heaven Immortal expert with him. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take action himself. If he didn't, he would lose all his face. Huang Xiong glanced at the other late Earth Immortal expert beside him. Both of them nodded to each other and walked towards Zhou Qian at the same time. 2 late Earth Immortal experts joining hands to deal with a late human immortal. If this news was spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. But no one in front of them could laugh, because only a fool would treat Zhou Qian as an ordinary late human immortal expert. As for Huang Xiong, he didn't care about his face anymore. As long as he could kill Zhou Qian, it didn't matter anymore. Today he had truly witnessed the danger of Zhou Qian. That danger wasn't as simple as Zhou Qian's terrifying alchemy skill. A monstrous genius who not only had superb alchemy skill, but also had terrifying combat strength was now being used by the prefecture. If Zhou Qian wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a huge threat to the Huang family sooner or later. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was aware of this. The villagers of Han village tensed up once more. 2 late Earth Immortal experts and 1 late Earth Immortal expert weren't the same. Plus, that late Earth Immortal expert had just stepped into the late Earth Immortal realm. Compared to Huang Xiong, who was a peak late Earth Immortal expert, there was still a certain gap. Go big brother Jiang. Han Chong clenched his fist and cheered for Zhou Qian from behind. If he didn't have much confidence in Zhou Qian before now, he had already chosen to trust Zhou Qian unconditionally. Yan Qingqing, who was hiding in the dark, had already prepared herself for the battle. As long as Zhou Qian couldn't defeat his opponent, she would immediately take action. However, she had an intuition that perhaps she didn't even need to take action today. Zhou Qian alone would be enough to deal with this. Zhou Qian, do you dare to fight without using an immortal tool? Huang Xiong stood opposite of Zhou Qian. Lung Ling said. The unique combat skill of the Huang family overturning palm had an incomparably powerful offensive power. Once it was used, it would be like an avalanche catching the opponent off guard. After hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. He answered Huang Xiong's question with his actions. The heavenly saint's sword vanished from his hand. He had never been afraid of a battle of combat skills. In this heavens and earth, what combat skill could be stronger than the true dragon combat skill that was derived from the dragon transformation skill? Let's do it together. Huang Xiong didn't hesitate. All the immortal qi in his body gathered together and spread out like a tide. Both of his palms kept flying, striking out palm shadows that dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Overturning palm. Huang Xiong shouted. Countless palm shadows blotted out the sky as they rushed towards Jiang Qin. The whole battlefield was shrouded by the palm shadows. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Earthquaking mountain. At the same time, the other late Earth Immortal Elder also struck out a powerful attack. Although his attack wasn't as powerful as Huang Xiong's, it was still incomparably terrifying. Under the attack of the powerful qi waves, countless cracks appeared on the ground and a rumbling sound was heard, as if an earthquake was about to happen. This was the terrifying attack of a late Earth Immortal expert, and it was a fatal attack. If it was any other late human Immortal expert, he or she would have been smashed into powder on the spot. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin didn't hold back. Facing an opponent like Huang Xiong, he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Immediately he struck out his strongest attack, the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 lifelike golden dragons whizzed out. One of them rushed towards the elder and the other 2 towards Huang Xiong. Hong Long. Terrifying qi waves collided with each other. Thick smoke billowed out. Such a violent collision had sent shivers down people's spines. The strongest cultivator in Han Village was only a half-step Earth Immortal expert. They had never seen such a violent battle before. Their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones, even though they were far away from the battle, were greatly shaken. Some of them even spat out blood from the corner of their mouth. The 3 of them swayed a little at the same time. This battle was actually a draw. Such an outcome made the shock in Huang Xiong's heart reach its peak. Given his strength and the other late Earth Immortal expert, they could only fight Jiang Qin to a draw. This made him want to spurt out a mouthful of blood. 6th Master, this kid is very strong. The elder's expression changed completely. Don't panic. He's completely relying on the forbidden art. Let's join forces and exhaust him. I'd like to see how long his forbidden art can last. Huang Xiong Leng said, his eyes staring at Jiang Qin like a venomous snake, emitting a bloodthirsty light and dense killing intent. Humph. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. Suddenly he thought of a skill, the Earth Jail. He hadn't used this skill for a long time because in order to use this skill he had to use it on the ground, using the force of the earth to instantly trap his opponent. When Jiang Qin was in Saint Origin World, every time he fought an expert he would have to start from the extraterritorial battlefield. This move was basically useless and he had forgotten about it after a long time. Now that he thought about it, it was the perfect move to deal with Huang Xiong. After all, Huang Xiong's cultivation base was very strong. It wasn't an easy task to kill him. He had to use some kind of tyrannical means. The Earth prison was limited by certain conditions, but it didn't mean that it was weak. On the contrary, it was a terrifying sneak attack. The opponent wouldn't be able to sense it beforehand. As long as there wasn't a huge gap in their cultivation base, it would be hard for them not to be hit. Earth Immortals couldn't fly because they were restricted by the power of the Earth. Earth prison. Jiang Qin shouted suddenly. As soon as his voice faded, the calm Huang Xiong's facial expression changed dramatically, because he could feel a gush of earth force rushing out from the Earth Immortal realm and acting on his body all of a sudden. Boom. The powerful power of the Earth and the invisible prison. Huang Xiong, who wasn't prepared for this sudden attack, couldn't help but stagger. If it wasn't for his quick reaction he would have been lying on the ground. Even so, it was enough for Jiang Qin. At the moment when Huang Xiong was attacked by the Earth prison, Jiang Qin moved. His movement was extremely fast, like a ghost. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Huang Xiong. His sharp dragon claws grabbed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood began to flow. Huang Xiong gasped. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the aura of death. His face instantly turned as pale as a piece of paper. His previous demeanor was gone and his body was trembling with fear. Sixth Master. The late Earth Immortal old man exclaimed. He still didn't know what happened just now. He didn't know how Huang Xiong fell into the hands of Jiang Chen and was completely controlled by Jiang Chen. Didn't you want to compete with me in combat skills? Jiang Chen said with a smile. But this seemingly sunny smile made Huang Xiong's heart tremble. Don't kill me. Jiang Chen, killing me won't do you any good. Huang Xiong begged for mercy. He was already powerless to resist. He knew very well that as long as Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he would die immediately without any room for resistance. He didn't want to die. No one would want to die, especially a man who was living a comfortable life. His life was the most important thing to him. Order them to release all the people in Han village immediately. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Jiang Chen, I can release them, but you have to promise not to kill me. Huang Xiong said. Now that the people in Han village were still in his hands, he felt that he still had the capital to negotiate. You have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't release them, I will kill you immediately. And I guarantee that they won't hurt anyone in Han village. Chapter 1082. Huang Xiong was drenched in sweat under Jiang Chen's power. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him, and he did not have the courage to bargain with Jiang Chen. He saw Jiang Chen's ruthless eyes, which were indifferent to all living things. Under such eyes, Huang Xiong felt that everything was not his. He had been completely dominated by Jiang Chen. Let them go. Huang Xiong said to the black-clothed men who had completely surrounded the Han villagers. He didn't know that he had given up his last bargaining chip by doing this. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He was too afraid of death and treasured his life too much. Plus, he was intimidated by Jiang Chen's qi, which made his mind slow down. That's right. Of course, Huang Xiong's biggest mistake was that he did not know Jiang Chen. He naively thought that with his identity, as long as he did not kill the Han villagers, Jiang Chen would let him go. After all, he was the sixth master of the Huang family. In the entire Yan city, there was no one who dared to kill him. Jiang Chen had killed countless people in his life. To him, killing was a common thing. He did not even blink, especially to his enemies. Jiang Chen did not hate his enemies, but what Huang Xiong did today made him extremely annoyed. What Jiang Chen hated the most was to threaten him with the people around him. Facing such enemies, Jiang Chen would never be polite. That was to say, when Han Chong ran to Jiang Chen's yard and told him what happened in Han village, he had already sentenced Huang Xiong to death in his heart. Even if Huang Xiong released all the Han villagers now, he would still die, and so would everyone else. Originally, Huang Xiong could still deal with Jiang Chen because the experts of the Huang family had completely controlled the Han villagers. In addition, there were too many villagers in the Han village and their cultivation was too low. Once the experts of the Huang family decided to take action, even with Jiang Chen's ability, it was impossible to guarantee that no one in the Han village would be safe. Voila! Under the lead of Han Chong, the villagers of Han village rushed to Jiang Chen's back and stood with Han Chong, completely breaking away from the control of the experts of Huang family. Village chief, are you all right? A look of joy finally appeared on Han Tsong's face. I'm fine. Han Chongling shook his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were still filled with worry. He wasn't worried about Jiang Chen's cultivation. Jiang Chen's fearsomeness had been witnessed by them. Even Huang Xiong had been defeated by him. No one from the Huang clan was a match for Jiang Chen. What worried Han Chongling the most was whether Jiang Chen would really kill Huang Xiong. If Jiang Chen really killed Huang Xiong, that would mean offending the Huang family. In this region of Yan City, there weren't many people who dared to kill the sixth master. If Jiang Chen killed the sixth master, the Huang family would never let it go. He was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't have a good time in the future. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, there was still a big gap between him and the Huang family. One should know that the Huang family had a real heaven immortal. Jiang Chen, I've already released the Han villagers. You can let me go now. As long as you let me go, I promise the Huang family won't trouble you again. Huang Xiong said in a pleading tone. Huang Xiong, you should know that there are some mistakes that you can't make. Once you do, you will have to pay a heavy price. You can deal with me, but I hate the way you chose to deal with me. From the moment I set foot in Han Village, your fate has been sealed, and so has the fate of all of you. Zhang Chen said with an expressionless face. His eyes were getting colder and colder, and his killing intent was getting colder and colder. Everyone could feel it. You broke your promise. I've already let them go. Huang Xiong was truly terrified. I've never said anything about letting you go. Jiang Chen's words made Huang Xiong's heart sink to the bottom. That's right, Jiang Chen had never said anything about letting him go. In other words, Jiang Chen never intended to let him go from the beginning. Go to hell. Jiang Chen squeezed his dragon claw and crushed Huang Xiong's throat. Blood spurted out from his broken throat. Huang Xiong's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe it was true even at the moment of his death. He was the sixth lord of the Huang family. He never thought that he would die one day. At least he didn't think that he would be killed by someone else. However, he had provoked the wrong person, Jiang Chen. Death was the only ending for him. Huang Xiong's body fell to the ground. From now on there would be no Lord Lu in Yan City. This scene made all the people of the Huang family gasp. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen with fear in their eyes as if they were looking at a ghost. They had never seen such a ferocious method before. It was as if the person standing in front of them wasn't a human, but a bloodthirsty devil from hell. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill the sixth lord? Do you know the status of the sixth lord in the Huang family? The final late earthly immortal stage old man berated loudly. He was using this shout to conceal the fear in his heart, but all of this was useless. You'll end up the same. Jiang Chen said and lunged at the elder madly, at the same time casting the earth jail. The elder let out a miserable cry. One of his arms was torn off by Jiang Chen on the spot. He wasn't that weak, but Jiang Chen had killed Huang Xiong, which made him lose the courage to fight. Under such circumstances, how could he be a match for Jiang Chen? Bang! Jiang Chen slammed his palm on the elder's heart, shattering all his internal organs and killing him on the spot. The remaining members of the Huang family were completely terrified. They had never seen such a scene before. The fear that came from the bottom of their hearts had left them in despair. Big brother Jiang, are we going to kill these people as well? Han Chong plucked up his courage and came to the back of Jiang Chen. He felt that Jiang Chen was a stranger to him. He had never thought that the sunny boy next door would have such a terrifying side. He was simply the incarnation of a devil. However, Han Chong couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he was still too inexperienced. Killing people was too foreign to him, let alone killing so many people at once. Atsong, don't speak. Han Chongling hastily pulled Han Chong back, fearing that Han Chong would offend Jiang Chen's dignity. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen who was saved by them. A person who could kill a late Earth immortal was a high and mighty existence in their eyes. In front of Jiang Chen, apart from gratitude, they felt more respect and fear. Jiang Chen didn't answer Hong Kong. Instead, he quickly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword and rushed into the Huang family's camp like a ferocious tiger. Arg! Wails lingered in the air, sending chills down one's spine. In front of Jiang Chen in his half-dragon form, these Earth immortal experts were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In just a few blinks, all of them died under Jiang Chen's sword. Blood flowed like a river in the open space of Han Village. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. All of the people of Huang family were dead. None of them were left alive. When had the villagers of Han Village ever seen such a scene? Each of them turned pale with fright. Their bodies were trembling. Jiang Chen's ruthlessness had shaken their hearts, but they knew very well that Jiang Chen had saved them. Without Jiang Chen, they would be the ones who died here today. Therefore they were more grateful to Jiang Chen. At the rear, Yan Qingqing's expression was also palpitating. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen's massacre. She was completely shocked. Not even a young lady like her had experienced such a bloody scene. However, after Jiang Chen killed them, he still looked calm as if nothing had happened. This could only mean one thing: Jiang Chen had long been accustomed to such a massacre. Jiang Chen returned to his half-dragon form, then came to Han Chong and said solemnly, "Atsong, you have to remember that this is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. You can't be merciful to your enemies. Being merciful to your enemies is the same as being cruel to yourself and your loved ones. If I couldn't defeat the Huang family today, I would also face the same fate. Even many people in your village would die. I'm afraid that's not what you want to see. After all, Yen City and One Line Sky are too small. When you walk out of this place one day, you will know the true cruelty of a world where people eat people. Han Tsong's expression was palpitating. He felt that Jiang Chen was too unfamiliar to him, but he also knew that Jiang Chen's words were for his own good. Yes, big brother Jiang. Han Chong nodded and tried not to look at the corpses on the ground. Jiang brother, thank you for saving us today. On behalf of the entire Han village, I thank Jiang brother. Han Chongling cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. There's no need to thank me, village chief. This matter was caused by me, Jiang Chen said. But Jiang brother has killed so many people of the Huang family, including the sixth master. You should know that Huang Xiong is the blood brother of the Huang family's patriarch. Now that he's dead, the Huang family will definitely not let this matter go. Han Chongling said worriedly. The revenge of the Huang family was absolutely terrifying. At that time, not only would Jiang Chen be in danger, their Han village would also be consigned to eternal damnation. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand, then said to the direction where Yen Qingqing was hiding, Eldest Miss has been hiding for so long. It's time for her to come out. Upon hearing this, all the people of Han village looked back and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman walking out. It turned out that Yen Qingqing had been hiding at the back all along. They didn't have the slightest gap between them, but it seemed like Jiang Chen had already noticed her. You've already discovered me. Chapter 1083. Eldest Miss has been following me all the way from the city lord's mansion. Jiang Chen can still sense it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He could understand why Yen Qingqing followed him secretly. After all, from Yen Qingqing's point of view, she still had to consider the safety of the city lord's mansion. However, Jiang Chen was a little disgusted by this hidden sense of distrust. Hearing this, Yen Qingqing's heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable because Jiang Chen had already called her Miss Qingqing before. Now he called her eldest miss, which made him feel a little distant. Big brother Jiang Yuan Qingjun found me last night and told me that you went out to meet with Huang Xiong outside the city lord's mansion. He said that you are a spy sent by the Huang family. Coincidentally, you left the city lord's mansion in a hurry this morning. Qingqing was suspicious, so I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect that it would be like this. Qingqing is really ashamed, I'm sorry. Yen Qingqing bowed to Jiang Chen and said frankly. Her expression was dignified and everyone could feel her sincerity. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also nodded secretly. Yen Qingqing was not pretentious at all, which made him not feel disgusted at all. If Yen Qingqing didn't tell the truth and made up some other lies to fool him, Jiang Chen's good impression of her would disappear instantly and he would leave the city lord's mansion. However, Yen Qingqing obviously didn't try to fool him. She told him everything in detail, which made Jiang Chen's anger disappear. Moreover, Jiang Chen learned about Yuan Qingjun from Yen Qingqing. Last night, Huang Xiong could accurately wait for him outside the city lord's mansion, and Yuan Qingjun happened to see their meeting. Then he told Yen Qingqing everything, causing her to misunderstand him. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Chen felt that everything was planned by Yuan Qingjun in the dark. As for Yen Qingqing, Jiang Chen wasn't angry at her at all. She didn't go to him immediately after knowing that he had met with Huang Xiong, which meant that she still trusted him. As for her doubts, if he was in her shoes he would also have doubts. No wonder Yen Qingqing didn't. Now that her doubts were gone, it naturally wouldn't affect the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yen Qingqing, or even the city lord's mansion. Yuan Qingjun is narrow-minded and not a kind person. Miss Qingqing, you have to be careful. Jiang Chen reminded him and did not tell him about Yuan Qingjun's visit last night. Big brother Yuan is indeed a little stingy, but I grew up with him. He's not a bad person. Plus, my father and Uncle Yuan are sworn brothers. Big brother Yuan would never do anything that would harm the city lord's mansion. Yen Qingqing said. That's for the best. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. There were some things that didn't need to be explained. Today Big Brother Jiang's means have really stunned Qingqing. I always thought that Big Brother Jiang was only good at alchemy. I never thought that his combat strength would be so terrifying. A late human immortal could actually kill a late earth immortal expert. I'm afraid that even those super geniuses in ethereal immortal domain wouldn't be able to do such a thing, let alone in one-line sky. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yan Qingqing said sincerely. Geniuses were very proud, and Yan Qingqing was no exception. It wasn't easy for her to say words of admiration to Jiang Chen, but now her admiration came from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen, you're a genius. Brother Jiang is a true genius, but Brother Jiang has killed Huang Xiong today. The Huang family will definitely not let this matter go. I wonder what we should do next. Han Chongling said worriedly. Everyone in the Huang family is dead today. In my opinion, we should just burn their bodies. No one will see it anyway. Second brother Han said. No need. It's totally unnecessary. Huang Xiong has brought so many experts to Han village. The Huang family will definitely know about it. This matter can't be concealed anymore. The people of Han village can no longer stay here. Jiang Chen said and looked at Yan Qingqing. Miss Qingqing, it shouldn't be a difficult thing for you to settle down the people of Han village, right? Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I can guarantee the safety of the Han village. All the villagers can go to Yan City immediately. Yan Qingqing said. At this time, the only thing that could protect the Han village was the Castellan's mansion. After hearing Yan Qingqing's words, the villagers of Han village heaved a sigh of relief. With the protection of the Castellan's mansion, they didn't need to worry about their safety anymore. The Han village had also moved to Yan City from a remote area. From now on, they had the support of the Castellan's mansion. This was all because of Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the Han village wouldn't have such a great opportunity. The high and mighty Castellan wouldn't give special treatment to a small Han village. And I'm relieved after hearing Sister Qingqing's words. Jiang Chen smiled. He was the one who annihilated the Huang family and the main target of the Huang family. Han village was just an accessory. So as long as the Han village entered Yan City, it would be safe under the protection of the Castellan's mansion. Given the Huang family's identity, they wouldn't make things difficult for a small village because it would be beneath their dignity. Without wasting too much time, the villagers of Han village packed up and followed Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing to Yan City. Although there were more than 100 people in the Han village, with the help of the two experts Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing, their speed was extremely fast. It only took them half a day to arrive at Yan City from the Han village. Hundreds of people entering the Castellan's mansion was a big target. It was hard for them not to be noticed. Plus, the news of what happened in Han village spread like wildfire. The news of Jiang Chen killing Huang Xiong had alarmed the Castellan Yan Donglu. In a room, Yan Donglu, Yan Qingqing, and Yuan Hong were gathered together with Yuan Qingjun. Qingqing, you said that Jiang Chen killed Huang Xiong with his late human immortal cultivation base? Yan Donglu couldn't hide his astonishment. Despite knowing what happened in Han village, he still couldn't believe it. Just like the others, he only thought that Jiang Chen was a powerful alchemist. Ordinary alchemists would be weaker in terms of combat strength because of their focus on alchemy. However, Jiang Chen had become an anomaly. Not only was his alchemy skill superb, his combat strength was also earth-shattering. Impossible. I absolutely don't believe that he can kill Huang Lu. After all, Huang Lu is a peak late Earth immortal expert. He's very difficult to deal with. Even if I personally take action, it won't be an easy task to kill him. Yuan Qingjun spoke aloud. He seemed somewhat agitated. He had looked down on Jiang Chen from the beginning. As a late Earth immortal expert, he had a unique advantage in front of human immortals. Now he suddenly felt that his advantage was gone. How could he accept it? Jiang Chen, you're right. That's right, Dad. I was hiding in the dark and saw everything clearly. All the people of Huang family who went to Han village were killed by Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing said with certainty. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the heavens and earth. I'm afraid that such a genius is rare even in the entire ethereal immortal domain. This man's future is limitless. It seems like the Castellan's mansion has to make good use of him. Yan Donglu nodded and said. From his words, it could be seen that he attached great importance to Jiang Chen. It was impossible for him to ignore such a terrifying genius. If he didn't, he would be a fool. Humph. He's just a puny human immortal. What can he achieve? Yuan Qingjun harumphed coldly. Big brother Yuan, why do you always go against Jiang Chen? Last night you said that Zhou Xian is a spy and a member of Huang family. Today Zhou Xian has killed Huang Xiong, which showed his loyalty to the prefecture. I hope Big Brother Yuan will stop going against Zhou Xian in the future. Both of you are from the prefecture and should get along well with each other. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Qingjun with a frown. She was very unhappy that Yuan Qingjun was going against Zhou Xian. And Qingqing is right. Qingjun, you have to get along well with Zhou Xian in the future. I can tell that this man is not ordinary. You should be able to learn a lot from him. Yan Donglu said. Undoubtedly, the words of Yan Donglu and his daughter had deeply hurt Yuan Qingjuan's self-esteem. He hated Zhou Xian to the core. Because of Zhou Xian, Yan Qingqing's attitude towards him had changed completely. He could clearly feel the difference. Zhou Xian, damn it. I'll get rid of you sooner or later. Yuan Qingjun gritted his teeth in anger. Qingjun, focus on your cultivation. Yuan Hong said to his son in a flat tone. Yes, Uncle Yan, Dad. Yuan Qingjun replied. The next day in the Huang family. In the spacious meeting hall of Huang family, a dozen corpses were laid out. The one in the center was Huang Xiong, the famous sixth master of Yan City. At this moment he was lying there quietly. His throat was crushed in an extremely cruel way. Could be said that he died miserably. Until now Huang Xiong's eyes were still open. A lot of people had gathered in the meeting hall, but all of them kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In front of Huang Xiong's corpse stood 5 experts, 2 heaven immortals and 3 half-step heaven immortals. They were the true experts of Huang family. The patriarch of Huang family, Huang Ying, looked enraged. His chest was heaving up and down as if there was a hidden volcano in his body that would erupt at any time. The same was true for the other 4. They were Huang Xiong's blood brothers. Who did this? Said Huang Ying Lung in a tone so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. The corpses of 6th Master and the others were found in Han Village. All the people in Han Village have left. I heard that they have all entered the prefecture. According to the prefecture, 6th Master and the others were killed by that alchemist named Zhou Xian. Chapter 1084. Impossible. That alchemist is just a human immortal. It's impossible for him to kill 6th brother. Huang San's reaction was very intense. He might be able to accept it if Huang Xiong and the others were killed by the experts of the prefecture, but he couldn't believe that Huang Xiong and the others were killed by a late human immortal. They were very clear about Huang Xiong's strength. Not to mention a late human immortal, even 100 late human immortals wouldn't be a match for Huang Xiong. It's true. That Zhou Xian has become a legend in the prefecture. It's said that he's a peerless genius. Not only is his alchemy skill terrifying, but his combat strength is also shocking. He can kill a mid-earth immortal with just a late human immortal cultivation. It's said that when Zhou Xian was fighting 6th Master, he used a forbidden technique that increased his combat strength by 10 times. That's how he killed 6th Master. The guard said. What? A forbidden technique that can increase combat strength by 10 times? How can there be such a terrifying secret technique in this world? Someone exclaimed. They knew very well how difficult it was to increase one's combat strength. It was extremely difficult to increase one's combat strength on the basis of one's original combat strength. There were powerful taboo techniques that could temporarily increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times, which was already very terrifying. A taboo technique that could increase one's combat strength by 10 times in an instant, not to mention seeing it, it was the first time they had even heard of it. Dad, what happened? At this time a voice came from outside the hall. Then 3 figures strode in. The 3 of them seemed to be in their 20s. Each of them was handsome and elegant. Especially their cultivation, it was extremely terrifying. None of them was weaker than Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun. They were all late earth immortals. Fate, you're back. Huang Ying's face revealed a rare smile when he saw the 3 of them. Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming were known as the 3 heroes of Yan City. They were the 3 geniuses of the Huang family. De Huang and Haofei were the biological sons of the Huang family. The 3 of them had left Yan City not long ago to gain experience. They didn't expect to encounter such a big incident when they returned today. Looking at Huang Xiong's corpse on the ground, the 3 of them were instantly enraged. How dare he? How dare he kill sixth uncle in Yen City? He must be tired of living. Huang Haofei clenched his fists and released a powerful aura. No one dared to disrespect this young master of the Huang family. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's name appeared in their ears. The guard told them the whole story. Huang Haofei and the other two were shocked. They were already rare geniuses, but it was absolutely unimaginable for a late human immortal to kill a late Earth immortal expert. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. I don't believe that such a person exists in this world. However, if such a person really exists, then he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, for our Huang family, he will be a huge threat. Huang Haofei said. But this person is hiding in the city lord's mansion. We don't have a chance to make a move. Huang Laosi said. I will go to the city lord's mansion to find him. I Huang Haoren want to challenge Jiang Chen. As long as he dares to accept the challenge, I will kill him and avenge sixth uncle. Huang Haoren's aura fluctuated. He then turned around and walked out of the hall. Sure enough, Huang Haoren did what he said he would do. He ran to the entrance of the prefecture in an overbearing manner and clamored, wanting to challenge Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to his challenge. He didn't put it in his heart at all. As a result, Huang Haoren had been clamoring outside the prefecture for an hour, but Jiang Chen didn't even fart. It looked like he had no intention of coming out to accept the challenge. Haha, what bullshit peerless genius. It turns out that he's just a coward. Huang Haoren laughed and left. However, he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. He would come again tomorrow until Jiang Chen accepted the challenge. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't take Huang Haoren's challenge seriously at all. Other than helping the city lord's mansion to concoct some pills, he was also focusing on refining the imprint in his body. During the process, his cultivation base was also constantly increasing. The imprint was about to be completely refined. Once it was completely refined, Jiang Chen's cultivation base would be able to break through to the half-step Earth immortal realm. At that time, he would be even more terrifying. The next day, Huang Haoren continued to provoke the city lord's mansion. His actions didn't attract Jiang Chen, but attracted Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun instead. Huang Haoren, you've been scolding outside the city lord's mansion for so long. That should be enough. Yan Qingqing said angrily. Yan Qingqing, this matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly ask that Jiang Chen to come out and fight with me. Don't be a coward. I would like to see how powerful he is. I Huang Haoren firmly believe that he has the strength to kill my sixth uncle. Huang Haoren said unyieldingly. Sister Qingqing, this Jiang Chen hasn't come out to accept the challenge. Wouldn't that make us look like a joke? It would make us look like we're not as good as the Huang family. Yuan Qingjun said with a smile. In fact, he was secretly ridiculing Jiang Chen for being a coward and not daring to accept the challenge. Brother Jiang has his own plans. Yan Qingqing glared at Yuan Qingjun, then said to Huang Haoren, don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Brother Jiang doesn't have time to accept your challenge. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Yan Qingqing's qi fluctuated. She strode towards Huang Haoren and suddenly unleashed her qi. It seemed like she was ready to fight with Huang Haoren at any time. Alright, I also want to see the means of the Great Mississippi. Huang Haoren also unleashed his qi. He wasn't afraid of Yan Qingqing at all. Hong Long. A genius meeting a genius, and they were enemies. There was almost nothing to say. Both of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. There was a spacious square outside the city lord's mansion. The fierce battle between the two naturally attracted a lot of people. Huang Haoren had been scolding for a long time, so the number of onlookers had already increased. More and more people were watching the battle. For the people of Yen City, being able to witness the battle between the two great geniuses of the Huang family and the city lord mansion was an extremely rare thing. This was definitely going to be a good show. However, the absence of Jiang Chen had disappointed them. After all, Jiang Chen's reputation had spread out. Who wouldn't want to meet such a person who could kill the late Earth Immortal Sixth Master Huang with his cultivation base of late human immortal realm? Not to mention whether Jiang Chen's strength was really that tyrannical, his courage to kill Huang Xiong was already admirable. Who is this Jiang Chen? I have never heard of him before. You still don't know? I heard that he is a genius rescued by the people of Han Village. Not only is his alchemy skill incomparably superb, he has already become the chief alchemist of the City Lord's mansion. Who would have thought that his combat strength is also incomparably terrifying? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. This news is absolutely true. It is said that Jiang Chen is only a late human immortal expert. It is simply unbelievable that he could kill a late Earth immortal expert with his cultivation base. Unfortunately, that Jiang Chen is acting like a coward and doesn't dare to come out to fight. Otherwise, I would like to have a good look at him. I think he doesn't dare to come out. Jiang Chen is one of the 3 geniuses of Huang family. Not only is his cultivation base high, but his combat strength is also incomparable to an ordinary late Earth immortal expert. It is reasonable that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to fight. Many people were talking about it. Jiang Chen's reputation had spread across the streets of Yen City in a very short time. Coupled with the 2 days of challenges and curses from Jiang Chen, it was difficult for them not to know who Jiang Chen was. The only regret was that Jiang Chen didn't show up. In many people's eyes, he was still a mysterious figure. Although they didn't see Jiang Chen's real face, it was already a good harvest to be able to see the battle between the 2 geniuses of Yen City. Yan Qingqing and Huang Haoren fought fiercely for half an hour, but there was no clear winner. However, it was obvious that both of them still had some trump cards that they didn't want to show to each other. Yan Qingqing, go back and tell Jiang Chen that his life will be Huang family's sooner or later. Huang Haoren will come again tomorrow. If he doesn't show up, he can continue to be a coward. Huang Haoren left these words and left. That afternoon, before the dispute between Jiang Chen and the Huang family could be settled, a mountain range 1,000 miles away from Yen City suddenly shook. This kind of powerful vibration naturally attracted the attention of all the major powers in Yen City. Therefore, the experts of the City Lord Mansion and the Huang family immediately flew over. Outside the shaking mountain range, Yen Donglu and Yuan Hong, Huang Ying and second brother of Huang family, 4 heaven immortal experts arrived almost at the same time. The situation in front of them made them extremely excited. This place was originally an abandoned, desolate mountain range. Normally, it was desolate and uninhabited. Very few people would come here. But after the vibration just now, an ore mountain appeared here. That's right, it was a hidden ore mountain. In the immortal world, what did an ore mountain represent? Represented endless wealth. With Yen Donglu and Huang Ying's eyesight, they could naturally see the enormous wealth contained in this ore mountain. The grade of the ore mountain wasn't high. Most of them were low-grade immortal metastones, but they could also dig out mid-grade immortal metastones from the inside. Mid-grade immortal metastones were incomparably precious. The value of 1 mid-grade immortal metastone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade immortal metastones. In the face of such a huge treasure, who wouldn't be moved? I never thought that there would be such a hidden ore mountain in Yen City. This ore mountain is enough to excavate a huge amount of low-grade immortal metastones. There are even a lot of mid-grade immortal metastones. If our Huang family can obtain this ore mountain, our strength will definitely increase tremendously. Second brother Huang's eyes lit up as if this endless wealth already belonged to his Huang family. This ore mountain was not discovered by your Huang family. Could it be that your Huang family wants to seize it in front of me? Chapter 1085. Yen Donglu, I was the first to arrive at this ore mountain. In other words, my Huang family was the first to discover it. Do you think I should own it? Huang Ying said with a carefree expression. He knew the value of this mine. If he could take it for himself, he would never share it with the City Lord Mansion. If the Huang family could take control of this mine, their strength would increase tremendously. It would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the City Lord Mansion. At that time, they would destroy the City Lord Mansion and Yen City would belong to the Huang family. What a joke. Didn't I say that I was the first to arrive here? Why don't you give it a try if you want to own this ore mountain? Yen Donglu darted a glance at Huang Ying. As his archenemy, he had never been afraid of Huang Ying. Plus, the cold poison in his body had been completely removed and he had obtained great benefits from the ardent yang pill. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early heaven immortal realm, only a step away from the intermediate heaven immortal realm. If they really fought, Huang Ying wouldn't be a match for him. Yan Donglu, don't say that I'm not generous enough. I'll give you 20% of the Ore Mountain. This is my biggest concession," said Huang Ying. "Ha, 20%. That's funny. I think it's not bad to give you 20%. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. He was amused by Huang Ying's words. Huang Ying's appetite was really big. This Ore Mountain had appeared for some reason and was discovered by the four of them at the same time. How could Huang Ying claim 80% of the Ore Mountain? Wasn't this ridiculous? Who wouldn't want to own such a huge Ore Mountain? This is an unimaginable fortune to Yen City. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yan Donglu, Huang Ying, and the other two turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s flying towards them. He was wearing a scholarly robe and looked gentle and elegant, just like a Confucian scholar. The smile on his face made people have a good impression on him. "Nie Yuan, could it be that your Yuan association is also going to interfere?" Huang Ying's face was filled with displeasure. The newcomer was none other than the last tycoon of Yen City, the president of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Nie Yuan. "Nie Yuan, your Yuan Chamber of Commerce has never interfered in the battle between the two of us. Do you also want a share of this mine?" Yan Donglu said in an unfriendly tone. The two families were on the verge of fighting over this huge amount of wealth and neither of them was willing to give in. It would be disastrous if another family joined in. Our Yuan association has always been amiable and prosperous. We will not interfere in the fight between the two of you. However, our Yuan association naturally wants to have a share of such a huge amount of wealth. I have a suggestion. I wonder what the two of you think. Nie Yuan chuckled as he spoke. Although he was dressed like a Confucian scholar, his smile gave off a feeling of craftiness. "What suggestion?" asked Huang Ying. "I can see that both of you absolutely don't want to share the wealth with each other. Why don't I give you a suggestion? I'll be the judge. Both of you will use a certain method to have a competition. Whoever produces the immortal stone will get 80% of the mine. The loser will get nothing and the remaining 20% will belong to our Yuan association," said Nie Yuan. From this suggestion, it wasn't hard to see Nie Yuan's character. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a crafty old fox. One should know that Yuan association had never interfered in the battle between the prefecture and Huang family. If it wasn't for the fact that the value of this mine was too high, he would never show up. Such a suggestion wouldn't bring any harm to Yuan association. Instead, they could earn 20% of the immortal metastones for no reason. It could also be considered as a suitable solution for the prefecture and Huang family. One should know that both Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't let go of the 80% of the immortal metastones. It would be better to find a middleman to have a competition. The winner would get 80% of the immortal metastones and the loser would get nothing. As for the city lord's mansion and the Huang family, they had been fighting against each other for a long time. Therefore, even though the two of them knew that Nie Yuan had his own reasons for making such a suggestion, they couldn't say a single word. If they didn't agree, they might be misunderstood as being afraid of the other party. They couldn't afford to lose face like that. More importantly, if they won and got 80% of the immortal metastones, they would rather let Yuan association get the remaining 20% than the other party. "Nie Yuan, how do you propose the competition?" Yan Donglu asked. "It's very simple. We can let the two of you find geniuses to compete with each other. Sooner or later, the world will belong to the young generation. Besides, it's meaningless to let the two of you compete with each other. I don't think I need to say much about your strength. I'm afraid that the two of you won't be able to determine the winner even if you fight for 3 days and 3 nights. It's more meaningful to let the geniuses compete with each other," Nie Yuan said with a smile. Business opportunities were the most important thing for a businessman. He was sure that Yan Donglu and Huang Ying wouldn't refuse his suggestion. As long as the two major powers decided to compete with each other, he would be able to get the 20% of the immortal metastones. "Alright, let's do it. I heard that the eldest daughter of the prefecture is talented and beautiful. I wonder if you dare to compete with my son?" Huang Ying looked at Yan Donglu with a sneer. He was very confident in the strength of his son Huang Haofei. Huang Haofei had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm at such a young age. Now he was only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. "Humph. Do you think that my daughter will be afraid of your son?" Yan Donglu harumphed coldly. The two of you, it's really boring to fight one-on-one. In my opinion, why don't we have a best-of-3 competition? That way, the geniuses of your two families will have the opportunity to show their strength. Isn't that better? Nie Yuan suggested. As one of the 3 major powers in Yan City, he too wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the prefecture and Huang family were. Alright, let's have a best-of-3 competition then. I think it's a good idea. Huang Ying agreed without hesitation. Suddenly he found Nie Yuan very pleasing to his eyes. Such a competition would be very beneficial to Huang family. In Yan City, who didn't know the name of the 3 heroes of the Huang family? Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming, the 3 great geniuses of the Huang family. Apart from Yan Qingqing, there was only Yuan Qingjun left in the prefecture. They couldn't find a 3rd genius. Winning 2 out of 3 matches was very beneficial to the Huang family. Furthermore, such a competition reminded Huang Ying of a person, Jiang Chen. Since it was stated that the best-of-3 competition would be the best-of-3, the prefecture would have to find 3 geniuses. Apart from Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun, the only one who could stand on the stage was Jiang Chen, who had recently risen to fame in Yan City. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Huang Ying couldn't help but recall the tragic death of Huang Xiong and the others. For the past 2 days, Huang Haoren had been challenging the prefecture, but Jiang Chen had become a coward and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Since Jiang Chen didn't dare to accept the challenge, it meant that Jiang Chen didn't think that he was a match for Huang Haoren. That would be great. If they could attract Jiang Chen to fight, it would be the death of Jiang Chen and the opportunity for Huang family to take revenge would come. What do you think? I wonder if Brother Yan dares to accept the challenge. But I remember that your prefecture doesn't have 3 geniuses. It's really pitiful. Huang Ying said in a strange tone. Humph. So be it. No matter how we compete, my Castellan manor will not fear your Huang family. Yan Donglu harumphed coldly. He was a man who valued his face very much. At least he couldn't lose to his opponent in terms of qi. Alright, it's a deal then. The time will be tomorrow right outside this or mine. If your prefecture loses, our Huang family will get 80% of this or mine and Yuan Association will get 20%. Huang Ying laughed out loud, then left with Huang family's second brother. Nie Yuan left as well. This time he had obtained 20% of the Immortal Meta Stones without using a single blade or spear. Naturally, he felt very happy in his heart. Brother Yan, why did you agree to this kind of competition? Our City Lord Mansion only has 2 young geniuses while the Huang family has 3. All of them are very strong. This kind of competition is disadvantageous to us. Yuan Hong said with a frown, feeling that Yan Donglu shouldn't have agreed to such a competition. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be lowering my head in front of Huang Ying? 2 out of 3 isn't a big deal. Wasn't Jiang Chen able to kill a late Earth Immortal expert? Even Huang Xiong was killed by him. I think he must have some ability. Yan Donglu said. The only person he could think of at this moment was Jiang Chen. But how can Huang Xiong and the other 2 be compared to Huang Haofei and the other 2? Huang Haoren has been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days, but Jiang Chen didn't even dare to show up. This is a typical case of fear. I don't think we can count on this Jiang Chen. Yuan Hong said. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's performance in these 2 days was disappointing and disdainful. It was hard for anyone to have any hope in him. Then let's pray that Qingqing and Qingjun can win 2 rounds. Yan Donglu said faintly and left swiftly. In the prefecture, in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed, Jiang Chen was still in seclusion to refine the soul imprint. It would take him at most 1 day to refine it completely. At that time it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Yan Donglu paid a visit to Jiang Chen personally, which forced Jiang Chen to stop his seclusion. May I know what's the purpose of your visit, City Lord? Jiang Chen clasped his fists and asked. I haven't thanked Grandmaster Zhang for your help that day. I never thought that not only Grandmaster Zhang's skill in alchemy was superb, but also his combat strength was astonishing. It's unbelievable that a mere late human immortal expert could kill a late Earth immortal expert like Huang Xiong. Chapter 1086. City Lord never comes to me for no reason. Just get straight to the point. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well that Yen Donglu wouldn't come to him for no reason. Since Yen Donglu had come, he must have something to ask of him. Grandmaster Jiang is really a straightforward man. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Here's the thing. Yen Donglu wasn't a man who liked to waste time. Immediately, he told Jiang Chen about the ore mine outside Yen City. Naturally, the most important part was the competition between the prefecture and the Huang family. I suppose City Lord wants me to represent the prefecture in the competition, right? Jiang Chen was a smart man. Plus, he was very interested after hearing about the ore mine. He had just arrived in the immortal world not too long ago and needed a lot of immortal metastones. As the saying goes, everyone knows their own business. Unlike others, he had already witnessed the scariness of the dragon transformation skill. The further one cultivated this skill, the more immortal metastones would be consumed. That's right. There are 3 geniuses in the Huang family, known as the 3 heroes of the Huang family of Yen City. All 3 of them are very powerful, having reached the late Earth immortal realm, especially Huang Ying's son Huang Haofei. Apart from Qingqing, there's only Yuan Qingjun left in the prefecture. There's no 3rd genius in the young generation. Although Grandmaster Jiang is young and is only a late human immortal expert, your talent is amazing. Even Huang Xiong, a late Earth immortal expert, was killed by you. Apart from you, there's no one else in the prefecture who can compete with you, said Yen Donglu. Jiang Chen knitted his brows, seeming to be in a dilemma, but inwardly he was incomparably happy. This was a business that he couldn't miss. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry too much. Qingjun and Qingqing will fight in the 1st and 2nd round. As long as they win, Grandmaster doesn't need to fight in the 3rd round. As long as Grandmaster agrees to it, I will certainly give you some benefits. Yen Donglu thought that Jiang Chen was in a difficult position because of fear, but in his point of view it was normal. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was only a late human immortal after all. He hadn't even reached the half-step Earth immortal realm. Although he was able to kill Huang Xiong, how could Huang Xiong be compared to geniuses like Huang Haofei? If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have let Huang Haoren insult him. Since City Lord has put it this way, I won't stand on ceremony. Let's be clear about some things first. If Yuan Qingjun and Miss Qingqing are able to win, there's naturally no need for me to act. I won't ask for any benefits either. If they lose the 1st round and I help the City Lord's mansion win the 3rd round, I want 20% of the mine. Jiang Chen. What? Upon hearing this, Yen Donglu almost exclaimed. Asking for 20% of the immortal metastones? Wasn't this Jiang Chen's appetite a little too big? City Lord, you can consider it. If it's possible, I will agree to it. Jiang Chen smiled. At this point, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Yen Donglu thought for a while and said, all right, as long as Grandmaster Jiang can help the prefecture win the mine, I will give you 20%. Yen Donglu was a shrewd man. After regaining his composure, he felt that Jiang Chen's condition wasn't too excessive. After all, Jiang Chen had to fight and win the 1st round. In other words, if Yen Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun lost the 1st round, they must win the 3rd round. Otherwise, the mine would belong to Huang family and the prefecture wouldn't get a single strand of it. If Jiang Chen could win the 3rd round, even if Jiang Chen was given 20%, the prefecture would still get 60%. More importantly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Huang Haoren. As a matter of fact, his real hope was still on Yuan Qingjun and Yen Qingqing. He didn't have too much hope for Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was too low. If Jiang Chen could really defeat Huang Haoren, it would be worthwhile for the prefecture to spend a fortune to befriend a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's future achievements would be limitless. Befriending him would only bring benefits to the prefecture. When is the competition? Asked Jiang Chen. Tomorrow outside the mine, said Yen Donglu. And no problem. Jiang Chen smiled. No matter what, his smile was always full of confidence. Yen Donglu didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, but such confidence could always affect the people around him, making them feel hopeful. After Yen Donglu left, Jiang Chen continued to refine the spiritual marks. He knew his own strength very well. Although Huang Haoren and the other 2 were stronger than Huang Xiong, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them at all. Putting aside the fact that he would advance to the half-step Earth immortal realm tomorrow, His trump cards would be enough to deal with anything even if he didn't advance to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. Early the next morning, the higher-ups of the prefecture had gathered outside the gate of the prefecture. There were more than a dozen of them. All of them were very strong. Apart from Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun, who were late Earth Immortal realm, the rest were already half-step Heaven Immortal realm. They were the true higher-ups of the prefecture. Today's competition with Huang family could be considered as a major event in the prefecture, not only because of the competition of immortal meta stones, but also because of the competition between the young generation of Yan City. The losing side was destined to have a severe impact on their morale. Jiang Qin, clad in a white robe, walked out of the prefecture leisurely. Humph! How could the prefecture send a late human immortal to participate in such a major event? What a joke! Fighting alongside him is an incomparably shameful thing. Yuan Qingjun said sarcastically, displeased at the sight of Jiang Qin. Why does Big Brother Yuan always pick on Big Brother Jiang? Although Big Brother Jiang is only a late human immortal, he has killed Huang Xiong with his own hands. Isn't such strength enough to represent the prefecture? Yan Qingqing was incomparably dissatisfied. Qingjun is right. We can't find a third genius to represent the prefecture. The two of you are the most important participants in this competition. As long as you two can win the first two matches, Master Jiang won't need to do anything. Yuan Hong said. Yan Donglu shook his head and didn't speak a word. He knew that Yuan Qingjun liked his daughter for a long time, but his daughter seemed to be more interested in Jiang Qin. In this case, it was normal for Yuan Qingjun to have a prejudice against Jiang Qin. However, this was the relationship between young people. Yan Donglu wouldn't get involved in it. Under the lead of Yan Donglu, the group of people headed towards the Ore Mountain. Basically, no one had any objection to the choice of choosing Jiang Qin to represent the prefecture. After all, they knew the situation of the prefecture very well. Apart from Jiang Qin, they couldn't find a third genius. Besides, Jiang Qin was a famous alchemist. They had seen Jiang Qin's alchemy skills. Could be said to be superb and shocking. Even if they were half-step Heaven Immortal experts, they wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. On the contrary, it would be beneficial for them to befriend Jiang Qin. When the people from the City Lord Mansion arrived at the Ore Mountain, the people from the Huang family and Yuan Association had already arrived ahead of them. This was a grand meeting between the three major forces, and the strength of the three forces could be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Among the people of Huang family, there were three dignified young men with a face full of pride. They were Huang Haofei, Huang Haoren, and Huang Haoming, the three heroes of the Huang family. They were also the three contestants of the Huang family. Seeing the arrival of the people of the prefecture, the people of Huang family and Yuan Association immediately looked over. Naturally, their eyes were focused on the young men of the prefecture and the contestants. Putting aside Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun, the appearance of Jiang Qin was the most eye-catching one. Almost without introduction, they had already guessed the identity of Jiang Qin. This new senior alchemist of the prefecture had gained quite a reputation these days. Is this man Jiang Qin? Huang Haoren's knife-like eyes fell on Jiang Qin. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. He had been cursing outside the prefecture for 2 days, but in the end he didn't even get to see Jiang Qin's face. It was impossible for him not to feel depressed. Dad, Yan Donglu really let Jiang Qin fight. This is the chance to avenge sixth uncle. Today, no matter what, we must kill him and get rid of future troubles for the Huang family. Huang Haofei said in an incomparably cold tone. Let me deal with him. Brother Fei, Brother Ming, you two go first. As long as you win one of the battles, I will definitely kill this Jiang Qin. Huang Haoren said with incomparable confidence. All right. Among the three of us, Brother Fei's combat strength is the strongest, but the most difficult one to deal with is Haoren. The prefecture wouldn't have thought of this. This time, not only will we kill Jiang Qin, 80% of the ore mine will also belong to our Huang family. It's time for our Huang family to establish our prestige. Huang Haoming said with a sneer. Brother Yan, this time Huang Haofei, Huang Haoming and Huang Haoren will be the representatives of the Huang family. I wonder if your prefecture has chosen their representatives? Nie Yuan said with a smile. Of course. Yuan Qingjun, Yan Qingqing and Jiang Qin will be the representatives of the prefecture. Yan Donglu said. Haha. Sure enough, the prefecture doesn't have anyone to send. Sending a late human immortal to fight? But it must be tough on you. Huang Ying burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any chance to ridicule Yen Donglu. The patriarch of Huang family is indeed a hero. I really admire you for being able to laugh so happily after the death of your own brother. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Although it was an indifferent remark, it was extremely lethal and poked at Huang Ying's sore spot. The smile on Huang Ying's face froze in an instant. He stared at Jiang Chen with killing intent. Brat, you should continue to be a cowardly tortoise. Since you dare to show up today, it will be the day of your death. You will know what will happen to you after killing my men. Chapter 1087. Jiang Chen didn't put Huang Ying's threat in his heart and dismissed it with a smile. Since he had decided to fight, he wasn't afraid of the Huang family's revenge. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't put the Huang family in his eyes at all. A mere power in Yen City wasn't qualified to go against Jiang Chen. Alright, since everyone is here and the geniuses for the competition have been confirmed, let's begin. Nie Yuan said, Brother Yen, Brother Huang, which genius should we send out first? Afei, you'll be the first. Huang Ying said. His father. Huang Haofei's chi fluctuated. He arrived at the spacious field and looked at the three geniuses with his head held high. Brother Huang has sent out Huang Haofei first. It seems like he's determined to win the first match. Nie Yuan said with a smile. Cut the crap. Who's going to fight me? Huang Haofei said arrogantly to the three geniuses. Brother Yen, this Huang Haofei is the strongest among the three geniuses of the Huang family. How do you think we should deal with him? Tingjun or Qingqing? Yuan Hong asked. This kind of competition was the most disadvantageous to the prefecture. In the eyes of many people in the prefecture, they only had 2 chances to win the first 2 matches. Jiang Chen was just there to make up the numbers and wasn't within their consideration. Now that the Huang family had sent out Huang Haofei, it showed that they were determined to win the ore mine. Qingjun, I can see that you have gained a lot of benefits from your adventure. Your cultivation base has already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal realm, no weaker than Huang Haofei. How about you take the first match? Yen Donglu looked at Yuan Qingjun. Don't worry, Uncle Yen. I won't let you down. Yuan Qingjun's bearing was extraordinary. He strode towards the center of the stage and arrived in front of Huang Haofei. The people of the City Lord's mansion didn't have any objection to letting Yuan Qingjun fight in the first match. In their opinion, although Yen Qingqing's talent was excellent, she had never ventured outside the City Lord's mansion. She had always been managing the affairs of the City Lord's mansion, so her combat strength might not be as good as Yen Qingqing's. On the other hand, Yuan Qingjun was the same as the 3 heroes of the Huang family. He had gone out to gain experience and obtained a lot of benefits. Judging from the surface, Yuan Qingjun wouldn't be weaker than Huang Haofei. No one noticed that when Yuan Qingjun walked out, he glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Others might not have noticed it, but Jiang Chen saw it clearly. He couldn't help but frown. As a matter of fact, he had always felt that there was something wrong with Yuan Qingjun. The two of them unleashed their powerful qi instantly. The surrounding people's faces were incomparably solemn. Everyone knew that today's match would directly change the development trend of Yen City. If any major power could get their hands on such a huge ore mine, they would definitely surpass the other major power in a very short period of time. The history of Yen City would also be rewritten. Needless to say, Yuan Qingjun and Huang Haofei could be considered as old foes, and they had often fought with each other. Both of them unleashed their imposing aura, causing powerful waves of air to spread out like a tidal wave. Both of their fists were covered in golden light as they struck out at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 2 fists collided with each other, producing a sound like iron striking each other. Sparks were produced. This was the most direct collision of power. Both of them were repulsed by the powerful force, causing them to take a step back at the same time. So strong. They are indeed the geniuses of the young generation. Although they are only late Earth Immortal experts, their combat strength is already comparable to us half-step Heaven Immortals. Yes, their future is definitely not something we can compare with. Many people nodded and praised. Geniuses were indeed geniuses. They always had advantages that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Bang bang bang. Next, both of them exerted all their strength. In just a few minutes they had exchanged more than 100 rounds. The surrounding rocks crumbled and chi waves rolled, but the winner was still undecided. Fei, don't waste any more time, Huang Ying said with a solemn face. Is that? Huang Haofei's chi fluctuated, then he gave Yuan Qingjun a disdainful look, but there was a trace of strange meaning hidden in his eyes. Others might not be able to detect it, but it couldn't escape Jiang Chen's senses. Yuan Qingjun, take this. Flood dragon rises from the abyss. Huang Haofei let out a roar all of a sudden. Phantoms of serpents appeared on the surface of his body. Following that, a silver-white serpent was summoned by him. The serpent was vivid and lifelike. It was several zhang long and instantly locked onto Yuan Qingjun. Not good. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that Huang Haofei would have such a trump card. This move was much stronger than the previous one. Whether it was the lethality or destructive power, it was beyond his expectation. He was afraid that Yuan Qingjun wouldn't be able to withstand it. Heavenly Astral Strike. Yuan Qingjun didn't want to be outdone. Immediately he struck out his trump card. All of his attacks were condensed into a huge golden fist, causing the void to tremble. The fist was then hurled at the flood dragon. Honglong. This was the ultimate confrontation between the two great geniuses. Both of them had revealed their trump cards. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They were very clear that after this one move, the outcome of the battle would be decided. No one wasn't nervous. Bang. Under the attack of the flood dragon, Yuan Qingjun's fist was instantly shattered. Then the flood dragon's momentum vanished and crashed onto Yuan Qingjun's body, sending him flying away. Barf. Yuan Qingjun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Qingjun, how are you feeling? Yuan Hong quickly supported his son and asked worriedly. What a powerful attack. I'm sorry, Uncle Yen. Yuan Qingjun shook his head and apologized to Yen Donglu. Yuan Qingjun, you're just so. Huang Haofei laughed heartily and then walked to the front of Huang family's camp arrogantly. Yuan Qingjun was defeated. The faces of everyone in the mansion darkened. They were defeated in the first round by the powerful Yuan Qingjun. How could they continue to fight? Even if Yen Qingqing won this round, what about Jiang Chen? They had no hope in Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen cast a glance at Yuan Qingjun Lung. This guy was defeated perfectly. He seemed to have exerted his full strength. Even Yen Donglu couldn't see through it. However, Yuan Qingjun and Huang Haofei's tricks couldn't be hidden from the cunning Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see clearly that Yuan Qingjun didn't exert his full strength in his last move. It was just an empty display of vigor. If Yuan Qingjun really fought with Huang Haofei, he wouldn't be defeated so quickly even if he couldn't defeat Huang Haofei. All these plots were aimed at Jiang Chen. In order to create the conditions for Jiang Chen to kill Jiang Chen, Yuan Qingjun didn't hesitate to gamble the future of the prefecture. In other words, Yuan Qingjun was already disloyal to the prefecture. Brother Yen, I'm really sorry. It seems like our Huang family is determined to win the ore mine today. Huang Ying burst into laughter. He was feeling very carefree now. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that the ore mine would soon belong to his Huang family. Chapter 1088. Damn it! What kind of fortuitous encounter did Huang Haofei have outside? How could he obtain such a terrifying combat skill? We have lost the first round. Seems like we are in danger. Yeah, Huang Haoren and Huang Haoming are not easy to deal with. Even if young Miss wins the second round by luck, Jiang Chen is bound to take action. If we lose the ore mine today, the strength of Huang family will surpass us very soon, which is very disadvantageous to us. For a moment, the mood of the leaders of the City Lord's mansion became incomparably gloomy. The defeat in the first round had seriously affected the morale of the City Lord's mansion. Many of them had lost all hope for the next round. They might have some confidence in Yen Qingqing, but they had no confidence in Jiang Chen at all. Brother Yen, I'm sorry. Yuan Hong shook his head and said. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Brother Yuan, you don't have to blame yourself. Besides, we haven't lost yet. Yan Donglu said with a smile, but it seemed to be a forced smile. Don't worry, City Lord. Miss Qingqing will definitely win the second round. Perhaps her opponent will admit defeat directly. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Why does Brother Jiang say so? Yan Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Qin with astonishment. One should know that this battle was of great importance as it involved an or mine. As long as the Huang family wasn't a fool, they wouldn't do something like admitting defeat. It's very simple. Because I have killed Huang Xiong and the others, today is the best time for them to seek revenge on me. If Huang family also wins the second round, I won't have to participate in the battle. That means they will miss the opportunity to kill me. Jiang Qin said. After hearing what Jiang Qin said, the people of the prefecture nodded their heads. They felt that Jiang Qin's words made sense, but as for whether the Huang family would admit defeat or not, they still wouldn't believe it. What puzzled them the most was that Jiang Qin had been maintaining the most basic calmness from the beginning until now. There wasn't a single trace of nervousness on his face. No one knew where Jiang Qin got his confidence from. Alright, I choose to announce that Huang family wins the first round. In order not to waste time, let's start the second round now. Nie Yuan announced loudly. For the second round, the Huang family sent out Huang Haoming, leaving Huang Haoren as the last fighter. Huang Ying and Huang Haoming exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. Huang Haoming then took a step forward and entered the stage. Yan Qingqing took a deep breath and walked into the arena. The battle between her and Huang Haoming was of great importance. She didn't dare to be negligent. Unexpectedly, before Yan Qingqing could make her move, Huang Haoming suddenly said, I admit defeat. After saying that, Huang Haoming didn't look back and directly walked back to his original place. Seeing this, Yan Qingqing was stunned. Then she turned her head and looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. All the people of the city lord's mansion also looked at Jiang Qin. However, they were not too surprised by this situation. After all, Jiang Qin had killed Huang Xiong. He was someone that the Huang family wanted to get rid of. In any case, the Huang family had already won one round. As long as they won one more round, they would be able to take over the Ore Mountain. In many people's opinion, Jiang Qin was not a threat at all. He was definitely not a match for Huang Haoren. At that time, they would be able to kill Jiang Qin for revenge and also take over the Ore Mountain. It was reasonable for the Huang family to make such a decision. I didn't expect that the Huang family would admit defeat. This is really surprising. Now that the city lord and the Huang family have won one round each, the third round will be very important. The third round, Jiang Qin from the city lord's mansion against Huang Haoren from the Huang family. Nie Yuan announced loudly. Huang Haoren strode into the field with a complacent face, not concealing his murderous intent at all. The people of the city lord's mansion, including Yan Donglu, became nervous. At the beginning, they didn't have the slightest hope for Jiang Qin, but now, all their hopes were on Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin was defeated, the city lord's mansion would lose everything. Big brother Jiang, can you do it? Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Qin with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Qin smiled and didn't answer Yan Qingqing's question. Instead, he turned to Yan Donglu. City Lord, don't forget our promise, said Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Grandmaster Jiang. As long as you can win this round, I will give you 20% of the Immortal Metastones. Yan Donglu said on the spot. He had never made such a promise before. Given the current situation, even if Jiang Qin asked for half of the Immortal Metastones, he would still give it to him without hesitation. 20% of the Immortal Metastones was an incomparably huge amount of wealth. But now no one felt that Jiang Qin was asking for an exorbitant price. Most of them had already lost hope in the Immortal Metastones. After that, Jiang Qin walked forward calmly and stood opposite to Huang Haoren. Jiang Qin, we finally meet, Huang Haoren said with a sneer. Unfortunately, this is your misfortune, Jiang Qin said indifferently. Jiang Qin, I had never thought that you would be so arrogant. You have the audacity to kill my sixth uncle. Today, I won't even give you the chance to admit defeat. I will let you die a graveless death. Huang Haoren burst into laughter. He was incomparably confident in his own strength. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. In his point of view, Jiang Qin was already a dead man if he dared to stand in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say that you want to challenge me? Make your move. Zhang Chen placed one of his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. Such a disdainful look had undoubtedly hurt Huang Haoren's self-esteem. He was one of the top geniuses in Yen City, but now he was being looked down upon by a late human immortal. How could he accept this? Haoren, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Huang Haofei said impatiently from behind. Humph. Huang Haoren harumphed coldly. A powerful qi wave suddenly burst out of his body, turning into a hurricane that swept towards Zhang Chen like countless blades. The people of the prefecture tensed up. Huang Haoren's combat strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Huang Haofei's. Zhang Chen was merely a late human immortal. How could he resist such a fierce attack? However, in the face of Huang Haoren's powerful attack, Zhang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all. When the opponent's attack was about to reach him, he unleashed his qi abruptly. At the same time, his body transformed into a half-dragon and half-human form. Facing a genius like Huang Haoren, Zhang Chen still needed to transform into his half-dragon form. Similarly, a wave of qi burst out of Zhang Chen's body and collided with Huang Haoren's qi wave. Hong Long. The two waves of qi set off a hurricane. Under such a powerful impact, Huang Haoren's attack was instantly destroyed. The powerful counterforce made Huang Haoren take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. His face instantly turned ugly. What? Everyone on the scene exclaimed. No one dared to believe this scene, but this scene made the people of the prefecture excited. No one had ever thought that Zhang Chen would be this powerful. Ha ha, ha, ha. Great. I never thought that Master Zhang has already advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm. No wonder he's so powerful. He killed Huang Xiong when he was only a late human immortal. Now that he has advanced further, not even Huang Haoren is a match for him. The scariest thing is his transformation skill. Seems like this is the forbidden art that Big Miss mentioned. But I didn't expect that he wouldn't be affected by it even after using it against Huang Xiong. Being able to repel an expert like Huang Haoren with his half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, Zhang Chen is the real monstrous genius. Chapter 1089. No one had thought that Zhang Chen would bring such a great surprise to the prefecture. More importantly, they had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. They really couldn't understand why such a genius would appear in a small place like Yen City. Such a genius would surely be nurtured by the major powers in One-Line Sky. It seems like Grandmaster Zhang has a well-thought-out plan. Such a genius is unprecedented. His future will be limitless. It will be beneficial for the prefecture to make friends with him. Yan Donglu spoke. He was full of admiration for Zhang Chen. Although Zhang Chen had killed Huang Xiong, he hadn't seen Zhang Chen fight with his own eyes. What he saw today could only be described as earth-shattering. Yan Donglu couldn't help but look at Yan Qingcheng. It seemed like his daughter had a good eye. Damn it. How could this bastard be so powerful? Even if he has advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, it's still too outrageous. Yuan Qingjun gritted his teeth. He was determined to get rid of Zhang Chen, but he had never thought that Zhang Chen would be this powerful. Compared to the excitement of the prefecture, the faces of the Huang family darkened. They initially thought that it would be a piece of cake for Huang Haoren to kill Zhang Chen, but now it seemed like they had completely underestimated Zhang Chen. No one knew where this monstrous genius came from, but he was able to fight so many levels higher than him. This taboo art of his is really powerful. It can actually increase his combat strength by so much. Huang Haofei's face was filled with disbelief. It seems like we made the right choice to let Haoren deal with him. This bastard's combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that the three of them won't be a match for him in a head-on battle. Fortunately, Haoren still has his most terrifying trump card. Once this trump card is used, no matter how powerful Zhang Chen is, he won't be able to deal with it. Huang Ying said in a deep tone. He had never expected such a scene, but he knew Huang Haoren's true trump card. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Zhang Chen no matter how powerful Zhang Chen was. In the end, Huang Haoren would still be the winner and the ore mine would still belong to the Huang family. The people of Yiyuan Chamber of Commerce also really paid attention to Zhang Chen. An alchemy master. Coupled with a peerless genius in terms of combat power, such a terrifying figure was hard to ignore. On the battlefield, Zhou Xian was calm and composed, looking at Huang Haoren with great interest. He had completely refined the soul mark in his body last night and advanced to the half-step Earth Immortal realm, which allowed him to kill a mid-stage Earth Immortal with ease and a late-stage Earth Immortal with all his strength. With his dragon form he could even deal with a half-step Heaven Immortal. No matter how powerful Huang Haoren was, he was only equivalent to an ordinary half-step Heaven Immortal. Naturally, Zhou Xian didn't put him in his eyes. Huang Haoren adjusted his aura and completely put away his underestimation. Zhou Xian, you have really surprised me. You're able to push me back with just a half-step Earth Immortal cultivation base, but that was just my probing attack. Now it's time for you to die. Huang Haoren said with a murderous look. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste time with Huang Haoren. With a wave of his hand, a golden dragon shot out. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the valley. Like a golden dragon sword, it arrived in front of Huang Haoren in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Huang Haoren's facial expression changed slightly. He could sense an extremely powerful destructive force from the golden dragon. Without any hesitation he struck out the sky-flipping palm of Huang family. Countless golden palm prints floated out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pouncing on the golden dragon. Hong Long. Unfortunately, such an attack could not even withstand a single blow from the powerful golden dragon seal. All of the palm imprints were instantly destroyed, and the entire process was as easy as smashing rotten wood. Huang Haoren was forced back once again and he appeared to be in a sorry state. Too fragile. Zhou Xian shook his head and made his move again. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he was already in front of Huang Haoren. His terrifying dragon claw was like a sharp weapon, grabbing at Huang Haoren. He didn't want to waste any time. His first attack was a killing move. The grudge between him and Huang family could no longer be resolved. Therefore he didn't hesitate to attack. Zhou Qian's movement was fast, but Huang Haoren wasn't slow either. Just as Zhou Qian's attack was about to reach Huang Haoren flew up into the sky all of a sudden, causing Zhou Qian's attack to miss. Oh, interesting. Zhou Qian stopped his attack and couldn't help but reveal a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like Huang Haoren was the real trump card of Huang family. To be able to fly without reaching the Heaven Immortal realm wasn't something that ordinary people could have. In the sky, Huang Haoren was flying in the sky. A pair of blue light wings were flapping on his back. What? How can he fly? Cultivators below the Heaven Immortal realm can't use the flow of space to fly. Huang Haoren has acquired a flying technique that can evolve a pair of light wings. What a lucky bastard. Such a technique is extremely rare and precious. It seems like Huang Haoren is the real trump card of Huang family. This is bad. Although Zhou Qian's combat strength is incomparably terrifying and can suppress Huang Haoren, unfortunately he can't fly. He can't attack Huang Haoren at all. On the other hand, Huang Haoren can launch continuous attacks from the sky, making him invincible. If this continues, Zhou Qian will lose for sure. Everyone exclaimed. An Earth Immortal who could fly had all the advantages over all the other Earth Immortals. It could be said that he was invincible. How could they fight this battle? No matter how powerful Zhou Qian was, it was useless if he couldn't hit Huang Haoren. So what if he's a powerful genius? The final result will be the same. Huang Ying sneered and didn't hide his voice. In many people's opinion, one could fly while the other could only stand on the ground. This battle was unfair. No matter how powerful Zhou Qian was, he couldn't be a match for Huang Haoren. The atmosphere in the prefecture, which had been ignited with hope, became gloomy again. They knew that Huang Haoren had many trump cards, but they didn't expect it to be such a trump card. Under such circumstances, Zhou Qian had absolutely no hope of winning. Zhou Qian, aren't you very powerful? You can't even hit me now. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Huang Haoren, who was floating in the sky, looked down at everyone. For an Earth Immortal, the feeling of being able to fly was wonderful. At least Huang Haoren enjoyed this feeling very much. Do you think it's great to be able to fly? Zhou Qian sneered. The flaming wings emerged in an instant, and he soared into the sky like a rocket, arriving in front of Huang Haoren in the blink of an eye. Originally, he didn't need to use the flaming wings, he only needed to use the dragon wings. However, he didn't want to show too much about the dragon transformation. The flaming wings were more effective. How is this possible? Chapter 1090. Hua. This time the whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was appalled. Innumerable eyes looked up at the sky. The smiles on the faces of most of the Huang family members were frozen. In the immortal world, only those who had reached the heaven immortal realm could fly using the spatial current. Those who were below the heaven immortal realm couldn't fly at all. Huang Haoren had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to fly for a short period of time. This was beyond everyone's imagination. What they couldn't accept was that Xianxia could also fly. His speed was much faster than Huang Haoren's and the wings on his back were much more gorgeous. I've said it before. Being able to fly isn't a big deal. Xianxia grinned at Huang Haoren. The saint's sword flickered in his hand and he slashed at Huang Haoren. This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. It was like a ray of brilliant light flashing past, leaving only a trace of brilliance. Arg! Huang Haoren let out a blood-curdling scream. His head was chopped off by Xianxia. His body fell from the sky and landed with a plop on the ground. Huang Haoren shouldn't be so weak. After all, he was a late Earth immortal expert, but flying consumed a lot of his energy, which weakened his combat strength. After all, his light wings weren't like Xianxia's flaming wings that had fused with his body. More importantly, when Huang Haoren saw Xianxia suddenly flying up, his mind was in a mess, which led to him being killed by Xianxia. Haoren. The second brother of Huang family cried out in agony. Huang Haoren was his own son, the greatest pride of his life. Today he was fighting for the glory of Huang family. He had never thought that his son would be killed by Xianxia so mercilessly. How could he accept such a tragic ending? Xianxia, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The second brother of Huang family was infuriated. Both of his eyes turned red like a mad lion. Immediately he soared into the sky and lunged at Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He flew up to the sky instantly and blocked in front of Xianxia. Second brother Huang, what are you doing? Yen Donglu shouted angrily, but at the moment he was incomparably happy because he had made the right bet this time. Xianxia had given him a great surprise. Now that the prefecture had won 2 rounds, the ore mine would belong to them. Moreover, Xianxia had a boundless future. He believed that in the near future, it wouldn't be Xianxia who would rely on the prefecture, but the prefecture who would rely on Xianxia. How could he just watch second brother Huang kill Xianxia? Yen Donglu, get lost. This man killed my son. Today I will tear him into pieces. Second brother Huang was immersed in grief and anger. Humph. Don't forget that this was a competition. If Huang Haoren died, it meant that he was incompetent. Didn't your Huang family also say that you want to kill Xianxia? Don't tell me that only you are allowed to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia is not allowed to kill Huang Haoren. Your Huang family might be tyrannical, but don't try to act like this in front of me. A loss is a loss. If you can't afford to lose, get lost. Yen Donglu harumphed coldly and fully unleashed his aura as the prefecture lord. That was an inviolable dignity. Xianxia stood behind Yen Donglu with a calm face. Yen Donglio's bravery did not disappoint Xianxia. In fact, even if Yen Donglu didn't attack, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid of second brother Huang. Even if he couldn't defeat second brother Huang, it would be easy for him to escape. That's enough, second brother Huang. Your Huang family has lost. The grudge between you and Xianxia can be settled privately. But today's competition is fair and square. Do you still respect me, the referee, by doing this? Nie Yuan's tone turned cold. In fact, many people could see that Nie Yuan had begun to lean towards the Castellan's side. In Yen City, Yuan Association had always been a neutral party. However, things were different now. The Castellan had obtained the ore mine. It was only a matter of time before the Huang family was defeated. So it was normal for him to lean towards the Castellan's side. Second brother, come down. Huang Ying said Lung Lung. Now that Yuan Association had joined in, it would be disadvantageous to the Huang family if they really caused trouble. Second brother Huang gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible to kill Jiangchen with Yan Dongliu's interference. Revenge for Huang Haoran could only be left for another time. Little bastard, I won't let this matter go. Second brother Huang glared at Jiangchen like a viper and threatened him. Then he flew back to the Huang family's camp. Let's go. Huang Ying glanced at the mine. Although he was extremely reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and leave with the Huang family. If it was just the city lord's mansion, he might try to rob it at all costs. However, now that he had joined Yuan Association, he had to abide by the previous agreement. Otherwise, the Huang family would not be able to get any benefits if he caused trouble. Yan Donglu and Jiangchen descended from the sky. Jiangchen had also stopped his dragon form and turned into a sunny boy. If it wasn't for the fact that he had witnessed the battle just now, it would be hard for him to associate the current Jiangchen with the terrifying and murderous image. Big brother Jiang, you are amazing. Yan Qingqing came to Jiangchen in high spirits. She looked at Jiangchen with infatuation. It seemed that if she didn't have a trace of rationality, she would have thrown herself into Jiangchen's arms. Yuan Qingjuan's hatred for Jiangchen increased when he saw all of this. Today he had schemed to kill Jiangchen, but in the end he was still disappointed. Yan Qingqing had already fallen in love with Jiangchen. This was something that anyone could see. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiangchen was still alive, he, Yuan Qingjun, would never have the slightest chance. AI. Yuan Hong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He knew his son very well, but there was nothing he could do when it came to love. Grandmaster Jiang, you have really amazed me. I can't believe that a monstrous genius like you would appear in a small place like Yen City. If it wasn't for you today, our prefecture would have lost our chance. Now that you have turned defeat into victory and obtained the ore mine for our prefecture, according to our previous agreement, I should give you 20% of the immortal meta stones. But now I have decided to give you 30%, 20% from Yuan Association and 50% from the prefecture. Yan Donglu said generously. No one had any objection to such a decision. Obviously, Yan Donglu was trying to rope in Jiangchen by giving an extra 10% of the immortal meta stones. A genius like Jiangchen was worth the price. Never thought that Grandmaster Jiang would have such powerful combat strength and the ability to fly despite only being a half-step Earth immortal. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. That's right. Grandmaster Jiang is the lucky star of our prefecture. Back then, when he first entered the prefecture, he had concocted the ardent yang pill to cure the prefecture's cold poison. Now he has obtained such a huge amount of wealth for the prefecture. This is really rare. Haha. With Grandmaster Jiang, the prefecture will have a boundless future. Huang family will be defeated by us sooner or later. The people of the prefecture were beaming with joy. Their previous nervousness had completely vanished. Now each of them found Jiangchen pleasing to the eye. Almost all of them were trying to flatter him. Who wouldn't want to make friends with such a man? Who wouldn't want to build a good relationship with him? Jiangchen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Yuan Qingjun was like a gloomy mouse that could only hide in the dark. He was once the #1 genius of the prefecture, but under the halo of Jiangchen, he was afraid that no one would take a second glance at him. Haha. Congratulations, Brother Yan. Now that we have acquired the ore mine, I think it won't take long for us to start mining. Nie Yuan approached Yan Donglu and said with a smile. That's right. I will send some people to mine later. Yuan Association can also send some people to supervise the operation. Of course, the 20% that I promised you will not be less, said Yan Donglu. All right. It's decided then. We will start mining the immortal meta stones tomorrow. Nie Yuan clasped his fists at Yan Donglu and left with the people of Yuan Association. That night the prefecture was filled with cheers and laughter, singing and dancing. It had been a long time since the prefecture was so lively. In the garden of Nuoda, a dozen banquet tables were set up. It was a celebratory feast and the main character was Jiang Qin. Yuan Qingjun and Yuan Hong were the only ones missing in today's celebratory feast. However, these two incomparably important figures in the prefecture seemed to have been forgotten all of a sudden. Even if they didn't show up, no one mentioned them. Everything in the banquet revolved around Jiang Qin. Compared to the cheers and laughter here, A courtyard of the prefecture seemed incomparably deserted. Yuan Hong and his son were sitting in a room with a gloomy face. "Dad, I can't swallow this." Yuan Qingjun stood up from his seat abruptly. "What else can you do? With your current strength, you won't be able to kill Jiang Qin. I advise you to put all your energy into cultivation and stop thinking about love." Jiang Qin said Yuan Hong. "Dad, as long as Jiang Qin is here, we basically have no status in the prefecture. Today Yan Donglu held a grand banquet, but we didn't show up and didn't even invite us. Now all their attention is on Jiang Qin. What are we? You can be considered as one of the people who has made great contributions to the prefecture," said Yuan Qingjun. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. "Dad, given your strength, you can dominate a region in Yan City. Why do you want to be under someone else? Since Yan Donglu is heartless to us, then don't blame us for being heartless." A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Yuan Qingjuan's face. "What do you want?" Yuan Hong looked at his son. "I have already discussed with Huang family. We will get rid of the prefecture together. By then the prefecture will belong to us and we will divide the immortal metastones equally." Chapter 1091. What? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's expression changed instantly. He had never thought that his son had secretly colluded with Huang family and did such a thing. "Father, don't make a fuss. You'll never have the chance to follow Yan Donglu. You're willing to be mediocre, but I don't want that. It's my biggest regret that I didn't manage to kill Jiang Qin today. If we join forces with Huang family, it won't be a problem to eliminate Yan Donglu. At that time the entire prefecture will belong to us," Yuan Qingjun said. His wild ambition had been revealed. "So, you deliberately lost to Huang Haofei today?" Yuan Hong suddenly understood. He knew his son's strength very well, but he was completely defeated by Huang Haofei today. This made him feel a little strange. Now it seemed that everything was planned by Yuan Qingjun. He deliberately lost to create an opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. "Of course I won't lose to Huang Haofei. That's right. Given my strength, I won't lose to Huang Haofei at all. I've also gained quite a lot of benefits from this trip. I lost this match just so that Jiang Qin could enter the battlefield. This man is a great threat and must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could kill Huang Haoren while only being a half-step Earth Immortal expert. It seems like only a Heaven Immortal expert could kill him. That's why we can't give him the time and opportunity to continue growing. Father, don't hesitate anymore." Yuan Qingjun walked to the front of Yuan Hong and said seriously. "No, Brother Yan and I are sworn friends. I can't betray him." Yuan Hong hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. "Father, you're confused. Can't you see it? Yan Donglu and his daughter are now focused on Jiang Qin. They don't put us in their eyes. Today's banquet is the best proof. Moreover, I've already formed a grudge with Jiang Qin. This man is ruthless and merciless. You've seen it with your own eyes. If he gets 20% of the immortal metastones, his cultivation is likely to improve again in a short time. Once he gets the upper hand, we won't be able to survive in the prefecture. We'll end up like Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren." Yuan Qingjun was a little anxious. Although he had already planned everything with the Huang family, he still needed his father's approval. One must know that the Huang family wanted to cooperate with Yuan Hong, not Yuan Qingjun, because he was not qualified to do so. Yuan Hong didn't speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about his son's words. Once a person's mind was drawn out, it would erupt like a flood and couldn't be controlled. Just like Yuan Hong now, he had never thought that he would betray Yan Donglu and cooperate with Huang family. But now, after listening to Yuan Qingjuan's words, such thoughts involuntarily emerged in his mind. Which man didn't want to be above all others in the future? Therefore, Yuan Hong suddenly felt that his son's words were very reasonable. Because Jiang Qin was in the prefecture now and his status was not as good as before. Moreover, the enmity between his son and Jiang Qin was very obvious. From the fact that Jiang Qin had killed Huang Xiong and others, and the decisive manner in which he killed Huang Haoren today, it could be seen that Jiang Qin was not a person to be trifled with. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was ruthless and merciless. If such a person was allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, even if Yen Donglu didn't find trouble with them, Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't let them go. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to strike first and gain the upper hand by cooperating with Huang family to get the ore mine, eliminate the prefecture and eliminate Jiang Chen. Father, don't hesitate anymore. Yuan Qingjun saw that his father was moved and quickly urged. How did you negotiate with Huang family? Yuan Hong asked. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingjuan's eyes suddenly shone. He was waiting for this sentence from his father. As long as Yuan Hong agreed, everything could proceed according to the plan. Sun has secretly gone to Huang family this afternoon and negotiated with Huang Ying personally. As long as we jointly annihilate the prefecture and kill Jiang Chen, we will divide the immortal metastones equally. At that time, we will take control of the prefecture and annihilate Yuan Association together with Huang family. Half of Yen City will belong to us, father and son. Yuan Qingjun said. What are you going to do? Yuan Hong frowned and asked. It's very simple. Tomorrow Yen Donglu will definitely send Qingqing to supervise the mining of immortal metastones. You can suggest to Yen Donglu that we father and son go together. With you personally overseeing the mining, Yen Donglu will definitely not refuse. At that time we will cooperate with the Huang family to take control of the ore mine and Yen Qingqing and force Yen Donglu to submit. Yuan Qingjuan's face was filled with a sinister smile. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of lust when he thought of Yen Qingqing. This woman would be his in no time. Yuan Hong pondered for a while and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of ruthlessness. In Jiang Chen's courtyard the banquet wasn't suitable for him, so he left early. The laughter during the banquet reminded him of his brothers and friends. When he was in Saint Origin World, De Huang Dog Han Yen Tyrant Yen Qinyu Wu Ningxu, these people closest to him gathered together. That was true happiness. Now that De Huang Dog was missing and he came to this strange immortal world alone, he suddenly felt lonely. Ah Yen Tyrant, I hope you can quickly break through your realm and come to the immortal world to find me. Once you are here we can still travel freely. A trace of smile emerged on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The scene of fighting side by side with his brothers always made him reminisce. He liked this kind of feeling, it was very heartwarming. In one's life, there must always be people and things worth remembering. Otherwise, one's life wouldn't be perfect. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely refined the imprint in his body. He no longer had to worry about the northern and southern dynasties finding him. He also didn't have to cover his immortal mark all the time. Refining the immortal mark had also brought him great benefits. His cultivation base directly broke through to half-step Earth Immortal, and the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 250,000. Moreover, Jiang Chen's foundation was very solid. If he encountered a powerful demon beast, the dragon transformation art could directly refine and absorb its demon spirit. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the early Earth Immortal realm. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen frowned and turned his head to the direction of the rockery on his left. The person hiding in the dark was very good, but it was impossible for him to hide from Jiang Chen's perception. After being shouted by Jiang Chen, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the direction of the rockery. Then an old man in a black robe slowly walked out. Young man, you have a very keen sense to be able to sense my presence. Although I have no means of concealing myself, not even an ordinary immortal can sense my presence. It is truly a miracle that a half-step earthly immortal like you can sense my presence. The old man's tone was deep, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. The old man stood not far from Jiang Chen and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. He looked up and down and then nodded continuously. Apparently he was very satisfied with Jiang Chen. While the old man was sizing up Jiang Chen was sizing up the old man as well. Although Jiang Chen was still able to maintain a calm expression on his face, his mind was in turmoil, because this old man in front of him was too frightening. He tried to use his divine sense and soul power to probe the old man's cultivation, but he found that his divine sense felt like it had entered a vast ocean. Jiang Chen didn't know what the old man's cultivation was, but he was definitely the most terrifying one he had ever seen. A celestial immortal like Yen Donglu was not even an ant in front of the old man. In other words, if the old man wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. Even if he used all his skills, there was no chance for him to survive. However, Jiang Chen didn't sense the slightest dangerous aura from the old man. Jiang Chen was very confident in his perception. In other words, the appearance of the old man wasn't disadvantageous to him. What surprised Jiang Chen was that such a peerless expert would appear in a small place like Yen City. Moreover, the old man said that if he wanted to hide, even immortals wouldn't be able to sense him. One should know that immortals were existences that surpassed celestial immortals. In other words, this old man was a golden immortal expert who surpassed immortals. That level of existence was top-notch even in the entire one-line sky. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. He was sure that he had never seen this old man before and he definitely didn't know him. With your cultivation you can still remain so calm in front of me. You're the first one. Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded his head, praising Jiang Chen even more. You didn't come to find me just to praise me, right? Jiang Chen said. He was still very wary of the old man. With the previous example of the brand, Jiang Chen had to be on guard against anyone. Of course not. I've been observing you for a long time. I also saw you killing that brat during the day. Can be said that you're the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. So you're the genius I've been looking for. The old man said with a smile. I think you can get straight to the point if you have something to say. Jiang Chen said. Good, straightforward. This lord is Ouyang He. The old man said his name with incomparable pride. In his opinion, the name Ouyang He was a golden signboard in one-line sky. Anyone who heard this name would have to prostrate themselves on the ground and kowtow respectfully. Yang He? I don't know him. Jiang Chen shook his head. But Ouyang He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Chen's words almost made him vomit blood. There was actually someone in one-line sky who hadn't heard of Ouyang He? Was there any justice in this world? Chapter 1092. Ouyang He was almost choked to death by his own saliva. Who was he? He was an illustrious great Luo golden immortal. How could there be someone in one-line sky who didn't know about him? This was a huge blow to him. Brat, you should have heard of Tianyun Pavilion, right? Ouyang He said these words while gnashing his teeth. If Jiang Chen hadn't heard of Tianyun Pavilion, he would probably hit his head on the rockery and die. Tianyun Pavilion? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Of course, he didn't know what kind of power Tianyun Pavilion was, but this old man was a mighty great Luo golden immortal. Such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-class existence in the entire one-line sky. This showed that Tianyun Pavilion was also a super sect in one-line sky. That's right. I'm Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang He was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's reaction. His face regained its pride and was about to reveal his identity. I don't know. Jiang Chen said another 3 names in a serious manner. But Ouyang He almost spurted a mouthful of blood onto Jiang Chen's face. This bastard was too abominable. How could he not have heard of Skycloud Pavilion before? It was fine if he hadn't heard of it, but could he stop gasping for breath and finish his sentence in one go? If he didn't know anything about it, then don't show such a surprised expression. It was really embarrassing for this old man. AI. Ouyang He looked up at the full moon in the sky and let out a heavy sigh. He was an illustrious and famous figure in one-line sky. He had never thought that he would be reduced to talking nonsense with a half-step earth immortal brat. If this was any other time, he wouldn't even cast a glance at a half-step earth immortal like Jiang Chen. Immediately, Ouyang He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Given your age, talent, and terrifying means, not even the most powerful genius in one-line sky could reach your level. How could such a monstrous genius appear in a remote place like Yen City? And you know nothing about the situation in one-line sky. If I'm not mistaken, you should be an ascender, right? As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. A figure like Ouyang He was naturally not a fool. Whether it was his eyesight or his mind, he could easily guess the origin of Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed slightly. His identity as an ascendant wasn't a big deal. If it wasn't because of the imprint in his body, he wouldn't have concealed it at all. However, despite being seen through by Ouyang He, Jiang Chen didn't panic. He had already determined that Ouyang He didn't have any hostility towards him. Plus, he was sure that the person who wanted to deal with him was Nan Beichao of the immortal world. Therefore, he didn't put it to heart. Jiang Chen, So what? Jiang Qin knitted his brows. I didn't expect that I would have such a harvest. All the ascenders that I've seen are old guys. You're the first young man to become an immortal at such a young age in a place with poor resources in the mortal world. This shows that you're very talented. It seems the heavens haven't given up on me, Ouyang He. Ouyang He suddenly burst into laughter. The way he looked at Jiang Qin began to glow as if he had picked up a treasure. However, this kind of gaze made Jiang Qin's hair stand on end. What business do you have with me? Jiang Qin continued to ask. Jiang Qin, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm the pavilion master of One Line Sky's Tianyun Pavilion, Ouyang He. I'm a pinnacle figure in One Line Sky, a supreme expert at the peak of perfected golden immortal. I want to accept you as my disciple. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang He's tone suddenly became dignified and his expression became very serious. It could be seen that he wasn't joking. A perfected golden immortal wouldn't find an unfamiliar half-step earth immortal to joke around with. He didn't have that kind of time. Jiang Qin was stunned. He never thought that a perfected golden immortal would suddenly find him and accept him as a disciple. Judging from Ouyang He's expression and tone, he didn't seem to be joking at all. If it was someone else, it would be like a pie falling from the sky. Perhaps they would have fainted on the spot, but Jiang Qin wasn't interested in it at all. Although he had just arrived in the immortal world, he was once a peerless figure at the old ancestor level. How could he recognize someone as his master? Moreover, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he didn't need a master at all. Although Ouyang He was a pinnacle golden immortal expert, what he could bring to Jiang Qin was absolutely not as much as the dragon transformation skill. It could be said that Jiang Qin's current achievements were all given by the dragon transformation skill. Why should I worship you as my master? Jiang Qin chuckled. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Ouyang He almost spurted out blood again. He even doubted his ears. In One Line Sky, there were countless young geniuses crying and begging to be his disciple. To any of them, being able to be his disciple was an incomparably lucky thing, but Jiang Qin actually rejected him. This was simply a joke. But Ouyang He didn't have that much time. Today he had to accept Jiang Qin as his disciple. Even if Jiang Qin wasn't willing, he would still use force. Suddenly, a wave of qi was released from Ouyang He's body, rushing towards Jiang Qin. This was just a trace of qi that he casually released. If he fully released the qi of a pinnacle golden immortal, he was afraid that Jiang Qin would immediately be crushed to death. It wasn't easy for Ouyang He to select a disciple. If Jiang Qin died like this, where would he find another genius like Jiang Qin? Kid, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I must accept you as my disciple today. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Ouyang He shouted coldly. Ka-ka. Under the pressure of this qi, the bones in Jiang Qin's body issued ka-ka sounds. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. If he was replaced by an ordinary person, he would have been forced to kneel down on the spot. But compared to this qi, Jiang Qin was more shocked by Ouyang He's current state. Previously, Jiang Qin couldn't sense Ouyang He's qi, but now that Ouyang He had released his qi, Jiang Qin could see everything clearly with his great soul derivation technique. This supremacy of One Line Sky was actually a dying man. Kneel down. Ouyang He shouted once more. A dying man doesn't deserve to make me, Jiang Qin, kneel down. Jiang Qin burst into laughter all of a sudden. He was a stubborn man. The more someone tried to force him to do something, the more he wouldn't do it. He didn't dislike Ouyang He, but the way Ouyang He forced him to do it made him feel disgusted. What? After hearing Jiang Qin's words, Ouyang He's facial expression changed. He exclaimed and retracted his qi. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief and asked, "How did you know that I'm a dying man?" Ouyang He was shocked. He was a great Luo golden immortal and he had deliberately concealed his qi. How could a half-step earth immortal see through him? He wouldn't believe it if he didn't experience it himself. Ouyang He was sure that it wasn't because of his incompetence, but because Jiang Qin was too mysterious. This made him look at Jiang Qin with more caution. Your essence, qi and spirit are scattered and your life force is almost depleted. You won't be able to live for more than a month. You have burned your life force and lost all your life force. No one can save you now. Zhou Xian went straight to the point. At the same time he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know what Ouyang he had experienced, but burning his life force wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required a certain secret art. Zhou Xian suddenly felt that the reason why Ouyang he wanted to take him as his disciple was related to his condition. If it was an ordinary injury, no matter how serious it was, it wouldn't be a problem for Zhou Xian. The wood essence and some pills would be enough to help Ouyang he recover. However, Ouyang he's life force was gone. If it wasn't for his strong cultivation base, he would have died. Only ruthless people would burn their life force. Normally, no one would burn their life force completely. Even if Ouyang he still had a year's worth of life essence left, Zhou Xian might be able to bring him back to life. Unfortunately, the life essence in Ouyang he's body had already been drained. There was nothing he could do. Boy, you are indeed an extraordinary person. You can actually see through my situation so clearly. AI. Ouyang he was incomparably shocked. Zhou Xian was definitely the most powerful young man he had ever seen. He let out a heavy sigh. He seemed to have aged a few hundred years in just a short while. Senior is at the peak of one-line sky. Could it be that there is someone who can force you to this extent? Zhou Qian's tone toward Ouyang he was much gentler. He suddenly felt that this supreme character was somewhat pitiful. His eyes were filled with endless humiliation and remorse. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Moreover, Zhou Xian didn't have the slightest bit of aversion toward this old man. Ouyang he abruptly clenched his fist. His knuckles emitted cracking sounds. He seemed to have sunk into his memories. His eyes suddenly turned incomparably sharp. Zhou Xian, since you have seen through my situation, I have nothing to hide. Also, the reason why I'm looking for you today is because I have something to ask of you. I don't have long to live, but I don't want to die with everlasting regret. Ouyang he turned his head and looked at Zhou Xian. I, Ouyang he, have an illustrious reputation. I'm a supreme character at the peak of one-line sky. Who wouldn't show some respect when they see me? The biggest mistake I've made in my life was accepting a cruel and unscrupulous disciple. When talking about his disciple, Ouyang he's eyes turned sharp once more. That bone-deep hatred couldn't be reduced in the slightest. He didn't want to remember, but he had no choice but to. Could it be that your current injuries are caused by your disciple? Zhou Xian guessed. That's right. That bastard took advantage of the critical moment when I was breaking through to the Immortal King realm to attack me. If I didn't use a forbidden art to burn my life force, I would have already died. Chapter 1093. After listening to Ouyang he's words, Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel inexplicable anger. He hated this kind of people the most in his life. They were cruel and unscrupulous, repaying kindness with enmity. Even if you treated them well, they would still stab you in the back at the critical moment. Zhou Xian didn't speak. He didn't want to interrupt Ouyang he's thoughts at this time. At this time he could basically guess the reason why Ouyang he came to find him and wanted to accept him as his disciple. This was the last wish of a man in his twilight years. His name is Tianmuyun. His name is Tianmuyun. Years ago when I was out traveling, I saw a beggar boy covered in blood and was about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. I couldn't bear it and saved him. I saw that he was a cultivation genius, so I made an exception and accepted him as my disciple. I brought him into Skycloud Pavilion and have regarded him as my disciple for many years. Tianmuyun's talent is really terrifying. He can almost break through the bottleneck in cultivation. He is now in his 40s, but his cultivation base is already comparable to mine, reaching the peak of Golden Immortal Realm. He can be said to be an illustrious figure in one-line sky. I've always been incomparably proud to have such a disciple, but I never thought that. Ouyang he sighed. His heart began to bleed at the mention of Tianmuyun. 2 years ago when I was in seclusion to break through to the Immortal King realm, I handed over all the affairs in Tianyun Pavilion to Tianmuyun. Could be said that I handed over everything to him. Even the position of sect master would be his sooner or later. But who would have thought that he would be so cruel and unscrupulous? He attacked me at the most critical moment of my breakthrough to the Immortal King realm, disrupting everything, causing me to suffer a backlash that greatly reduced my combat strength. I had to burn my life force to escape. If my guess is correct, Tianyun Pavilion is now completely under Tianmuyun's control. Ouyang, he said, after escaping, I've been looking for talented youngsters everywhere. I wanted to teach them everything I've learned before I die so that they can avenge me and kill that bastard Tianmuyun. Unfortunately, I've searched the entire one-line sky and couldn't find anyone with a talent better than Tianmuyun. I was already disheartened, but I didn't expect to meet you in Yen City. Your talent is 100 times stronger than Tianmuyun, so I've decided to accept you as my disciple and let you carry on my last wish. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Ouyang, he looked at Jiang Chen with an extremely serious expression. His eyes were filled with desire and a trace of pleading. Senior, aren't you afraid that I'm someone like Tianmuyun? Jiang Chen asked. No, I've been observing you ever since you entered the City Lord Mansion. Your pill concoction is astonishing and your battle prowess is also heaven-defying. More importantly, you're not even willing to betray the City Lord Mansion that you've just come into contact with. This is enough to show that you're a person who values friendship and loyalty. Moreover, you're decisive when it comes to killing. In the cruel immortal world, only people like this can survive. Ouyang, he said. Unfortunately, I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master. Jiang Chen shook his head. There's no need for you to acknowledge me as your master. As long as you promise to help me get rid of that bastard Tianmuyun in the future, I'll teach you everything. Ouyang, he no longer had the intention to accept Jiang Chen as his disciple. He could see that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. A person like Jiang Chen would never acknowledge anyone as his master, even if he was a perfected golden immortal. Swoosh. Ouyang, he shook his arm and a dazzling golden halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. The halberd was 1 zhang long and was engraved with all kinds of patterns. It looked like a lifelike heavenly dragon. It was extraordinarily mighty. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the halberd. He could feel the terror of the halberd. It was far superior to his heavenly saint sword. Moreover, the dragon-shaped patterns engraved on the halberd were very attractive to Jiang Chen, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill. This is the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, a Zenith Immortal weapon that has reached the peak of Zenith Immortal realm. It's comparable to an ordinary king-grade immortal weapon. It's the most precious treasure of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the person who obtains this Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is qualified to be the sect leader of Tianyun Pavilion. I'll now hand this halberd to you so that you can inherit everything of Tianyun Pavilion. There's also a combat skill that goes well with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. It's called the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon. With your talent, it won't be a problem for you to master the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon in the future. Tianmuyun attacked me for this halberd and the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon, but it's a pity that he's destined not to get them. I'll now hand over the 2 most precious treasures of Tianyun Pavilion to you. Without the slightest hesitation, Ouyang, he handed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 treasures in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. A great Luo immortal weapon was a terrifying immortal weapon that only golden immortals were qualified to wield. Such an opportunity would knock anyone unconscious on the spot. These were the treasures that countless cultivators in one-line sky yearned for even in their dreams. However, Jiang Chen knew that once he accepted these 2 treasures, it would be equivalent to shouldering a responsibility. Senior, we don't know each other. Why do you trust me so much? Asked Jiang Chen with a smile. Because I have no other choice. I originally wanted to impart all my skills to you, but in my opinion you don't need them. You only need the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon. Said Ouyang, he in all seriousness. There was a trace of bitterness and sadness in his words, but he had no other choice. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had always been a treasure in his heart. It had long become a part of him. Now he had to give it to a stranger. How could he feel good about it? All right, I promise you that I will help you get rid of Tianmuyun in the future and restore the prestige of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen rarely made promises to people. Usually he would keep his promises. He received the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the 9 Strikes of the Heavenly Dragon and kept them. This was a man's promise. The reason why Jiang Chen promised Ouyang he was that he hated people like Tianmuyun. On the other hand, he had his own reasons. He had just arrived in the immortal world not long ago. A small place like Yen City certainly wouldn't be able to trap him. Sooner or later he would have to go to One Line Sky. That being the case, setting a strong goal for himself wasn't a bad idea. So Zhou Xian agreed. Haha. Good. I have nothing else to ask for. Here are my life savings. I don't have any other treasures, only immortal meta stones. I'll give them to you as well. Ouyang he laughed, took out a pale yellow spatial ring and threw it to Zhou Xian. Apparently, Ouyang he was relieved at this moment, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Ouyang he's current state made Zhou Xian feel sad all of a sudden. A famous supreme of One Line Sky had fallen into such a state, and it was all because of the person he trusted the most and was least guarded against. Zhou Xian could almost imagine that given Ouyang he's ability, if he had been a little more vigilant he wouldn't have been killed by Tian Muyun. Senior, I have a healing treasure here. Although it can't cure your injuries completely, it can prolong your lifespan. Said Zhou Xian. No need. This old man's wish has been fulfilled. My injuries can no longer be healed. Keep your treasure for yourself in the future. As soon as Ouyang he finished speaking he vanished. The courtyard regained its silence once again as if Ouyang he had never appeared. Zhou Qian's mood was somewhat depressed. He knew that Ouyang he would never appear in this world again. He chose to die alone and would probably find a place where no one could find him. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see the day when Zhou Qian avenged him. Zhou Qian kept the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes into the Zulong Tower. He didn't check the secret manuals immediately. He knew very well that with his current cultivation base he couldn't touch those things. Even though he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and had abundant immortal chi in his body, it was still impossible for him to exert the power of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Zhou Qian's eyes fell on the interspatial ring in his hand. This was the savings of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It shouldn't be too bad. What Zhou Qian needed the most now were immortal meta stones. With this treasure, Zhou Qian wouldn't have to worry about immortal meta stones in the future. With a thought, the interspatial ring was opened. Even though Zhou Qian was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire interspatial ring was densely packed with immortal meta stones. The bright mountains were all piled up with immortal meta stones. What made Zhou Qian even more shocked was that there wasn't a single low or middle grade immortal meta stone. All of them were upper grade immortal meta stones. Zhou Qian estimated that there were at least 200 million upper grade immortal meta stones. In addition, there were 10,000 different immortal meta stones that were emitting purple light. Damn it. If I'm not mistaken, these 10,000 immortal meta stones should be king grade immortal meta stones. Zhou Qian felt dizzy. The immortal meta stones in the immortal world and the elixir of Saint Origin world were almost the same. There was a huge gap between the grades. A middle grade immortal meta stone was equivalent to 10,000 low grade immortal meta stones. Similarly, a high grade immortal meta stone was equivalent to 10,000 middle grade immortal meta stones. A king grade immortal meta stone was equivalent to 10,000 commercial grade immortal meta stones. The wealth in the interspatial ring was enough to make people dizzy. Compared to the wealth in the interspatial ring, the mine that appeared outside of Yen City was simply trash. It was not even worth mentioning. It was not even a drop in the ocean. With so much wealth, I won't have to worry about immortal essence stones in the future. At least before I reach the golden immortal stage, this wealth will be enough. Senior Ouyang has given me such a great benefit, so I must fulfill his last wish. Chapter 1094. What's this? Zhou Qian suddenly moved his divine sense and noticed a dark crystal in a corner of the interspatial ring. It was the size of a fist and was emitting traces of demonic chi. It's an early heaven immortal demon soul. What an unexpected harvest. Ouyang he didn't even put this thing in his eyes. I don't even know when he casually threw it here. But a heaven immortal demon soul is very useful to me. Now that I have a sufficient foundation, I can use this demon soul to advance to the next level. Breaking through to the early earth immortal realm won't be a problem. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. A heaven immortal demon soul was nothing to Ouyang He, but to Jiang Chen it was very precious. After refining this demon soul, Jiang Chen would be able to advance to the true Earth Immortal realm, not just a half-step Earth Immortal realm. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen took out the demon soul from the interspatial ring and entered his room to refine it. Ouyang He had left him so many good things, but this inconspicuous demon soul was what he needed the most right now. Once he advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. Under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was rapidly refined. To Jiang Chen, refining a demon soul had always been an easy task. A heaven immortal demon soul was incomparable to an ordinary Earth immortal demon soul. It contained an enormous amount of energy. This energy was nothing to Ouyang He, who was a golden immortal, but to the current Jiang Chen, it was as abundant as a vast ocean. One had to act according to one's ability. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, even if he was given a golden immortal or divine immortal demon soul, he wouldn't dare to refine it. An early heaven immortal demon soul was just right for him. After the advancement of the dragon transformation skill, he needed to condense another 50,000 dragon marks for each advancement. Currently he had 250,000 dragon marks. In order to advance to the early Earth Immortal realm, he needed to condense another 300,000 dragon marks. With the operation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was constantly refined. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi increased rapidly. 1,000, 2,000. Jiang Chen's method of advancement had always been incomparably terrifying, to the point that no one could accept it. It only took him an hour to completely refine the demon soul and condense 70,000 dragon marks. Now he had a total of 320,000 dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the early Earth Immortal realm. With the additional 20,000 dragon marks, his combat strength was even more terrifying than before. He was only 30,000 dragon marks away from the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Hong! An incomparably powerful qi wave rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The current him was many times stronger than before. Now that my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early Earth Immortal realm, I can easily kill a late Earth Immortal. If I go all out, I can even kill a half-step Heaven Immortal. If I use the dragon transformation, I might even be able to kill an early Heaven Immortal. If the Huang family continues to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. In the vast immortal world, his current cultivation level was nothing, but in this small Yen city, no one could deal with him anymore. The Huang family had always regarded him as a thorn in their side. But after advancing to the early Earth Immortal realm, the Huang family was no longer qualified to be his enemy. The next morning, the assembly hall of the City Lord Mansion was already filled with people early in the morning. All the people present were the higher-ups of the City Lord Mansion. Yesterday's battle was a great victory for the City Lord Mansion. Today the City Lord Mansion was going to send people to the mine to mine immortal metastones. For such a big matter, it was necessary to find a person in charge. In the main hall, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were sitting on the top while Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun were sitting on the bottom. The rest of the high-ranking officials were sitting in 2 rows. Yan Donglu glanced around and didn't see Jiang Chen, so he asked, "Why isn't Master Jiang here?" "Father, I went to see him in the morning. Brother Jiang is cultivating in seclusion, so I didn't want to disturb him," said Yan Qingqing. "That's fine. This time Master Jiang has made a great contribution to the mansion. As for the matter of mining immortal metastones, there's no need for him to do it himself. The promised 30% will be given to him. Everyone, mining immortal metastones is the top priority of the mansion. Who do you think is the most suitable person to go?" said Yan Donglu. Needless to say, Miss Qingqing, of course. All these years, all the affairs of the mansion have been handled by Miss Qingqing. That's right. Such a big matter must be handled by Miss Qingqing. This old man is willing to go with Miss Qingqing. If you need any help, just let me know. Yan Qingqing's reputation was very high. Most of the people on the scene agreed to let her be in charge of mining immortal metastones. Only when Yan Qingqing went personally would they feel more assured. In that case, Qingqing, Qingjun, both of you will go together. Both of you will be in charge of mining immortal metastones at the same time. Yan Donglu looked over at Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun. Brother Yan Huang family suffered a crushing defeat yesterday. I'm afraid that Qingqing and Qingjun won't be able to handle it if Huang family plays some tricks. After all, this mine isn't a small matter. I guess Huang Ying won't let it go easily. Why don't I go with them? If Huang family really has some tricks up their sleeves, I will be able to handle it, said Yuan Hong all of a sudden. City Lord Elder Yuan is right. He's a heaven immortal expert. If he goes with us, he will be able to ensure the safety of the mine. That's right. Huang family will never let it go. You should know that this mine is very important. It may be the key to the conflict between the mansion and the mansion. If Huang family decides to do something secretly, it will be too late for regrets. It will be much safer if Elder Yuan goes with them. We have to take Huang family into consideration. For the sake of safety, it's best if Elder Yuan goes with us. Upon hearing that Yuan Hong was going to go with them, all the people present felt that it was very reasonable and agreed with him. In many people's eyes, Yan Donglu and Yuan Hong were old friends who had gone through life and death together. Therefore no one, including Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, doubted Yuan Hong. All right. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yuan. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong. After all, they had been friends for many years. He had long regarded Yuan Hong as his own brother. In his point of view, it was normal for Yuan Hong and his son to feel embarrassed after Yuan Qingjun was defeated by Huang Haofei. Plus, Yan Donglu had no reason to refuse it. Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Yuan Hong and Huang Haofei. Yan Donglu had never thought that the decision he made would almost put the prefecture into a perilous situation. Yuan Hong and Yuan Qingjun exchanged a glance and smiled. The development of the matter was exactly as they had expected. Everything was under their control. Without any delay, the team from the City Lord's mansion set off towards the Ore Mountain under the lead of Yuan Hong, Yan Qingqing and Yuan Qingjun. When the people from the City Lord's mansion arrived, the people from Yuan Association had also arrived. The leader of Yuan Association was an old man in his 50s. His cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the half-step heaven immortal realm. He didn't bring a lot of people with him, only 5 or 6 of them. The mining of immortal meta stones was the responsibility of the mansion. Yuan Association was only here to make up the numbers and act as a supervisor. After all, they had 20% of the profits, so they needed to know the total amount of immortal meta stones that had been mined. I never thought that Elder Yuan would personally lead the team of the mansion. It seems like the mansion has attached great importance to this or mine. When the leader of Yuan Association saw Yuan Hong, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. In any case, Yuan Hong was a true heaven immortal expert. In Yen City, a heaven immortal was a supreme expert who would be respected wherever he went. No one would dare to disrespect a heaven immortal expert. Elder Wu, please, Yuan Hong said with a smile. After you, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan of Yuan Association quickly made an inviting gesture. His name was Wu Chong and he had quite a high position in Yuan Association. He was deeply trusted by Nie Yuan. Otherwise he would not have been sent here. A few tents were set up outside the huge ore mine. To an immortal expert, setting up a few tents was an incomparably easy task. After the ore mine was excavated, the mining began. Yan Qingqing and Wu Chong personally led their men into the ore mine to check the situation, but Yuan Hong and Yuan Qingjun stayed in the tent. Qingjun, are you sure you want to do this? Yuan Hong was still a little hesitant. He could feel that Yan Donglu still trusted him. He couldn't bear to do such a thing. Dad, why are you still hesitating at this moment? The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. We have reached an agreement with Huang family. Tonight, all the experts of Huang family will come out of their nest. At that time, we just need to control the people here. Yuan Qingjun said viciously. All right. In that case, I won't think about it anymore. Yuan Hong gritted his teeth. There were some things that couldn't be undone once they were done. Night. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Tonight, even the moon had disappeared. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Such a night would always make people feel a trace of discomfort, full of depression and depression. The inside of the mine was as bright as day. There was no need for light inside. Just the light emitted by the immortal meta stones was enough to illuminate everything. The people of the prefecture were in full swing. mining the crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Laughter and cheers could be heard constantly, as if they weren't affected by the weather at all. Yan Qingqing, on the other hand, felt somewhat restless all of a sudden. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, Yan Qingqing didn't pay much attention to it, because no matter what happened, Yuan Hong would be able to deal with it. She had never thought that Uncle Yuan, whom she trusted very much, was the real hidden danger. Chapter 1095. Yan City Huang Family. In the martial arena of the Huang family stood a few dozen black-robed men. When these people stood together, the murderous qi they exuded was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even the weakest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert. All the half-step Heaven Immortal experts of the Huang family were here. Huang Ying and second brother Huang were true Heaven Immortal experts. At this moment, both of them were standing in front of the crowd with a solemn face. Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei's faces were filled with hostility. Yesterday, not only did they lose the ore mine, they also lost a genius, Huang Haoren. This was a loss that Huang family had never suffered before. Now only 2 of the 3 heroes of Huang family were left. The 3 of them had a very good relationship with each other. It was imaginable how they felt when they saw their brother being killed by Jiang Chen. Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming hated Jiang Chen to the core, but there was nothing they could do. Even Huang Haoren, who could fly, had died in Jiang Chen's hands. With their current strength, they didn't even have the qualification to avenge Huang Haoren. Tonight was the best chance for Huang family to annihilate the prefecture and Jiang Chen, to avenge Huang Xiong and Huang Haoren. Everyone, Yuan Hong has sent us the news. Yan Qingqing is at the ore mine. Now that Yuan Hong has surrendered to us, we have to rush to the ore mine and join him. We will occupy the ore mine and take down Yan Qingqing, forcing Yan Donglu to submit. Yan Qingqing is the apple of Yan Dongliu's eye, his flesh and blood. If something happens to her, Yan Donglu will certainly lose his mind. Of course, this isn't honorable, but we have to do it. As long as we can occupy Yan City and keep the foundation of Huang family, I won't hesitate to use any vicious means. Huang Ying said coldly. Everyone present expressed their understanding of his words. This was indeed not honorable, but the mine had fallen into the hands of the city lord's mansion, forcing the Huang family into a dead end. If they didn't take this opportunity to act now, it wouldn't be long before the overall strength of the city lord's mansion surpassed the Huang family because of the mine. At that time, it would be the end of the Huang family. The Huang family naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. If they lost the foundation they had laid down, it would be a great loss. Dad, don't say too much. Tonight is the doomsday of Yan Donglu, and that Jiang Chen must be torn into pieces. Now that Yuan Hong has joined our side, we have 3 Heaven Immortal experts on our side. Even if Yan Donglu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for us. After tonight, the entire Yan City will belong to our Huang family. As for that abominable Jiang Chen, we must tear him into pieces to avenge 6th uncle and Haoren. Huang Haofei said while gnashing his teeth. Whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned, his anger would surge. His hatred for Jiang Chen had already surpassed that of the city lord's mansion. All right, let's go to the mine immediately. Huang Ying gave the order. The group of people quickly vanished into the rainy night. Wherever they passed, the void was filled with steaming smoke. The raindrops fell from the sky and turned into mist when they were a foot away from them. In the mine, the people of the prefecture were still in full swing, mining crystal-clear immortal metastones unceasingly. Each and every one of them was so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Haha. I never thought that there would be such a huge treasure outside of Yan City. I wonder how many immortal metastones can be mined from such a huge mine. If it wasn't for the mine collapsing, we wouldn't have known about it. That's right. The immortal metastones in the mine are crystal clear and have infinite luster. They're all high grade. Our prefecture has struck it rich this time. With so many immortal metastones, it's only a matter of time before our overall strength surpasses the Huang family. The prefecture and the Huang family have been fighting each other for so long. Finally, the result will be revealed. But it's all thanks to Grandmaster Jiang that we can enter the prefecture. Grandmaster Jiang is young and promising, a true peerless genius, a monstrous genius. If it wasn't for Grandmaster Jiang, this mine would have been the Huang family's. The people of the prefecture didn't forget to chat while mining the immortal meta stones. Naturally, the topic of their conversation was Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's reputation in the prefecture was second only to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's heart was blooming with joy when she heard everyone praising Jiang Chen. After such a period of contact, she had completely fallen in love with Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, a young girl's yearning for love can't be stopped. Hong Long. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the outside, shaking the interior of the mine. Even though they were inside the mine, they could still feel the strong fluctuation coming from outside. Not good. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed slightly. She muttered to herself, "Not good." Then she turned around and walked out of the ore mine. The others also stopped what they were doing and followed Yan Qingqing out. The people of Yiyuan Association also frowned. They were all experts among experts. They could sense that someone had come to make trouble without going out. On the open space outside the mine, the raindrops were heavier than before. Yuan Hong, Yuan Qingjun and the higher-ups of the prefecture were on standby. Dozens of black-clothed men were standing opposite them. They were the people of the Huang family. Yan Qingqing and the others didn't look good when they saw the situation. Fortunately, they were prepared and Yuan Hong followed them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the current situation. Huang Ying, why did your Huang family come here in the middle of the night? You lost yesterday. This mine has nothing to do with your Huang family. Yan Qingqing said sharply. Ah, Miss Qingqing, how can our Huang clan give up on such a great fortune? Don't you agree? Huang Ying burst into laughter. Patriarch Huang, our Yiyuan Association has never intervened in the grievances between you and the City Lord Mansion. However, what you did today showed that you didn't put our Yiyuan Association in your eyes at all. Our Yiyuan Association was the notary of yesterday's competition. You lost, so you lost. Patriarch Huang, are you really a sore loser? Wu Chong of Yiyuan Association said without any trace of politeness. He didn't expect that the Huang family would use such a method to seize the ore mine. In his opinion, Huang Ying was simply insane. One should know that this was not only making the City Lord's mansion an enemy, but also Yiyuan Association. Where did the Huang family get the courage to go against two major forces at once? Elder Wu, don't be agitated. Our Huang family won't go against your Yiyuan Association. The prefecture has promised you 20% of the immortal metastones and I, Huang Ying, will give you 30%. Today Huang family won't make things difficult for the people of Yiyuan Association. This is a matter between us and the prefecture. Huang Ying said. Chapter 1096. Your Huang family's actions are truly despicable. Yan Qingqing said Lung Lung. The others were also infuriated. It seemed like Yuan Hong had foresight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with this situation. Since the ancient times, the winner takes all. As long as we can destroy your prefecture, Yan City will belong to our Huang family in the future. Who cares about the process? Huang Ying chuckled. He didn't comment on his own actions. As long as he could succeed, he would use any means necessary. In this incomparably competitive immortal world, there was no such thing as the winner takes all. People would only respect the strong. Huang Ying, don't think that our prefecture is a pushover. So what if the experts of your Huang family are here? My father will be here soon. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. She wasn't afraid of the people of Huang family. After all, Yuan Hong was still here. He was a true heaven immortal expert. Uncle Yuan, send a message to my father immediately. Ask him to bring his men here. Since Huang family wants to start a war, our prefecture will accompany them to the end. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong. I've already sent the message. I believe the prefecture lord will be here soon. But young miss, I'm sorry. Yuan Hong suddenly said. Yan Qingqing was stunned. She didn't understand what Yuan Hong meant. What did he mean when he said sorry in front of the enemy? She raised her head and saw Yuan Hong's bloodshot eyes. Uncle Yuan Yu. Yan Qingqing exclaimed. Pa. Yuan Hong quickly made his move. He unleashed an energy seal and enveloped Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's complexion changed greatly. She had never thought that Yuan Hong would make a move against her at this crucial moment. In a moment of desperation she could only defend with all her might. However, the gap between her and Yuan Hong was too big. She couldn't defend at all. Barf. Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. She was completely immobilized by Yuan Hong's energy seal. Yuan Hong, what are you doing? Damn it. What's going on? Why would Yuan Hong attack young miss? Elder Yuan, what are you doing? Why did you attack young miss? Everyone in the Castellan mansion turned pale with fright. None of them had thought that such a scene would happen. In their hearts, Yuan Hong was their greatest support. As long as Yuan Hong could deal with the Huang family, they would be able to delay the Castellan's arrival. But what was happening now? Yan Qingqing, do you think your city lord's mansion still has a chance? Huang Ying said proudly. Even the people of Yuan Association were shocked by this sudden turn of events. By now, even a fool could see that Yuan Hong had joined forces with the Huang family. That was why the Huang family had come here with such confidence. Yuan Hong's betrayal was out of everyone's expectation. After all, Yuan Hong and Yan Donglu had been friends for many years. It was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray anyone, but it was impossible for Yuan Hong to betray Yan Donglu. Uncle Yuan Yu. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Hong and shook her head helplessly. She didn't believe that this was true. That kind of sadness, that kind of disappointment, there was nothing more painful than this. Being betrayed by the person you trusted the most. It was as if a knife was twisting in your heart. Qingqing, you and your daughter asked for this. Ever since Jiang Qin came, all of you have been focusing on him. We have made great contributions to the Castellan mansion, but in the end we didn't get anything and were even neglected. In that case we will naturally find another way out. After Yan Donglu is dead, the Castellan mansion will be ours. Qingqing, as long as you obey me, I will still treat you well in the future. Yuan Qingjun said with a smile. He had finally revealed his fox's tail. Shameless. Yuan Qingjun, I, Yan Qingqing, have misjudged you. Yan Qingqing looked at Yuan Qingjun. She had always treated Yuan Qingjun as her elder brother. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. The relationship between them could be said to be incomparable to ordinary people. But now the way she looked at Yuan Qingjun was full of disgust. Yuan Qingjun had betrayed the prefecture and allied himself with the enemy. Compared to Jiang Qin, the gap between him and Jiang Qin was worlds apart. Back then, when Huang Xiong threatened Jiang Qin didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Instead, he went to Han village alone to save the villagers. Motherfucker. Yuan Hong, Yuan Qingjun, I'll fuck your grandma. You and your son are simply shameless. The Castellan trusted you so much, but you did such a thing to him. An old man cursed with red eyes. He seemed incomparably agitated. The same was true for the others. They came here to mine immortal meta stones in high spirits, thinking that they would be safe with an expert by their side. They had never thought that Yuan Hong was a jackal, a bastard who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Swoosh. Before the old man's voice faded, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced his heart. It was Yuan Qingjun who did this. It was Yuan Qingjun's sword that pierced the old man's heart. Barf. The old man spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was twisting and convulsing. His blood-red eyes stared at Yuan Qingjun. That resentment and despair made him die with everlasting regret. This is the consequence of insulting my father. Yuan Qingjun abruptly pulled out his sword and the old man fell to the ground. The old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert, so he wouldn't lose to Yuan Qingjun in a real fight. But just now he was in a bad mood and his mind was in a mess. He didn't expect that Yuan Qingjun would really kill him. Plus, Yuan Qingjun's attack was swift and without any warning. Therefore, even a half-step heaven immortal expert was killed on the spot. Yuan Qingjun, you son of a bitch. Yan Qingqing's emotion was incomparably agitated. She had witnessed the death of the elder of the prefecture in the hands of Yuan Qingjun. Perhaps she wouldn't be so agitated if the old man died tragically in the battle with Huang family. She knew that such a way of death was a humiliation to the old man. He was destined to die with everlasting regret. The people of Yuan Association watched all of this quietly. No one spoke a word. Today's situation had nothing to do with them anymore. The people of Huang family were more than happy to watch the internal strife of the prefecture. This scene was more enjoyable than watching someone kill someone. Humph. This is the consequence of stubborn people. I'll give you a chance to join us from now on. Otherwise you'll end up the same way. Yuan Qingjuan's sharp eyes looked at the other higher-ups of the prefecture. Yan Qingqing, who was standing aside, had already given up all hope. Tears of despair flowed down from her eyes. She looked at the two people in front of her who felt both familiar and strange at the same time. At this moment she completely understood what it meant by the unpredictability of a man's heart. Chapter 1097. Huang family's intention was very obvious. Today they came not only to control the ore mine, but also to eliminate Yan Donglu and put the prefecture into eternal damnation. Jiang Qin was also their target. Yan Qingqing understood that the hatred Huang family had for Jiang Qin had surpassed the hatred they had for the prefecture. Bah! Ungrateful dog. The prefecture has raised you two ungrateful bastards. Even if I die today I will drag you down with me. A hot-tempered old man cursed at Yuan Qingjun. Immediately he took out his immortal weapon and launched an attack at Yuan Qingjun. This old man was a half-step heaven immortal expert. He had exerted his full strength in the first exchange of blows. It could be seen that this old man didn't want to live. He just didn't want to die in vain, so he wanted to drag Yuan Qingjun down with him. However, under such circumstances, it was obvious that the old man wouldn't succeed. Even if he had the ability to perish together with Yuan Qingjun, Yuan Hong wouldn't just watch his son get hurt. Bang! An incomparably powerful qi wave appeared all of a sudden and struck the old man's body like a sharp sword. It was Yuan Hong who launched the attack. The old man was no match for him. Both of them weren't on the same level. The old man was sent flying away after suffering a heavy blow. There was a large dent on his chest. That was an incomparably serious injury. Although it wasn't fatal, it was enough to make the old man lose his combat strength. At this time Yuan Qingjun struck like a thunderbolt. He swung the sword in his hand and beheaded the old man. Blood spurted out like a fountain, adding a touch of cruelty to the rainy night. Yuan Qingjun was too ruthless. In the eyes of the prefecture he had become a devil in the night. The old man who was killed just now was an elder who held him in his arms when he was young, but in Yuan Qingjuan's eyes, it was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He didn't care about their friendship at all. The two experts of the city lord's mansion were already dead. Yan Qingqing was in complete despair. Looking at the corpses on the ground, she couldn't help but shed tears again. She thought about why Yuan Hong, who wasn't good at leaving the city lord's mansion, would take the initiative to follow them. So this was his real purpose. Yuan Qingjun framed Jiang Qin for colluding with the Huang family. It turned out that he had already colluded with the Huang family. If it wasn't for her trust in Jiang Qin, she would have already misunderstood Jiang Qin. The scene was incomparably depressing. The raindrops caused the void to become gloomy and cold. The people of the city lord mansion were all shivering. They had become trapped beasts. They were plotted against by their own people. They were angry and afraid at the same time. Yuan Qingjun didn't care about their old friendship. They couldn't help but be afraid. No one wanted to die. Death was an incomparably terrifying thing for anyone. In the prefecture, after receiving the message from Yuan Hong, Yan Donglu immediately took action. He summoned all the experts of the prefecture, including Jiang Qin. Now was the critical moment of the life and death battle with the Huang family. Naturally, the prefecture had to deploy all its forces. Furthermore, in Yan Donglio's eyes, Jiang Qin was much scarier than any ordinary half-step heaven immortal. First of all, he had the combat strength to kill a half-step heaven immortal. Secondly, he could fly, which was a formidable force. City Lord, what happened? Someone asked. Just now, Brother Yuan sent a message saying that the Huang family attacked the ore mine in full force. We have to get there as soon as possible. I'm afraid that Brother Yuan can't deal with them alone. Yan Donglu said solemnly. Motherfucker. I knew that the Huang family wouldn't give up so easily. I didn't expect them to take action so soon. Fortunately, Elder Yuan came with them. Otherwise, Big Miss would be in real danger. The Huang family is too arrogant. They can't afford to lose, but our prefecture isn't a pushover either. Let's have a life-and-death battle with the Huang family tonight and see who is more powerful. Each of the experts of the prefecture was brimming with qi and murderous intent. Yesterday they had gained the upper hand in the competition with the Huang family, which greatly boosted their morale. However, they would never have thought that the situation they were going to face would be so difficult. Yuan Hong and his son went with Qingqing? Jiang Qin asked with a frown. That's right. If it wasn't for Yuan Hong, how could we withstand the attack of the Huang family? Yan Donglu said. Not good. I'm afraid that Yuan Hong and his son have joined the Huang family. Qingqing is in real danger now. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The current situation was obvious. Given Yuan Hong's identity, he wouldn't take the initiative to go to the Ore Mountain. Furthermore, the Huang family had already made their move on the first day. This was a coincidence. Furthermore, Yuan Qingjun had purposely lost to Huang Haofei in the competition yesterday. There must be something fishy about it. The only explanation was that Yuan Hong and his son had joined the Huang family and wanted to harm the prefecture. Perhaps the people of the prefecture trusted Yuan Hong and his son, but not Jiang Chen. He had long known that there was a spy in the prefecture. Yuan Qingjuan's unusual behavior indicated that the former friend had become the enemy. What did you say? Grandmaster Jiang, you can't joke about this. Yan Donglio's expression changed. He and Yuan Hong had been through life and death together. He was very unhappy to hear such words from Jiang Chen. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. If I were you, I would rush to the Ore Mountain at once. Otherwise it will be too late. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Then he casted the flaming wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Ore Mountain. Yan Donglu didn't dare to be negligent. He flew towards the Ore Mountain at once. A group of experts from the prefecture also flew under the lead of Jiang Chen and Yan Donglu, heading towards the Ore Mountain at high speed. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the conflict between the prefecture and the Huang family at the beginning. But as the situation developed, he was completely involved in this conflict. After the incident between Ouyang He and Tian Miyun, he was deeply hurt by this betrayal. Although he couldn't kill Tian Miyun now, he could still vent his anger on Yuan Hong and his son. Moreover, Yan Qingqing was very likely to be in real danger. Jiang Chen wouldn't have any improper thoughts towards this girl who admired him, but he wouldn't watch her fall into the hands of evil people either. Along the way, Yan Donglu and the people of the prefecture's complexion turned incomparably solemn. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Jiang Chen's words had left them at a loss. They didn't believe that Yuan Hong would betray the prefecture. But if Jiang Chen's words were true, wouldn't the prefecture fall into an irrecoverable state? On the other side of the mine, the rain was even heavier. The Huang family and Yuan Hong had already gathered together. In front of them, a dozen or so corpses were strewn all over the place. Rainwater splashed onto the corpses and blood flowed everywhere, making the atmosphere even more oppressive and terrifying. Chapter 1098. The scene in front of him made Yan Donglio's heart skip a beat. Not only him but also everyone in the prefecture. The corpses lying on the ground belonged to the higher-ups of the prefecture. They were once brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. But now they were lying in the cold rain, letting the rain beat on their bodies. What truly made them despair was that they saw Yuan Hong and Huang Ying standing side by side, completely indifferent to the corpses on the ground. Even a fool could guess what had happened in this situation and what kind of relationship Huang Ying and Yuan Hong had with each other. Many people in the prefecture glanced at Jiang Chen and admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one was willing to see such a scene because it meant that the prefecture's doomsday was coming. Yan Donglu couldn't accept this reality because it was a huge blow to him. Brother Yuan, do you know what you are doing? Yan Donglu said. His voice was trembling. Facing Yen Donglu, Yuan Hong's expression was somewhat unnatural and guilty. He understood that although he had contributed a lot to the prefecture all these years, Yen Donglu had also treated him very well. But what had been done was done and there was no turning back. Brother Yen, everyone has his own ambition. Since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. I've already made an agreement with family head Huang. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, he will spare your life. Yuan Hong said with an expressionless face. Barf. Yen Donglu was so angry that his body was trembling. He spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale. Yuan Hong's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, making it bleed. Not good. The prefecture lord's anger has affected him greatly. Someone exclaimed. Yen Donglu couldn't bear this fact. He couldn't accept that his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him would betray him. Such a blow was unimaginable to ordinary people. The anger and sadness merged together and directly attacked his heart and lungs, causing him to be unable to circulate the immortal qi. Given his current condition, he wouldn't be a match for Yuan Hong even if they fought. AI. Seeing Yen Donglu in such a state, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Undoubtedly, Yen Donglu was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. That's why he couldn't accept this fact. He had never been on guard against Yuan Hong. If he had, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The current Yen Donglu was afraid that he was in the same situation as Ouyang He. Jiangchen had never experienced this feeling before, but he could understand it. If one day he and Tyrant betrayed him like this, he was afraid that his performance wouldn't be any better than Yen Donglu. Of course, Han Yen and Tyrant would never treat him this way. True brotherly love was something that could withstand trials and tribulations. Yuan Hong, I, Yen Donglu, have always treated you like a brother. I can't understand why you would treat me like this. Yen Donglio's expression became somewhat cold. Although he couldn't accept this scene, but he had to accept it. Brother Yen, I don't want to say anything more. The outcome is already irreversible. I hope you can listen to me and save your life. Yuan Hong Ling said. Yen Donglu, I've already given Brother Yuan face. As long as you cripple your own cultivation, I'll spare your life and let you drag out an ignoble existence. What do you think? Huang Ying said with a complacent face. The situation was exactly as he had expected. Everything was under his control. Yen Donglio's combat strength was severely weakened due to the influence of his anger. He could take him down by himself, not to mention that they had 3 Heaven Immortal experts with him. Bullshit. I, Yen Donglu, will never lower my head to you even if I have to die. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Yen Donglu was infuriated. Both of his eyes had turned red. Since Yuan Hong no longer cared about their brotherhood, there was no need for him to continue being sad. Yen Donglu, it's very easy for you to die. I just don't know if your subordinates are willing to die with you. I will give all of you a chance. If you want to live, you can join me now. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Ying glanced at the people beside Yen Donglu. They were all the higher-ups of the City Lord Mansion. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. You can submit to the Huang family, said Yen Donglu. City Lord, I, Lao Wang, am not an ungrateful person. You have treated me well all these years. I won't do such a cruel and unscrupulous thing. Today I will live and die with the City Lord Mansion. That's right. If we join the Huang family now, we will be no different from Yuan Hong and his son. At worst, we will die. City Lord, we won't join the enemy. Even if we have to fight a fierce battle today, we won't have lived in vain. The people of the mansion expressed their stand one by one. It could be seen that they were all courageous men. However, this also showed that Yen Donglu was a good man. Even in such a desperate situation, there were still so many people who were willing to follow him. These people weren't fools. They understood the current situation very well. Putting aside their relationship with the city governor's mansion, even if they were to join the Huang family, given Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's character, they wouldn't be treated kindly. Rather than joining the Huang family and living like dogs, it was better for them to die a glorious death. Good. Yen Donglu didn't choose the wrong person. Yen Donglio's qi fluctuated. But immediately, his facial expression changed dramatically because he couldn't find any trace of Yen Qingqing in the enemy's camp. Yuan Hong, where's Qingqing? What did you do to her? Yen Donglu asked loudly. Yan Donglu, don't worry. Nephew Qingjun won't hurt Miss Qingqing. I'm afraid they are having a good time right now. Huang Ying burst into laughter. Barf. Upon hearing this, Yan Donglu spurted out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Bastard. If anything happens to Qingqing, I will haunt you all even if I become a ghost." Yan Donglu had completely lost control of his emotions. Yan Qingqing was his daughter. Yuan Qingjun had been admiring her for a long time. If his daughter was defiled by such a bastard, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the face to continue living in the future. Yan Dongwu, to think that you would have such a day. I'm in a good mood to see you being so sad. Huang Ying burst into laughter once again. He didn't take any action because he wanted to see Yan Donglio's heartbroken look. To him it was an incomparably delightful thing. However, no one noticed that Jiang Qin, who was standing behind Yan Donglu, had already disappeared. Not even the people of the mansion noticed it. It was as if Jiang Qin had never been here. Chapter 1099. I won't be lenient, Sister Qingqing. As long as you agree to marry me, I promise that no one will bully you in the future. I will love you even more. Yuan Qingjun looked at the grieving Yan Qingqing and said with a smile that he thought was very gentle. Bah! You bastard! My father and I are really blind. Yan Qingqing will never marry a beast like you even if I die. Yan Qingqing spat. She felt extremely disgusted whenever she saw Yuan Qingjun's face. It was a kind of disgust that came from the bottom of her heart. She had never hated someone so much before. Yan Qingqing, what's so good about that Jiang Qin? How can he be compared to me? We've been childhood sweethearts. You know how much I love you. Don't tell me that I'm not comparable to Jiang Qin, who has just arrived here for a few days. Yuan Qingjun was very angry and roared at Yan Qingqing. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt and insulted. He was a genius, but he couldn't be compared to Jiang Qin. The better Yan Qingqing treated Jiang Qin, the worse Yuan Qingjun felt. Not being able to kill Jiang Qin had become the most depressing thing for him. Bastard, how can you be compared to Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang is a man who values friendship and righteousness. You're just a shameless villain. Comparing you to Brother Jiang is a humiliation to him. Yan Qingqing said with a sneer. Although her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't resist, she still had her pride. She knew that the city lord's mansion was probably going to be finished. At this moment, Yan Qingqing had already disregarded her life and death. Brother Yuan, you're too weak. You can't even handle a woman after so long. A mocking voice came from behind. It was Huang Haoming and Huang Haofei. They came here to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that Yuan Qingjun still couldn't handle a woman. Brother Yuan, why are you talking so much? Yan Qingqing is in your hands now, she's at your mercy. As long as you're willing, she'll be your woman at any time. Huang Haoming said proudly. Being challenged by the Huang brothers, Yuan Qingjun's anger grew even more intense. His eyes turned red as he stared at the exquisite Yan Qingqing in front of him. His lust was aroused and the obscene look in his eyes became more and more exuberant. What are you doing? Yan Qingqing was so scared that she took 2 steps back. She couldn't help but hug her own shoulders. Qingqing, since you don't want to submit to me, don't blame me for using force. You are my Yuan Qingjun's woman. After saying that, Yuan Qingjun took a step forward and grabbed Yan Qingqing's shoulder. With a tearing sound, he tore off Yan Qingqing's sleeves, exposing her jade-white skin. This made Yuan Qingjun's evil fire soar. He couldn't control it anymore. At this moment he had completely turned into a hungry wolf. Yan Qingqing was his. Yan Qingqing cried out in alarm. No matter how talented she was, no matter how good her temperament was, she had never experienced something like this before. She immediately lost her sense of propriety. She was like an injured rabbit, she couldn't even find a place to hide. Yuan Qingjun, get lost. Yan Qingqing was completely flustered. Don't you like your big brother Jiang very much? Unfortunately, your big brother Jiang won't come to save you. Yuan Qingjun sneered. Sorry, I'm here. As soon as Yuan Qingjun's voice faded, another voice was heard from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a white-clothed youth standing not far away. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Zhou Xian. The Huang brothers exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes. One should know that there were 3 heaven immortal experts standing outside. No matter how capable Zhou Xian was, it was impossible for him to come in without making a sound. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing burst into tears when she saw Zhou Xian. She couldn't help but cry loudly. Release Qingqing at once or you will die miserably. Zhou Xian ignored the Huang brothers and said to Yuan Qingjun. At the same time he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base he didn't need to transform to deal with Yuan Qingjun and the others, but the situation outside was urgent. He didn't want to waste any more time. How did you come in? Yuan Qingjun asked with a frown. No one can stop me if I want to come in. Zhou Xian said. Humph. Zhou Xian, what are you being so arrogant for? If you dare to come here today you will die. If you dare to make a move the commotion outside will be alerted. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Huang Haofei and Leng Ling said. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them felt an indescribable fear when facing Zhou Xian in his dragon form. They had witnessed how terrifying Zhou Xian was. They still had lingering fears about how Huang Haoran died. This place has been completely sealed by my domain. The 3 of you will die for sure. Not even a deity can save you. Zhou Xian said. In a flash he appeared in between Huang Haofei and Huang Haoming. Then he attacked decisively. His sharp dragon claws landed on their necks at lightning speed, locking them down. Their expressions changed drastically. Almost at this moment they could feel the scent of death. That was an unprecedented threat of death. Your cultivation base has improved again? Huang Haofei said with difficulty. He could already see that the current Zhou Xian was much more powerful than when he fought against Huang Haoran. With their cultivation base, only death awaited them if they were to fight against Zhou Xian. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Zhou Xian was too lazy to talk to them. He exerted strength in his hand and broke their necks with a kacha sound, cutting off their life force. He didn't even glance at their corpses. He just threw them aside and strode towards Yuan Qingjun. Seeing how terrifying Zhou Xian was and how the Huang brothers were pinched to death like ants, Yuan Qingjun's scalp went numb. An unprecedented fear surged in his heart. He had never felt that he was so close to death. You're right. You're right. You're right. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing ran towards Zhou Xian while Yuan Qingjun was in a daze. She looked at Zhou Xian with an aggrieved expression. At the same time, a feeling of happiness welled up in her heart. Being saved by the man she loved was the greatest happiness. At this moment Yan Qingqing seemed to have forgotten all the dangers. In her eyes, there was only this man who could give people a sense of security all the time. Yan Qingqing ran towards Zhou Xian. Yuan Qingjun felt even more desperate. If he had been focused on controlling Yan Qingqing just now he might have had the capital to threaten Zhou Xian. But now everything was gone. It seemed that it would be very easy for Zhou Xian to kill him. Are you all right? Zhou Xian smiled at Yan Qingqing. Then he took out a robe from the Zulong Tower and draped it over Yan Qingqing's body. I'm fine. Yan Qingqing shook her head. She shuddered at the thought of the scene just now. If it wasn't for Zhou Qian's timely appearance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1100. Sensing Zhou Qian's killing intent, Yuan Qingjun's facial expression turned even uglier. Although he was very proud, he knew that he was absolutely no match for Zhou Qian at this moment. Just now he had witnessed how Zhou Qian killed the Huang brothers, which made him shudder with fear. Zhou Qian, you can't kill me. As long as I shout, my father will hear it and you will still be finished. Yuan Qingjun plucked up his courage and said. He was very confident in his father. He believed that as long as his father was here, Zhou Qian's fate would still be the same. However, he had overlooked one point. How could Zhou Qian pass through the defense of 3 heaven immortal experts and enter the ore mine silently? Alright, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead and shout. Shout now. Zhou Qian shrugged and said indifferently. Seeing Jiang Chen's confidence, Yuan Qingjuan's heart began to pound. The calmer Jiang Chen was, the more afraid he was. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had become a devil-like existence. Father, father! Yuan Qingjun mustered all his strength and shouted. Although he didn't know whether his father could hear him or not, he knew that there was nothing else he could do apart from shouting for help. Asking him to fight Jiang Chen? He had lost all his courage. The shout of a late Earth Immortal expert was so earth-shattering that it could be heard even from 100 miles away. However, Yuan Qingjuan's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, but there was no sound from the outside. The inside of the ore mine had been completely sealed by Jiang Chen. Yuan Qingjun had already fallen into the 5 elemental sphere. Even if he shouted until the sky was broken, no one would be able to hear him. Don't, Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Yuan Qingjun began to beg for mercy. He finally understood Jiang Chen's ability. He was no match for him. In front of Jiang Chen he was just like an ant that could be pinched to death at any time. The disgust in Yan Qingqing's eyes intensified when she saw his trembling and embarrassed look. Such a man had no spirit and dignity at all. Compared to Jiang Chen, the difference between them was like the sky and the earth. They were two extremes. You won't live, neither will your father. I will kill you in front of your father and then kill your father. I will let you know that traitors won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen said and strode towards Yuan Qingjun. Every step he took caused Yuan Qingjuan's heart to tremble a little. Jiang Chen's footsteps were like a heavy hammer that hammered on his heart. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that Jiang Chen was approaching him, the despair in Yuan Qingjuan's heart was completely revealed. He was on the verge of going mad. Immediately he drew his sword and slashed at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen casually waved his palm, slapping away the long sword in Yuan Qingjuan's hand. Then he strode forward, grabbed Yuan Qingjuan's neck and lifted him up. Yuan Qingjun kept struggling under Jiang Chen's control, but he was like a helpless little chick that couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen. Big brother Jiang, you've become more powerful? Yan Qingqing finally revealed a smile. Her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to the prefecture. After tonight, the prefecture will be the sole ruler of Yan City. Jiang Chen smiled at Yan Qingqing, then carried Yuan Qingjun out of the ore mountain. Yan Qingqing was a smart woman. She carried the Huang brothers' corpses and followed behind Jiang Chen. The prefecture was doomed today. Before this, Yan Qingqing had almost lost all hope. But now, following behind Jiang Chen, she suddenly saw infinite hope. Although she didn't know how Jiang Chen could deal with a real heaven immortal, with Jiang Chen's help, she felt that a heaven immortal was no longer a threat. Outside, the situation was still tense. The people of the prefecture had almost lost all hope. Yan Donglio's combat strength had been greatly reduced due to his anger. Huang Ying didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to attack the people of the prefecture. Listen up, people of the prefecture. I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to surrender if you want to live. Otherwise, all of you will die. Huang Ying's body was filled with murderous intent. He was only giving them one last chance. If they didn't cherish it, he would kill all of them without hesitation. Huang and Yuan, you bastards, just do your best. You'll all die if worse comes to worst. Someone from the prefecture shouted. Their faces were filled with anger and determination to die. It seemed like none of them had any intention of leaving this place alive. Fine, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone listen up, kill all of them. Huang Ying decisively gave the order. I don't think any of them will die. As soon as Huang Ying's voice faded, a voice was heard from inside the ore mountain. Everyone turned around and saw Jiang Chen walking out with Yuan Qingjun in his hand, followed by Yan Qingqing, who was carrying 2 corpses. Bang! Yan Qingqing casually tossed the corpses of the Huang brothers to Huang Ying. Qingqing. Seeing Yan Qingqing was unharmed, Yan Donglu couldn't help but feel excited. Such an unforeseen event had exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially the death of the Huang brothers, no one had expected this to happen. Fei er Ming er. The higher-ups of the Huang family cried out in shock. Looking at the 2 geniuses of the Huang family lying motionlessly on the ground, they felt like coughing up blood. After that, they turned their gazes to Jiang Chen. Needless to say, the deaths of the Huang brothers were all caused by Jiang Chen. However, what shocked them the most was how did Jiang Chen get past their line of defense and enter the mine? This was simply impossible. It's Grandmaster Jiang. Great. Grandmaster Jiang is truly amazing. He could sneak into the rear without anyone noticing and kill the two geniuses of the Huang family. Ah, this is great. Amazing. It seems like Grandmaster Jiang's means are far beyond our imagination. The people from the city lord's mansion had also witnessed everything. Each of them admired Jiang Chen even more. They were so nervous just now that they didn't notice how Jiang Chen disappeared. Jiang Chen, did you kill them? Huang Ying said while gritting his teeth. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Of course. Killing them was like killing chickens, Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. Dad, save me. Yuan Qingjun looked at his father as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. At this moment his fate was in the hands of Jiang Chen. The only person who could save him was Yuan Hong. If his father couldn't save him, he would end up like the Huang brothers. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Chen would be merciful enough to let him go. Damn it! How did this bastard get into the rear? Yuan Hong's face darkened. Yuan Qingjun was his son. It was imaginable how he would feel if Yuan Qingjun died. Jiang Chen was an existence that everyone had neglected. No one had ever thought that he would become the biggest mishap at this critical moment. Chapter 1101. No one had expected such a turn of events. The originally stable situation suddenly became tense. Whether it was the Huang family or Yuan Hong, Jiang Chen wasn't included in their initial plan. This was a factor that was not taken into consideration. Jiang Chen, let my son go. Yuan Hong said with a stern expression. Let him go. Do you think that's possible? There's only one outcome for people like you and your son. Death. You probably think that I captured Yuan Qingjun to blackmail you, right? You're thinking too much. I don't need any blackmail to deal with you. If I wanted to blackmail you, I wouldn't have killed those two fellows because they seem to be more valuable. The reason why I didn't kill Yuan Qingjun was because I wanted you to witness his death with your own eyes. I wanted you to know the consequences of traitors. Jiang Chen's words were like knives stabbing into Yuan Hong's heart. You dare. Yuan Hong's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was ready to make a move at any time. However, he still believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't kill Yuan Qingjun. In his opinion, Yuan Qingjun was the biggest trump card of the Castellan mansion in Jiang Chen's hands. If Yuan Qingjun was killed, the Castellan mansion would lose all bargaining chips, and what awaited them would be a storm-like attack. In fact, not only Yuan Hong, even the people of the Castellan mansion didn't believe that Jiang Chen would really kill Yuan Qingjun. After all, Yuan Qingjun was in his hands and could be used to blackmail Yuan Hong. Humph. However, Jiang Chen only snorted coldly and exerted force with his palm. With a loud bang, Yuan Qingjun was slapped to death by Jiang Chen before he could even let out a scream. His head was smashed into a pulp and blood gushed out. His corpse was then thrown to Yuan Hong's feet by Jiang Chen like trash. This scene made everyone present gasp. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless and domineering. He didn't show any mercy at all. Jiang Chen's confidence also shocked the people of the city lord mansion. They already had some understanding of Jiang Chen. Don't be fooled by this seemingly harmless young man. If he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't even blink his eyes. Moreover, every time Jiang Chen showed confidence and calmness at a critical moment, he could often create miracles. They were looking forward to Jiang Chen continuing to create miracles. Lord Qing. Yuan Hong roared. His eyes were instantly stained with blood. His hands kept trembling as he tried to touch Yuan Qingjun's corpse, but he found that he couldn't. A monstrous rage instantly burst out from his body. Jiang Chen, I will kill you. Yuan Hong transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning. This damned bastard. 3 geniuses of my Huang family have died in his hands. Let's attack together and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Huang Ying flew into a rage. The tragic death of his son had almost made him lose his rationality. The same went for second brother Huang. A day ago Huang Haoran died in the hands of Jiang Chen. When he saw Zhou Xian, he couldn't help but be filled with murderous intent. Therefore, the three heaven immortal experts rushed towards Zhou Xian at the same time. Not good. Yan Donglu sighed inwardly. He knew how powerful a heaven immortal expert was. Now that the three experts were attacking Zhou Xian at the same time, he knew that Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to resist them. He wanted to help, but it was already too late. At this moment, everyone in the City Lord Mansion became nervous. Haha. Come on. Don't hurt the innocent. Zhou Xian laughed heartily. The flaming wings flashed and he soared to the sky with a swoosh. Although he didn't put the three heaven immortal experts in his eyes, it was still better to have such a battle in the sky. Otherwise, the ripples of the battle might affect the people of the prefecture, which wasn't what he wanted to see. The eyes of the three were filled with hatred. They didn't care about bullying Zhou Xian anymore. Seeing that Zhou Xian had flown up, they chased after him. Long. The three of them struck out their most powerful attack at the same time. Colorful energy waves lit up the night sky, making it as bright as day. Destructive chi waves were everywhere, making people tremble in fear. The combined attack of the three interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding over Zhou Xian. This was a destructive attack. Any Earth immortal who was hit by this attack would surely die. However, General, who had already advanced to the early Earth immortal realm and integrated 320,000 dragon marks, didn't care about it at all. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Zhou Xian didn't want to waste time, so he immediately used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth dragons flashed at the same time. The entire sky was filled with the roars of true dragons. It was like a world of dragons. Each dragon was filled with endless destructive power. They collided with the energy net of the three experts. Long. The heaven and earth shook. The huge collision was like a clap of thunder. The rain in the sky seemed to have stopped. Destructive chi waves were everywhere. The energy net of the three experts was supposed to be indestructible, but under the attack of Zhou Qian's 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, it was as fragile as a piece of paper and was instantly destroyed. Dang dang dang. The three experts were pushed back a few steps before they could stabilize their bodies. What? The three of them exclaimed at the same time, looking at Zhou Xian in disbelief. This situation calmed down their anger a little and restored some of their rationality. To them, being pushed back by a single move from Zhou Xian was like a dream. They wouldn't have thought that Zhou Xian could be this powerful even if they were beaten to death. By God! Master Zhang is actually so powerful. Those 3 early heaven immortal experts were repelled by the joint attack of Master Zhang. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. Is he still a human? Did you all notice that Master Zhang has used the forbidden art 3 times in a row? There was no effect at all, let alone the backlash. This is simply a miracle. It's a forbidden art that can increase one's combat power by 10 times. I guess that Master Zhang isn't using the forbidden art. It's just a transformation skill. He can transform at will, so he wasn't affected. This is the scariest part. Everyone in the prefecture was excited. They couldn't help but feel excited. Zhou Xian had undoubtedly created another miracle at the most critical moment. He had given them hope. Haha. Yan Donglu burst into laughter. He was already prepared to attack, but he didn't expect that Zhou Xian would be able to gain the upper hand despite fighting against 3 of them alone. Such combat power had left him at a loss for a moment. Yan Qingqing looked at Zhou Xian in the sky, her eyes were even more infatuated. What was the meaning of turning the tide? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? What was the meaning of reversing the situation? Only a person who could do all these was a true hero. In Yan Qingqing's heart, Zhou Xian was a great hero who could support the heavens and earth. How did this brat become so powerful? It seems like he has advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm, but even so, it's still impossible for him to fight against a heaven immortal. Even the 3 of us were pushed back by him. Chapter 1102. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their expectation, but the three of them didn't feel any fear. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and cultivation base. The attack just now wasn't their strongest attack. They believed that as long as the three of them joined forces and cast out their strongest attack, Jiang Chen would still be no match for them. However, their wishful thinking would soon be crushed into powder by the reality. Everyone in the prefecture, listen up. Kill them all. Exterminate Huang family. Naturally, Yan Donglu couldn't stay idle either. Today was the day of the decisive battle between the prefecture and Huang family to determine who would be the overlord of Yan City in the future. Jiang Chen had already restrained 3 Heaven Immortal experts, but the remaining forces of Huang family couldn't be underestimated. Tonight's battle was unavoidable, so they might as well have a fierce battle. Although the forces of Huang family were much stronger than the prefecture, they weren't a match for the prefecture. After all, the prefecture had Yan Donglu, a Heaven Immortal expert. Although Yan Donglu was affected to a certain extent, he still wasn't someone that Huang family could deal with. Kill! Screams pierced the dark night. The cruelest battle in the rainy night had finally begun. The 2 overlords of Yan City had been fighting for a long time. Today the outcome of the battle was finally determined. Whether it was in Saint Origin World or the Immortal World, a battle like this was always the cruelest. It was either you die or I live. Jiang Chen had experienced too many such battles. Compared to those that Jiang Chen had experienced, the battle in Yan City was nothing. Arg! The experts from both sides collided with each other. Blood-red blood spurted out and mixed with the rainwater. It was the most beautiful color in the darkness, bloody and cold. The morale of the experts of Huang family was low because Jiang Chen alone had restrained 3 Heaven Immortal experts, leaving them with no choice but to deal with Yan Donglu alone. The pressure brought by this was too great. Under such circumstances, it was hard for them to display their combat strength perfectly. On the other hand, the prefecture was completely different. The experts of the prefecture who had lost all hope were ready to die. The appearance of Jiang Chen had given them great hope, greatly boosting their morale. Compared to Huang family, their morale was completely different. Plus, Yan Donglu was too strong. He could easily kill the enemy's half-step Heaven Immortal experts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. In the sky, the fierce battle was still going on. The 3 Heaven Immortals had launched their most powerful attacks several times, but all of them were blocked by Jiang Chen. No, not blocked but pushed back. That's right. The reality was that even though the 3 of them had joined forces, they were still no match for Jiang Chen. They couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were pushed back by Jiang Chen's powerful attacks, causing their blood and qi to churn and make them feel indescribably uncomfortable. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen had a look of indifference, as if such a battle wasn't strenuous for him at all. In fact, if the 3 of them wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would only be possible if one of them advanced to the intermediate Heaven Immortal realm, which was obviously impossible. I'm done playing with you. Jiang Chen's killing intent was overbearing. With a huala sound, the dazzling Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. The dragon marks on it were rippling, making the Heavenly Saint sword look like a real dragon. It was trembling and roaring in Jiang Chen's hand. Swoosh! Jiang Chen moved. The flaming wings flapped abruptly. His speed was so fast that he seemed to have lost track of time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of second brother Huang. The Heavenly Saint sword in his hand turned into a sword of punishment, slashing down at second brother Huang's head. Not good. Second brother Huang cursed inwardly. He could feel the power of Jiang Chen's attack. The power contained in this attack was beyond his imagination. This was the full power of Jiang Chen's 320,000 dragon marks and the Heavenly Saint sword. Because Jiang Chen's movement was too fast, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong didn't have the time to help. After all, this was the first time the 3 of them worked together. There wasn't any tacit understanding between them. If the 3 of them could cooperate perfectly, they would be able to fight Jiang Chen. Clang. In a moment of panic, second brother Huang raised the combat weapon in his hand to block. The combat weapon collided heavily with the Heavenly Saint sword. The collision of the 2 immortal weapons created a large amount of sparks. Even the rain couldn't extinguish the sparks. Barf. Second brother Huang was knocked far away by the impact. and he kept throwing up blood when he landed a few hundred meters away. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's attack was like a falling meteor, and he had no idea how much force it carried. There was no way he could withstand it. In just one attack, second brother Huang had been seriously injured and his combat strength had been reduced by half. However, before Huang Lao Air could react, Jiang Chen had once again appeared in front of him like a shadow. The heavenly saint sword once again slashed down from above, and from the looks of it, it was even stronger than the previous strike. "Big brother, save me!" Second brother Huang exclaimed. He could feel the threat from Jiang Chen. That was the threat of death. All of his opportunities had been locked on by Jiang Chen. There was no way for him to avoid this attack. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. He would be killed on the spot. "Not even the gods can save you." Jiang Chen sneered. How could Huang Ying be faster than him? By the time Huang Ying caught up, second brother Huang would already be dead. Ah! A miserable scream pierced through the dark sky. In the end, second brother Huang was still no match for Jiang Chen. He was slashed in half by Jiang Chen's sword. Blood splattered everywhere as his body fell from the sky. Second brother. Seeing this, Huang Ying, who didn't have the time to save second brother Huang, let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was about to turn into a wild beast. At this moment, Huang Ying was in a state of rage. His brothers, son, and nephew had all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. It was the appearance of this Jiang Chen that changed everything for the Huang family, causing the originally powerful Huang family to be consigned to eternal damnation. Huang Ying couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen's body into 1,000 pieces, but his remaining rationality made him extremely fearful of Jiang Chen. At this moment, even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen was stronger than them. At this moment, Huang Ying and Yuan Hong's hearts were filled with regret. When Jiang Chen first came to the prefecture, Jiang Chen was merely a small shrimp in the late human immortal realm. At that time, if they had disregarded everything and killed him, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. But as a matter of fact, they had never thought that a person could grow so fast. How long had it been since Jiang Chen came to the prefecture? In such a short period of time, he had advanced from the late human immortal realm to the early earth immortal realm. Was he still human? Even a monstrous genius wouldn't be this abnormal. Great. Master Jiang is truly ferocious. Even second brother Huang was killed by him. It seems like the other two aren't a match for him. Master Jiang is truly the savior of our prefecture. The death of second brother Huang almost made Yen Donglu burst into tears. He was so excited. Initially, he thought that the prefecture was finished. Never had he thought that Jiang Chen would create another miracle and turn the tide by himself. This made him feel that Yan Qingqing's decision to spare no effort to recruit Jiang Chen into the prefecture was a super wise one. Master Jiang is truly a monstrous genius, a genius among geniuses. Killing an early heaven immortal expert while only being an early earth immortal expert. Our prefecture is truly fortunate. Big Miss really has a keen eye. If it wasn't for Big Miss who tried her best to recruit Master Jiang into the prefecture, we would be finished today. That's right. Master Jiang is an alchemy master. At first, our goal was to let Master Jiang create benefits for the prefecture. Never had I thought that he would save our lives. The people of the prefecture were incomparably excited. The battle below had basically come to an end. Under Yen Donglio's power, the Huang family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now even second brother Huang was killed by Jiang Chen. It was imaginable that not even Huang Ying and Yuan Hong would be a match for Jiang Chen. The outcome was basically set. The remaining members of the Huang family looked ashen. Initially, they thought that the three great experts would join hands to kill Jiang Chen first, then help them. But they had never thought that this would be the result. Now Huang Ying and the others couldn't even protect themselves, let alone help them. In the sky, after killing second brother Huang, Jiang Chen lunged at Huang Ying without saying a word. The power of the heavenly saint sword was completely revealed. After killing the heaven immortal expert, the heavenly saint sword vibrated even more violently, seemingly incomparably excited. Brother Yuan, we have to work closely together. Otherwise we will be finished today. Huang Ying said to Yuan Hong, who wasn't far away. All right. Yuan Hong nodded his head forcefully. He was not an idiot. The death of second brother Huang had given him a wake-up call. Jiang Chen was too powerful. If they were not careful, they would die in Jiang Chen's hands just like second brother Huang. So what if the two of you work together? With your current combat strength, you have already lost the ability to fight against me. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. Dragon Sword Storm. Suddenly, Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The heavenly saint sword was brandished by him. For a moment, countless sword chi soared up into the sky. Each sword chi was like a real dragon spiraling and dancing in the air. Dragon Sword Storm was a move created by Jiang Chen himself. It was derived from the dragon transformation skill and the heavenly saint sword. Today was the first time he used it, but its power was countless times stronger. Such a combat skill was not inferior to the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Combined with the power of the heavenly saint sword, its lethality was imaginable. Roar. Chapter 1103. What? Huang Ying and Yuan Hong exclaimed at the same time. Jiang Chen was getting stronger and stronger. That kind of strength made them feel powerless and powerless. They were already in a state of confusion. Adding to the fact that they were shaken by the clash with Jiang Chen, and now Jiang Chen's terrifying attack, they had no way of dealing with it. Swish swish swish. Countless sword chi turned into shadows of azure dragons, wreaking havoc everywhere. Huang Ying and Yuan Hong tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. Soon, countless wounds appeared on their bodies. Arg! Yuan Hong let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was torn apart by the sword chi. It wasn't just torn, it was crushed into powder and vanished in the rainy night. Huang Ying's condition wasn't good either. After being attacked by the sword chi, his body was covered with wounds. At this time, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Huang Ying like a ferocious tiger. His ice-cold long sword was swung out like a wave and Huang Ying's head was beheaded. Huang Ying was beheaded. At this point, both heaven immortals of Huang family had died tragically. The Huang family that once stood at the peak of Yan City was destined to become history. From now on there would no longer be a Huang family in Yan City. Jiang Chen didn't kill Yuan Hong. He walked towards him. At this moment, Yuan Hong was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely lost his combat strength and looked extremely miserable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's control, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the ability to fly. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching him, Yuan Hong couldn't help but tremble. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. I won't kill you. Your life should be handed over to Yen Donglu. Jiang Chen said faintly, then grabbed Yuan Hong like a dead dog and brought him to the front of Yen Donglu. The people of the prefecture hadn't recovered from the scene just now. Each and every one of them stared at Jiang Chen blankly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already reverted to his original appearance. He looked much kinder, but no one would ever forget the ferocity of Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with infatuated eyes. This kind of man could always make women infatuated. City Lord, I believe that his life is yours. Jiang Chen said. Kneel, bastard. A man from the Castellan mansion came to Yuan Hong's side and kicked his knee. Yuan Hong couldn't bear the force and kneeled down on the ground. His eyes were filled with shame and he didn't dare to look at Yen Donglu. Looking at Yuan Hong, who looked like a stray dog, Yen Donglu was heartbroken. The current situation was not what he wanted to see. However, he could only accept the fact that it was a foregone conclusion. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would be in the same state as Yuan Hong right now. Brother Yuan, how did Yen Donglu treat you? Yen Donglu asked. What's the point of saying so much? I've done what I've done. Yuan Hong smiled. He didn't want to explain too much. There were some mistakes that once committed, one would have to pay a heavy price. His son was dead and now he was going to die too. This was the heaviest price he could pay. Although he felt guilty towards Yen Donglu, it was useless to say anything at this moment. Begging for mercy would only make him look cowardly. He knew that he was going to die today, so he wanted to die with dignity. He didn't want to beg Yen Donglu and Jiang Chen to spare his life like a dog. But I can't kill you with my own hands. You can be heartless to me, but I don't want to be heartless to you. Yen Donglu let out a sigh and turned around with a painful expression. A man beside Yen Donglu understood his intention and immediately approached Yuan Hong. The city lord doesn't want to lower himself to the level of a beast like you. Killing you will only dirty his hands, but the mistakes you have committed are unforgivable. I'll send you to reunite with your son. While speaking, the long sword pierced through Yuan Hong's glabella. Yuan Hong died tragically and his body fell to the ground. The battle had come to an end. The traitor had gotten what he deserved and the enemy had been eliminated. Apart from the loss of those who came with Yan Qingqing, the rest of the people in the prefecture were basically unharmed. It could be said that this was a great victory. However, Yen Donglu couldn't feel happy at all. Being betrayed by his own brother, his mood was bound to be heavy. It would be very difficult for him to recover from this trauma in just 1 or 2 days. Yen Donglu came back to his senses. From his reddened eyes, it could be seen that he had shed tears just now. A man wouldn't easily shed tears unless he was deeply hurt. It could be seen that Yen Donglu was truly grieved. Under the leadership of Yen Donglu and Yan Qingqing, all the people of the prefecture moved in unison and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. They didn't want to get up for a long time. Gratitude was a life-saving grace that couldn't be repaid. Apart from this, the prefecture couldn't think of any other way to express their gratitude. All right, the matter hasn't come to an end yet. Jiang Qin waved his hand, gesturing for them to get up. The imposing manner of a superior was undeniable. Alchemist Zhang's kindness to the prefecture is beyond repaying. Alchemist Zhang can have as much of this mine as you want. Yen Donglu said in a serious tone. I only want 30% of the mine. The rest will belong to the prefecture, said Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, the immortal meta stones here were nothing in his eyes. The wealth left by Ouyang he was enough for him to be a tyrant, but he wouldn't complain about having too many of them. Plus, his cultivation base wasn't high, so he still needed low-grade and intermediate-grade immortal meta stones. He knew that the wealth left by Ouyang he was enough for him to cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but that was all. At this time, a few people of Yuan Association who had been watching the battle from afar came forward. Their leader Wu Chong wore a solemn face. Looking at Jiang Qin, his eyes were filled with fear and terror. Just like the others, Yuan Association had never put Jiang Qin in their eyes. In their opinion, the prefecture was going to be annihilated today, but they had never expected that Jiang Qin would become the biggest variable at this critical moment. Now that the prefecture was flourishing, Yuan Association naturally had to find ways to befriend the prefecture. Congratulations to the city lord. Congratulations to the city lord for eliminating the Huang family today. Wu Chong squeezed out a smile and clasped his fists at Yen Donglu. Swoosh. However, before he could get close to Jiang Qin, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off by a sword and he died on the spot. It was none other than Jiang Qin. Whoa. This scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only were the people of Yuan Association stunned, even the people of the prefecture were dumbfounded. All of them looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief, not knowing why he suddenly attacked Yuan Association. Jiang Qin, why did you kill the people of Yuan Association? Our Yuan Association and your prefecture have never interfered with each other. One of them said furiously, but he didn't dare to attack. In front of Jiang Qin, he didn't have the courage to do so, because doing so was equivalent to courting death. You didn't offend us in the past, but you will offend us in the future. Tomorrow Yuan Association will have the same ending as Huang family. The few of you either surrender to the prefecture now or die immediately. Jiang Qin gave them a merciless glance. Jiang Qin, the man became even angrier. However, he only managed to speak once before he was killed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't give him any face at all. This had frightened the rest of the people. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was no longer a human, but a devil, a cruel and murderous maniac. We surrender. The few of them looked at each other and decided to surrender. If not, they might really die. They didn't dare treat Jiang Qin's words as a joke. This guy was a decisive killer and it seemed like he wouldn't joke around. Grandmaster Jiang, why did you attack the people of Yuan Association? Yen Donglu asked, puzzled. Foolish. Now that Huang family has been annihilated, the prefecture seems to be the dominant force, but I can't protect the prefecture forever. In a few days I will leave Yen City and head for One Line Sky. But if I leave, the strongest force in Yen City will no longer be the prefecture, but Yuan Association. Although Yuan Association is a business, you should know how ambitious Nie Yuan is. He is a very smart person. He didn't participate in the battle between your two families because he wanted to wait and see. Now that Yuan Hong is dead, both the prefecture and Huang family have suffered a great loss. Once I leave, Nie Yuan will launch an attack on the prefecture and become the strongest overlord in Yen City. Jiang Qin glared at Yen Donglu. Why did he need to explain such a simple logic? Yen Donglu must have some problems with his intelligence. After listening to Jiang Qin's explanation, Yen Donglu and the people of the prefecture couldn't help but gasp. All of them suddenly realized that Yuan Association had been maintaining a neutral stance all these years. But once there was an opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that Yuan Association wouldn't make a move. Now that there was such an or mine, Nie Yuan would certainly attack the prefecture for the sake of benefits. However, a figure like Jiang Qin wouldn't stay in Yen City. Yen City was too small to accommodate a big fish like Jiang Qin. No wonder Jiang Qin wanted to attack Yuan Association. He did this to get rid of the future trouble for the prefecture before he left. What else could the prefecture do other than feel grateful for his effort? The smile on Yen Qingqing's face disappeared. She didn't care about what Jiang Qin said. She only heard that Jiang Qin was going to leave in a few days. This made her heart sink to the bottom. Prefecture: a person has to be ruthless if he wants to survive. This is especially true for a force. If you aren't ruthless, you will become food for others, a stepping stone for others to grow. Destroying Yuan Association is the last thing I will do for the prefecture. Jiang Qin said. Grandmaster Jiang is right. I was foolish and almost made a big mistake. In that case, let's return to Yen City immediately and destroy Yuan Association to avoid future troubles. Dragon Insignia War Deity. Chapter 1104. The main force of Huang family had been completely annihilated. Most of the Heaven Immortal experts and half-step Heaven Immortal experts had died tragically. Those who survived had basically surrendered. In other words, from now on Huang family had become history in Yen City. They would never appear in the stage of Yen City again. The fate of Yuan Association was destined to be the same as that of Huang family. Even if Yuan Association wasn't involved in this dispute, Jiang Qin still wouldn't let them go. If the prefecture really wanted to dominate Yen City, they had to eliminate all the major powers in Yen City. From another point of view, it was also to get rid of future troubles. The rain had stopped, but the night was still gloomy. After being washed by the rain, the smell of blood wasn't as pungent as before, but the corpses scattered all over the ground still gave people goosebumps. This place was like a purgatory on earth. It was hard to have a good mood in such a place. The few of you will stay here and continue to lead the people to mine immortal metastones. The rest of you will follow me back to Yen City. After tonight, Yen City will be the sole ruler of Yen City. Yen Donglu said to the people around him. After being influenced by Jiang Qin's words, his words and actions had become sharper. Yes, City Lord. Everyone was incomparably excited. There was no way that they wouldn't be excited. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As for the battle with Yuan Association, they weren't worried at all. As long as Jiang Qin was here, the fate of Yuan Association could be imagined. Jiang Qin had killed 3 Heaven Immortal experts in a single battle. His combat strength had already reached a level that they could only look up to. Under such circumstances, Yuan Association would never have the chance to turn the situation around. Dad, big brother Jiang, I'll go back with you. Yen Qingqing said. All right. Yen Donglu nodded. He looked at Yen Qingqing and then at Jiang Qin and couldn't help but sigh. How could he not see his daughter's feelings for Jiang Qin? He believed that even a fool could see it. A peerless genius like Jiang Qin was indeed worthy of Yen Qingqing's trust, But Zhang Chen didn't seem to have that kind of feelings for Yan Qingqing. He even said that he would leave Yan City in a few days. Yan Qingqing would surely feel sad if he took the initiative. But what could Yan Donglu do when it came to the matters of love? They could only let nature take its course. A person like Zhang Chen's future achievements were bound to be limitless. If Yan Qingqing could gain his favor, it would be the fortune of their city lord's mansion. If Zhang Chen didn't like their daughter, there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, the city lord mansion did not seem to have the ability or qualifications to make things difficult for Zhang Chen. Then Zhang Chen unleashed his flaming wings. Led by him and Yan Donglu, they flew back to Yan City with the experts of the mansion. There weren't many people who returned this time. There were only a dozen or so of them. The rest of them had stayed behind. Zhang Chen was the main force. They didn't need too many people to deal with Yuan Association. Just Zhang Chen alone was enough. As for the corpses of the Huang family and Yuan Association, the people who stayed behind would naturally deal with them. Yan City. It was still calm and tranquil. Nothing unusual could be seen on the surface. The tragic battle in the Ore Mountain didn't seem to have affected this place. The people of Huang family were probably still waiting for the news of victory. Yuan Association was the same as usual. Outside the entrance of Yuan Chamber of Commerce, 2 guards stood listlessly. At this time, a group of experts suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Who are you people? The expression of the 2 lazy guards changed instantly and they shouted at Zhang Chen and the others. Get lost if you don't want to die. Zhang Chen's qi was tyrannical. He strode forward. His qi alone was enough to oppress the 2 guards. How could they have the courage to stop him? They could only watch as Zhang Chen smashed the gate of Yuan Association into pieces. The faces of the people who followed behind Zhang Chen were filled with excitement. They had to admit that fighting behind Zhang Chen was an incomparably exciting and passionate thing. That kind of strength and ferocity was really inspiring. The gate was kicked open. The noise in the night was undoubtedly very loud. The experts of Yuan Association ran out immediately. The one in the lead was the president of Yuan Association, Nie Yuan. Beside Nie Yuan was another old man. The old man seemed to be in his 60s with a grizzled beard, but his eyes were different, making him look incomparably handsome. His cultivation base was also incomparably strong. Just like Nie Yuan, he was an early heaven immortal expert. Behind the gate was a wide open space. Both sides happened to collide with each other. Nie Yuan seemed a little surprised when he saw who it was. He had seen most of the higher-ups of the prefecture, including Zhang Chen. What he couldn't figure out was why the other party would come here in the middle of the night. One should know that Yuan Association and the prefecture had always minded their own business. There were basically no conflicts between the 2 sides. Brother Yan, what are you doing? Breaking into my Yuan Association in the middle of the night with such a strong murderous intent. Nie Yuan said casually. His words were full of dissatisfaction and anger. He couldn't help but be angry. No one would be in a good mood when their gate was kicked open in the middle of the night. Furthermore, Yan Donglu had to give him an explanation today. As the 3rd major power in Yan City, Yuan Association wasn't afraid of the city lord mansion at all. If a fight broke out, Yuan Association wouldn't be afraid at all. President Nye, our intention is very clear. We are here to annihilate your Yuan Association. After tonight, there will be no Yuan Association in Yan City. Only the prefecture will exist. Yan Donglu didn't speak. The one who spoke was Zhang Chen, who stood at the front. What? Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Why don't you weigh your own strength before you destroy our Yuan Association? Zhang Chen, do you think that you can compete with the Yuan Association just because you killed Huang Haoren? It's ridiculous. You are just a puny earth immortal. How dare you to destroy the gate of Yuan Association? Who gave you the courage to do that? It seems that the prefecture is tired of living. An arrogant brat came here. He doesn't even know who he is. President, we must teach them a lesson today. The top management of Yuan Association was instantly enraged by Zhang Chen's words. Yuan Association had been established in Yen City for a long time and could be considered as an old major power. No one had ever dared to come here and behave atrociously in the middle of the night. Such behavior was a great disrespect to Yuan Association. Humph. Jiangchen, you have no right to speak here. Nie Yuan harumphed coldly. He didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. Of course, this was because Nie Yuan still didn't know what happened in the mine. If he knew, his first reaction when he saw Jiangchen was to run away. This was also the reason why Jiangchen wanted to destroy Yuan Association so quickly. Because once Nie Yuan found out about the battle at the mine with his intelligence, the first thing he would do would be to run away, hide, and make a comeback. If that was the case, once he left Yen City, Nie Yuan would make a comeback. At that time, the mayor mansion would be in real danger. Nie Yuan, Jiangchen is right. He is qualified to say such words. The three major powers of Yen City have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. It's time to end it. My prefecture wants to dominate Yen City. Therefore your Yuan Association must be destroyed. Yen Donglu spoke. His tone was incomparably similar to his previous life. For him, he already had the capital to be domineering and Jiangchen was his capital. Yen Donglu, are you out of your mind? Instead of dealing with Huang family, you came to deal with our Yuan Association. What ability does the prefecture have to deal with two major powers at the same time? Nie Yuan sneered. In his point of view, Yen Donglu was simply insane. Huang family alone was enough to make the prefecture suffer. Now Yen Donglu wanted to offend Nie Yuan. Wasn't he courting death? Aha, I don't mind telling you that Huang family has been destroyed by us. Huang Ying and second brother Huang have died tragically in the hands of Jiangchen. Therefore, the fate of your Yuan Association will not be an exception. Yen Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment there was nothing to hide. Besides, he was very confident in Jiangchen's strength. Nie Yuan and the old man wouldn't be able to escape from Jiangchen even if they wanted to. What? All the people of Yuan Association exclaimed in shock. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never believe such news if it wasn't from Yen Donglu. But judging from Yen Donglio's tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. If Huang family wasn't exterminated, Yen Donglu wouldn't have the courage to deal with them in the first place. Pong. As soon as Yen Donglio's voice faded, Jiangchen unleashed his powerful qi and entered his dragon form. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand and his killing intent soared to the sky. Jiangchen didn't want to waste any more time, so he exerted his full strength. As long as Nie Yuan and the old man were killed, Yuan Association would be in a state of disunity. Nie Yuan, both of you come at me together. Jiangchen raised his long sword and pointed it at Nie Yuan and the old man. A puny earth immortal. I don't believe that he has the ability to kill a heaven immortal. Killing Huang Ying is just an exaggeration. Let this old man kill this arrogant little bastard first, then I'll have a showdown with Yen Donglu. The old man was furious. With his status, being looked down upon by a young man like this was a great humiliation. How could he accept this? If he didn't kill Jiangchen with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 1105. A Death-Seeking Choice. Chapter 1104. Death-Seeking Choice. The all-out attack of an early heaven immortal expert was incomparably ferocious and earth-shattering. The people behind couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The shockwave of a heaven immortal expert wasn't something an ordinary expert could withstand. The people of Yuan Association revealed a sneer on their faces. They knew very well how powerful the old man was. An earth immortal expert was no match for him. In their point of view, the old man had already killed half of Jiangchen. After this attack, Jiangchen would be lying on the ground, dead on the spot. But Nie Yuan didn't think so. His brows knitted even tighter. While everyone's attention was on Jiangchen and the old man, Nie Yuan's attention was on Yen Donglu and the people of the prefecture. He noticed that no one in the prefecture showed any sign of nervousness. That was their confidence in Jiangchen, and it wasn't fake. In other words, what Yen Donglu said about Jiangchen killing Huang Ying was probably true. This made Nie Yuan's heart sink. Before Nie Yuan could think further, the old man had already collided with Zhou Xian. In the face of the old man's powerful attack, Zhou Qian's face remained calm. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand roared like a dragon. Then Zhou Qian raised it up high and slashed at the golden light beam of the old man with the force of a thunderbolt. Hong long. The sound of the powerful collision shook everyone's heart. Under the sharp heavenly saint's sword, the golden energy beam was destroyed as easily as smashing rotten wood, turning into a bright energy firework. It looked very beautiful in the darkness, but this kind of beauty couldn't be touched. Even if one wanted to admire it, one had to be very careful. Moreover, at this time no one was in the mood to admire it. The old man felt as if he was hit by a huge mountain. He was sent flying away. Nie Yuan's facial expression changed dramatically. He hastily caught the old man from behind. Barf. The elder was severely injured. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was extremely pale. He stared at Zhou Qian in horror. Apart from horror, he couldn't find any other words to describe his current mood. You're right, Zhou Qian. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The old man couldn't accept this reality. If he hadn't fought with Zhou Qian, he would never understand how terrifying Zhou Qian was. That kind of strength wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Although the old man didn't use his strongest attack, the situation before him was enough to prove that even if he used his strongest attack, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhou Qian. The final outcome would still be the same. A crushing defeat. That's right, a crushing defeat. Nie Yuan's expression changed, so did everyone in Yuan Association. They were no longer as relaxed as before. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. By now, no one doubted Yan Donglio's words anymore. It seemed that Huang Ying and second brother Huang had indeed died in the hands of Zhou Qian, because Zhou Qian indeed had the strength to kill them. Yuan Chamber of Commerce, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you have the guts, come at me again. Master Zhang alone is enough to deal with all of you. That's right. In the hands of Master Zhang, you guys can't even withstand a single blow. You don't even have a chance to fight back. The people from the city lord's mansion were all arrogant and eccentric. It was as if they were watching a show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. On the other side, the atmosphere in Yuan Association was extremely oppressive and solemn. Everyone's eyes fell on Nie Yuan, waiting for his next instruction. However, everyone knew very well that if they really fought today, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. They would end up like the Huang family. President, what should we do now? Asked the old man with a frown. He had already understood Zhou Qian's strength and knew that they had no chance of winning. Even if he and Nie Yuan joined forces, they might not be a match for Zhou Qian, not to mention that there was still Nie Yuan. Nie Yuan frowned. He had never expected this to happen. No one had ever thought that a monster like Zhou Qian would appear in Yan City. Furthermore, no one had ever thought that Yuan Association would fall to such a state where it was at the peak of its glory days. The three major powers in Yan City had always been a tripartite power. Who would have thought that such a situation would be completely shattered overnight? Nie Yuan was a smart man. It was impossible for him not to see the situation in front of him. So he made a decision. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. He cupped his fists at Zhou Qian and said, Master Zhang's combat strength is extraordinary. My Yuan Association is no match for him. From now on, Yuan Association will surrender to the City Lord Mansion and serve the City Lord Mansion. Upon hearing this, the people of Yuan Chamber of Commerce sighed and became listless. This was the last thing they wanted to see, but apart from surrendering, what else could they do? Otherwise they would die. Many people present had witnessed Zhou Qian's means. Not to mention, Zhou Qian didn't even blink when he killed Huang Haoren. Compromise. Zhou Qian sneered in his heart. People like Nie Yuan were the scariest, much scarier than Huang Ying. Such people were smart and cunning, just like an old fox with wild ambitions. Others might not be able to see through Nie Yuan's thoughts, but Zhou Qian was crystal clear. Nie Yuan's eyes didn't escape Zhou Qian's eyes. Just as Zhou Qian had guessed, Nie Yuan was a very smart person. No businessman was stupid. In Nie Yuan's point of view, it was impossible for a figure like Zhou Qian to stay in a small place like Yan City. He was a true dragon that would soar to the 9 heavens sooner or later. Nie Yuan wasn't afraid of Yen Donglu, he was only afraid of Jiang Qin. Nie Yuan wasn't afraid of Yen Donglu. He was only afraid of Jiang Qin. In that case he would surrender to Yen Donglu temporarily. Once Jiang Qin left, it would be the time for him to rise again. At that time surrendering would be bullshit. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. At that time he would launch a counterattack and eliminate Yen Donglu. By then the entire Yen city would belong to him and Jiang Qin would be considered as having helped him eliminate Huang family. Nie Yuan's wishful thinking was brilliant, but unfortunately, it didn't escape Jiang Qin's eyes. Surrender is fine, but I have a condition. Jiang Qin said faintly. What condition? Grandmaster Jiang, please state it. Nie Yuan said. The two of you cripple your cultivation base and I can guarantee that I won't hurt anyone else. Jiang Qin pointed at Nie Yuan and the old man. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Nie Yuan and the elder were infuriated. This Jiang Qin had gone too far. They had already surrendered, but he still wanted them to cripple their cultivation base. This was simply a joke. To a heaven immortal, crippling their cultivation base was much more painful than killing them. Jiang Qin, don't go too far. We have already surrendered. Why are you forcing us like this? Nie Yuan was enraged. Humph. Nie Yuan, don't think that you can hide your thoughts from me. You are certain that I will leave Yen City sooner or later. That's why you chose to compromise. After I leave you will attack the prefecture again. This trick of yours is very childish in my eyes. Now I will give you two choices. One is to cripple your cultivation base and the other is to die in my hands. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He had always done things this way, leaving no room for future troubles. Hiss. Hearing this, Yen Donglu and the others couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with anger when they looked at Nie Yuan. At the same time they looked at Jiang Qin with even more admiration. This was the most crucial point that they had not thought of. But after Jiang Qin's reminder, many of them realized that if they really accepted Nie Yuan's surrender, once Jiang Qin left, who would be able to suppress Nie Yuan? At that time the consequences would be unimaginable. Nie Yuan, I never thought that you would have such thoughts. Humph. In that case there's nothing else to say. Just like what Master Jiang said, you only have two choices. Yen Donglu said Lung Lung. Haha. Jiang Qin, I have to say that you are one of the most powerful men I have ever seen. Since you have seen through my plan, there's nothing else to say. I, Nie Yuan, will risk my life in this battle. I would like to see how powerful an earth immortal like you can be. Elder you, let's join forces and fight against Jiang Qin. Nie Yuan's face revealed a crazy and ferocious expression when he was seen through by Jiang Qin. He shouted at the elder, then soared into the sky. A sharp combat weapon appeared in his hand. The chi of a heaven immortal was obvious. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early heaven immortal realm, which was slightly stronger than the elder. Since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. It was impossible to destroy his cultivation base because it was no different from killing him. If he fought with his life on the line, he might still have a chance of survival. After all, Jiang Qin was only an earth immortal. He believed that as long as he tried his best, he would still have a chance. Whoosh. The elder flew up into the sky and stood side by side with Nie Yuan. Big brother Jiang, be careful. Yen Qingqing reminded Jiang Qin. It doesn't matter. They are no match for me. Jiang Qin smiled. He cast out the flaming wings and his speed reached the extreme. His whole body was like a scarlet flame amidst the darkness, flying towards Nie Yuan. Today he had no intention of letting Nie Yuan go. If the prefecture wanted to have a firm foothold in Yen City, they must eliminate all future troubles. And the best way to eliminate future troubles was to kill their opponents without leaving any chance for them. Both of you come at me together. Jiang Qin's attitude was arrogant. He didn't put the two of them in his eyes. Jiang Qin, you forced us to do this. Chapter 1106. Honglong. Jiang Qin pushed his combat strength to the limit. The combat strength provided by 320,000 dragon marks was unimaginable. The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into an azure dragon, swaying in the dark night sky. Nie Yuan and the elder's attacks collided with the heavenly saint's sword at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. The dark night was directly torn apart. Countless colors emerged at the same time, and a heart-palpitating smell drifted everywhere. Brr! Xianxia let out a terrifying dragon roar that reverberated in the sky above Yan City, completely breaking the tranquility of the city. A lot of people didn't know what was going on. They came out one after another and saw a dragon man wreaking havoc in the sky above the Yuan Association. Nie Yuan and the elder were pushed back by Xianxia's powerful attacks. Their blood and qi were in turmoil, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Damn it! How can this bastard be so strong? Nie Yuan couldn't help but curse. Xianxia's tyrannical power gave him the urge to spurt out blood. There were a lot of immortals in the immortal world who had Xianxia's combat strength, but there was absolutely no one else who could have such a tyrannical combat strength at the early Earth immortal realm. The hearts of the people in Yuan Association sank completely. Even the two heaven immortal experts weren't a match for Xianxia. Today's ending was imaginable. It seemed like Yuan Association's doomsday had truly come. They would follow the footsteps of Huang family. Although the people of the prefecture had witnessed Xianxia's ability, they still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was just too powerful. They had never seen such a young man before. It was truly a blessing for the prefecture to be able to befriend Xianxia. I'm done playing with you. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia bellowed and immediately cast out the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. The combination of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword, the power was unimaginable to ordinary people. Brr, brr. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of dragons. Xianxia and the Heavenly Saint Sword had also transformed into true dragons. That terrifying energy instantly drowned Nie Yuan and the old man. Nie Yuan and the old man were completely submerged in this energy ocean. They could only use all their strength to resist. Unfortunately, given their present state, it was impossible for them to stop Xianxia. The moment the dragon's silhouette disappeared, Nie Yuan and the old man's figures were revealed. The two of them were in an extremely wretched state. Their bodies were stained with blood and wounds could be seen everywhere. Even their hands, which were wielding immortal artifacts, were trembling violently. Shua. Xianxia didn't give them any chance to react. He moved again. He appeared in front of the old man like a ghost. The sharp Heavenly Saint Sword slashed across the old man's neck. A head flew into the air. The old man died on the spot and his corpse fell from the sky. Seeing this, Nie Yuan's expression changed drastically. The fear in his heart surged uncontrollably. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. Immediately he turned into a beam of golden light and flew away. However, he was still far from the level where he had comprehended the spatial law. In addition, Nie Yuan was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to increase his speed. Xianxia would be able to catch up with him with just a thought. Nie Yuan was scared out of his wits. He had been in Yan City for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying figure. He was simply a monster among monsters. At this point he couldn't care less about anything else. If he stayed he would die. The only way out was to escape. As long as he could escape with his life, there would be a chance for him to make a comeback in the future. Unfortunately, in front of Xianxia he had no chance at all. Nie Yuan had only run for 2 to 3 miles when Xianxia caught up with him. Xianxia's majestic dragon body blocked in front of Nie Yuan. His merciless dragon eyes were like a blood-red devil king, causing Nie Yuan to tremble in fear. Xianxia, don't kill me. We can talk about anything as long as you don't kill me. Nie Yuan's voice was trembling. He knew that today, it would be impossible for him to escape from Xianxia's hands. Facing death, he had no dignity left. He didn't want to die. No one wanted to die, especially when they were about to die. That kind of feeling wasn't something ordinary people could understand. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. So it's better for you to die. Xianxia would never give his enemies a second chance. From the moment Nie Yuan chose to fight him, Nie Yuan's fate was already decided. Puchi. Xianxia's sword pierced through Nie Yuan's chest. This was one of the overlords of Yen City. He died in unwillingness and despair. His grand ambition had turned into an illusion. Everything that he dreamed of was gone. President. Someone from Yuan Association cried out in shock and wept bitterly. They had never thought that Yuan Association, which had always been flourishing, would become history overnight, a speck of dust in the history of Yen City. After killing Nie Yuan and the old man, Jiang Qin didn't look back and flew towards the defensive line of the prefecture. He didn't need to worry about the rest of the matters. Yen Donglu could handle everything. He had done what he could for the prefecture. In a few days he would leave this place and go to the real one-line sky. The life and death of Yen City had nothing to do with him anymore. He still had another responsibility, a mission. In his mind he had to imprint the names of two people, Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. Jiang Qin left. As for how Yen Donglu would deal with the remaining people of Yuan Association, Jiang Qin wouldn't care. The next day, the two news spread across Yen City, causing a huge uproar. In just one night the experts of Huang family were killed outside the ore mine. Yuan Hong of the prefecture had betrayed the prefecture. Then Jiang Qin appeared out of nowhere and made the two major powers of Huang family and Yuan Association disappear from the face of Yen City. Such a huge change was undoubtedly a great earthquake to Yen City. Everyone knew that from now on, everything in Yen City would change. The prefecture would be the only power in Yen City. There would no longer be any new battles. Amazing. This is just too amazing. Could this Jiang Qin be the reincarnation of a heavenly god? How could he be so terrifying? Killing an early heaven immortal expert with just an early earth immortal cultivation base? I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. That's right. This is too scary. How could such a monstrous figure appear in a small place like Yen City? But the prefecture is really lucky to have the help of such a genius. That's right. I heard that Yuan Hong had betrayed Yen Donglu and joined forces with Huang family. Under such circumstances, if it wasn't for the emergence of Jiang Qin, the fate of the prefecture would have been very obvious. Now he has turned defeat into victory by killing two powerful enemies and laying a solid foundation for the prefecture. From now on, all the cultivation resources in Yen City will belong to the prefecture. Every street and alley was talking about the big event that happened last night. Without a doubt, Jiang Qin had become the most important topic and figure. The emergence of a super genius would always cause a commotion. 2 days later, Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing came to the courtyard where Jiang Qin lived with an interspatial ring in their hands. Grandmaster Jiang, this is the immortal metastones that were mined in the past 2 days. It's about 30% of the entire ore mine. Yen Donglu handed the interspatial ring to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled and kept the interspatial ring. As for the amount of the interspatial ring, Jiang Qin didn't care about it anymore. He had a lot of wealth now and this amount of wealth was nothing to him. Prefecture Lord Miss Qingqing, there's something that I need to talk to you about. Jiang Qin said all of a sudden. Upon hearing this, Yen Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, because she had already guessed what Jiang Qin was going to say next. This was the moment that she didn't want to see the most. Is Big Brother Jiang going to leave? Yen Qingqing raised her head and looked at Jiang Qin. Her eyes sparkled with a trace of loveliness. Ai. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. How could he not feel Yen Qingqing's affection for him? However, he really couldn't accept this kind of feeling. He still had a long way to go and he didn't want to be stuck in a relationship with a girl. Plus, he felt that he had no regrets in his life now that he had Yen Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. Yes. I'll depart for One Line Sky tomorrow. Perhaps we'll meet again if there's a chance in the future. Jiang Qin said. He wasn't an indecisive person. It was true that there was no need for him to stay in Yen City any longer. Yen Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Upon seeing this, Yen Donglu shook his head and turned to leave. It was better to leave the remaining time for his daughter. Jiang Qin couldn't be stopped if he wanted to leave. Yen City was just too small for such a monstrous genius. Under the moonlight, Jiang Qin and Yen Qingqing stood side by side. Both of them didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Big Brother Jiang, I think you should understand Qingqing's thoughts. Yen Qingqing broke the silence. I know. Jiang Qin nodded and said, Qingqing, I'm not the person that you can entrust your life to. I already have 2 women in my life. They are both very outstanding women, although they are not by my side. Plus, I will be traveling in the immortal world in the future. There are dangers everywhere, people deceive each other. My life will be in danger at any time. I don't care. I just want to be with you. Qingqing will feel happy when I'm with you. Yan Qingqing shook her head. She didn't care how many women were by Jiang Chen's side. A man like him would always be loved by women. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed again. He turned around and looked at Yan Qingqing seriously. He didn't want to be a man who was overflowing with emotions. It would be unfair to Yan Qingqing. Qingqing, forget about me. I'm just a passerby. Jiang Chen put his hands on Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He knew how hurtful it was to say this, but he had to say it. Jiang Chen turned around and disappeared into the dark night sky, leaving Yan City for good. Big Brother Jiang. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.